morning, Lorcana fans, and welcome to the magical place of Bochum, Germany, where we are going to be taking place DLC in Germany. Spessy, it is an absolute pleasure to be here with you once again for our DLC Lorcana.
Yeah, welcome everybody here in Germany, Bochum. The players have sat down, ready to go. There's a real buzz of energy in the room. I'm Joe Curley, and I'm joined by a real-life Lorcana villain, Baker.
My friends, we are about to embark on the most odious, the most evil, the most diabolical scheme of my illustrious career. Joe, I'm excited. This is our second time getting to cast the DLC. It's a genuine pleasure to be here. I cannot wait to see what the players have brought out and see what's going to make the top cut of what is going to be a very long weekend of Lorcana.
Yeah, it certainly is. A bit of a unique tournament, this one. This is taking place over 3 days, which we'll take a look at in a little bit more detail soon. Of course, we're in the 4th set of Disney Lorcana, Ursula's Return. This is the 2nd Lorcana Challenge in Europe, the 4th in the world, and it's the 2nd Lorcana Challenge which is taking place in Ursula's Return. We saw Chicago 2 or 3 weeks ago now over in America, and we did see the Emerald Steel deck taking that one. So as you can see here, 3 down so far, Atlanta, Lille, and then Chicago, which was the first one in Ursula's Return, and then here we are in Bochum, Germany.
Yeah, but it's going to be an incredible event. Lots more Disney Lorcana challenges happening over the course of the year. We have Fort Worth coming up towards the end of the month, moving on to Bologna. Loads of stuff coming up, and I'm excited, as you say, it was Emerald Steel, Bucky discard. Bucky is the hot topic of the day. I mean, you're going to hear us talk about that little squirrel and an awful lot.
Yeah, absolutely. In just a moment, we're going to be looking at the tournament format. So this event is a little bit different. This event has been so popular that in order to just get as many players as we can in the room, it's taking place over 3 days, and it's only this tournament which that is happening for. So we've got essentially 2 day ones. So today we've got 1,000 players taking part in Swiss, with the top 32 players making it through to Sunday, and then we're doing that again tomorrow, another 32, which leaves us with the best 64 players on the Sunday. So much Lorcana action this weekend, Baker.
Yeah, it's going to be an incredible weekend. Just to be clear, whenever we say day 2, we will be referring to the Sunday top cut. Obviously, it's different day ones for different players. And yes, as Joe said, we've got our 2-game format. Today will be 9 rounds of Swiss, 45-minute rounds, and yes, just 2 games. So these players are looking to accumulate as many victories as they can over the course of the tournament, hoping for that high score to get them into their day 2 contention.
Yeah, so on day 1 it's the 2-game format, and it is closed deck lists as well, which you don't have to reveal before the game. So the players are not going to know what their opponent's playing until they start inking that card on turn 1, when they can start making their predictions. But that does change for the Sunday, which is that top 64, because that is going to be open deck lists.
And that changes things an awful lot. Just knowing what you're playing, going into your round now, knowing what the ink combinations are, knowing what specific counts are of particular cards, that makes a big difference. And as you said, yeah, going into 2 out of 3 for the top cuts.
Yeah, and as we said, the players have sat down, Baker. There is so much buzz and energy in the room. There's lots of people just so excited. And of course, the wonderful thing here is you've got 2 different days. So even if you're not taking part in the main event on Friday, there's side events taking place. There's like a whole upstairs area where there's around 200 seats, I think more than 200 seats, in fact, for the side events. But the main event on the Friday and Saturday, players are going to be getting this Dragonfire promo card, and what a glorious foil it is. That's the participation prize. But then there's a slight change in the prize tickets compared with Lille, the same as we had in Chicago, where you're getting more prize tickets based on the amount of points you gain in the main event. This really incentivizes players, even if they have a slow start and they don't think they can make that top 32 cut, to stay playing in the main event to get as many points as possible, which equals the most prize tickets you can get. And these prize tickets can be exchanged for other promo cards and goodies.
Yeah, there's lots available. There's the promo card, as you said. There is the Cinderella playmat up for grabs. Even Lorcana merchandise like T-shirts and hats. So lots of motivation to try and get as many of these prize tickets as you can. And again, as you said, lots of side events where you can also get these prizes. But this Dragonfire, such a beautiful prize. Just for showing up to play, you get to take that home, and it is one of the most stunning foils I've ever seen.
Yeah, and as you can see here, the top 64, now this also includes any players who are tied on points with the top 64. So this is today. Overall, top 64 players from today on Friday get the Let It Go, and that's also going to be the top 64 players that are on the Saturday. So it's the top 32 that get the Cinderella, and that top 32 are also going to be making it through to the main event on Sunday, which can give them even more prizes to win. So to just reiterate that, the top 64 players today and anyone tied on points gets their hands on that Let It Go promo. And if you make it through to the day 2, the prizes don't end there, Baker.
No, there's plenty more. If you make it through to top 32, you're taking home a enchanted alternate art Rapunzel, one of the most powerful cards in the game, and such a stunning card. I definitely want one of those. And if you can take it one step further and make it to top 16, not only do you earn your invitation to the European Championship, which is going to be a huge event, only the best of the best, but you also get that Rapunzel playmat, which is foil. It's absolutely stunning. Definitely a lot to play for in the Lorcana Challenge.
Yeah, I played against Reese, who finished second at the Lorcana Challenge recently in Lille, and he put that mat out on the table, and I was very intimidated. It is a beautiful mat, so many amazing prizes to play for, Baker. Again, just to reiterate, the top 64 players today are going to be getting that Let It Go, and the top 64 tomorrow. And these are the other day 2 prizes available as well for the prize tickets, Baker.
Yeah, so obviously there is the top 8, which is a very special prize, but we'll come back to that when we've got a visual for it. But if you make it all the way to top 4, you're also getting 2 boxes of the latest booster set, as you said, Ursa's Return. Lots of really powerful cards in there. If you make top 4 or top 2, you will get those boxes. And then the champion is going to get a complete foil set of Ursa's Return, including every single enchanted card. I think I've only got one from Ursa's Return so far. How's your enchanted collection coming?
That's a good question. I actually traded one yesterday. I got the Ursula Sea Witch Queen, the one that you can get from the boosters, and I traded it last night with Tim, the game developer, for a Tinkerbell, which I'm pretty happy with. I will say, I've given him a pristine, very good condition Ursula, and the Tinkerbell he's given me, it has seen some things. It's been shuffled pretty aggressively, I think, but it's gone straight into my deck. I'm very excited.
He likes to play his enchanted, and you're going to keep that up as well.
Absolutely.
Moving on to our casting team, obviously for the German broadcast, we have Christian, Pascal, and Basti. Fantastic players, fantastic commentators, and they've got their picks there for what they think is going to go all the way. We have Christian, who is expecting some Ruby Sapphire shiny items, which is a very powerful deck in the meta. It wouldn't surprise me to see that go far. And then both Pascal and Basti, they're opting for the squirrel. They're squirrel believers. How do you feel about that?
I think it's a very good pick. I think it's pretty general consensus it is the strongest deck in the game. Having said that, there's also so many decks which players are going to be bringing aimed specifically at beating the Emerald Steel Bucky Discard. So it's got a big mountain to climb despite being so strong. It's so strong it's really warped the meta around it.
Yeah, there's a big target on that Bucky, just for those of you that may not be as familiar. Perhaps we've got some newer players watching the stream. Bucky's an incredibly powerful card from Emerald, 2-cost inkable. He has the ward keyword, which means you cannot choose him with any of those effects like Let the Storm Rage on or Fire the Cannons. And every time you play a Floodborn Bucky on the field, you make your opponent discard. It's a very powerful card and got even more powerful since Ursa's Return, with access to very cheap Floodborn characters such as Diablo and Aladdin. But moving on to the British team, of course, myself there in the middle, Baker, hello, lovely to see you. I am backing some Ruby Amethyst Control. It is my pet deck, so I am going to admit to some bias there, I will be honest, but I do think it's very well positioned. I remember we had a chat in Lille where we both said we thought Ruby Amethyst was going to get a lot worse, but I think we were both wrong.
Absolutely. And I also want to give a big shout out to Ross Gilbert, who's going to be joining us on the desk this weekend. One of the few players that has managed to beat me at this Lorcana recently. I've been on a hot streak, but Ross has other ideas. He's got some really spicy decks up his sleeve. He's gone also for Ruby Sapphire. Listen, I've gone for Amethyst Steel, but if I'm honest, Baker,
go on, be honest.
I don't really think he's going to win. I just wanted to pick something a little bit unorthodox. I think it's fair to say we're in a metagame where there's really 4 big powerhouse decks, and there's a few outside of that. I think that there's definitely some dark horse decks in there. I think Amethyst Steel's in the mixer. I think also that Emerald Amber could cause some surprises, maybe even Amber Steel Songs as well. So there's definitely some decks out here which could cause some upsets. But if I'm honest, I probably would have picked Emerald Steel.
Okay.
It was, but I wanted to be a bit more.
You followed your heart as well. To be fair, I'm
absolutely.
going to give this man some credit. You say that you don't believe in Amethyst Steel. Me and Joe recently competed in a set championship versus return, an early one specifically for media. And it was me and Joe that made it all the way to the finals. And who beat me 2-0? This man right here was Amethyst Steel. Can you give us a little... I know you said that it's not your main pick, but I do actually believe in it. I feel like I believe in it a little bit more than you do. Can you tell us about the strength of it? If it does do well, why is it doing well?
Yeah, I would say it's probably the 5th strongest deck at the moment, and I don't think it's that far behind the top 4. The top 4 being Emerald Steel, Sapphire Steel, Sapphire Ruby, and Emerald Steel. They're kind of the top 4 decks, which I think will be the most popular in terms of play rate. And the Amethyst Steel deck is maybe not quite as greedy as those. Like, if you just look at it in a vacuum, it's like, well, this deck doesn't really look that good. But it's just got a very flexible game plan. It can go aggressive against the solo decks, against the Ruby Amethyst decks. It can really battle for card draw with its own bounce package. It's just got the removal of steel, and it's got that very good average stuff that's just consistently good in Amethyst. That's why I call it mid-range. It's not an aggro deck, it's not a control deck, it's sort of in between, and you have that flexible game plan depending on what you are playing against.
Yeah, super low to the ground, you always get to play the game, I feel. Like some decks like the Ruby Sapphire, which can be so strong, it runs so many of the top-end sort of cards that you do your mulligan and find all unlinkables or all high-costing cards. But the Amethyst Steel, full of things like Mr. Smee, the bounce package, you even run a cheeky Maleficent biding her time in there, a bit of extra lore.
Yeah, I do love a turn 1 quest for 2 type card, and I think those cards with the bounce package are particularly strong on turn 3. You can go for that quest with Maleficent, play a Madam in Snake, then put that Maleficent back down. And that really gives you some real staying power when you're going second to still have that more aggressive approach. But there's going to be, I'm sure, also some very other unorthodox decks. Like I mentioned, I think Amber Emerald is one to keep an eye on. I'm aware of a very strong player from London that's coming this weekend and bringing that. And there's also Jafar. Jafar could cause some upsets as well, because I know that there are at least a couple of Jafar players as well.
I would love for Jafar to do well. And there was even an event in America a week or so ago where someone made top 8 with a very spicy location build. Playing Amber and Ruby, utilising cards like Just in Time, which is an action that allows you to play a 5-cost character for free, and it's a 3-cost card. And then you can play Jim Hawkins on 3, and then rush in cards like the RNS Legacy, or even Tiana's Palace. What was the last one? The Underworld. I personally, as a villain, I was very happy to see the Underworld do well. So as you say, there's nothing to say that a really interesting deck could make a really deep run in this tournament.
Yeah, and we also saw that in Atlanta, the first Lorcana Challenger in America. We saw that Amber Amethyst Mufasa deck come out of nowhere and take the whole thing down. I personally would absolutely love it. I definitely think there is room in this meta. While there's certainly 4 very strong decks, there's lots of other options. We have the best players in Europe all coming here to really compete, and they've been possibly holding on to these decks as well, trying to keep them a secret. Yeah. Our players have just sat down, so we're not too far away from the first game, and there is a player that I recognise is quite well known in the community, Julian, who's also known as Artabax, who's sitting down, who is a German player, very well known in the previous set to play Amethyst and Emerald.
Yes.
I did speak with them yesterday, and I don't think that they're keeping that the same, but it's going to be interesting to see what they do go for as our players are just starting to sit down. We're not too far away at all from our first game of the weekend, and it's a long weekend, 3 days, so much Lorcana to watch, and I'm so excited for it, Baker.
We've got our work cut out for us. I'm very glad that we have Ross as the third, meaning that we can switch up, save our voices a little bit, but I'm excited for 3 incredible days of Lorcana. But yeah, as you mentioned, Artabax, a very well-known player in the community, has always been on the Emerald Amethyst train, one of the best players for that deck, as commonly thought by the community. But I can share some spice. I actually know what Artabax is playing. Okay. So obviously we're not going to be oversharing deck lists, because obviously as the stream's going on, people that are in the room could be watching the stream, and that could give away information. We'll obviously make our best guesses as to what we think the players will be playing. But I do know that Artabax has brought that Ruby Amethyst control deck.
Okay, now that's really interesting. I think like Ruby Amethyst is a deck which, as you mentioned in Lille, I said it's time for Ruby Amethyst, it's done. In set 3 and set 4, I both thought that it was the end of Ruby Amethyst, but it's just proven me wrong. It's just proven to be such a strong deck still in the metagame. Queen's Castle is going to be a real menace for both the slower decks and quicker decks. Of that 7 willpower can't be removed in a single swoop by Maui. And I think a big star of the show is Beaking Undisputed.
Yes.
Why is that card so good in the set for?
I am such a big fan of Beaking Undisputed. It's a 4-cost uninkable song, which basically has the same effect as the Lady Tremaine card that we've had for a couple of sets now, where your opponent chooses one of their characters to immediately banish. So if they've only got one character on the board, that is a guaranteed removal, and it gets around that tricky ward keyword that many characters really frustrates with. We mentioned Bucky, but also Sapphire Steel is an incredibly powerful deck, running cards like the Aerial, I think it's the Treasure Collector, one that quests for 5 if you've got more items in play than your opponent, and obviously that is a character that has wards. So things like Beaking Undisputed are really strong, plus because it's a 4-cost song, we've got plenty of things like Rabbits that will quite happily sit and sing that. So yeah, Beaking Undisputed is definitely a big contester in the Ruby Amethyst deck. It's a little less heavy on the bottom range. A lot of Ruby Amethyst players playing less 1-drops. It used to be 8 to 9. Personally, I'm just on a 4 Chernobog count at the moment, but you see some players playing the Magic Broom, which I know. Talk to us about the Magic Broom, because I think some people might look at that and be quite underwhelmed, but can you tell us about the value it can bring?
Yeah, so there's a new Magic Broom card in Ursa's Return. It's a 1-cost broom. I think it's by far the best broom in the game. It is an Amethyst, and it works in a very similar way to Chernobog's Followers, where you can draw cards with it, but it's when you play another character, you may banish this card to draw a card, so you can play it down on turn 1, quest with it, then if your opponent doesn't have a way of removing it, you can quite happily just leave it on the board and quest for more, and then you can pick the right moment to draw it. And there we go. Look at that wonderful Rapunzel, gifted with healing backdrop. We've got Julian over to the right. In fact, do you know what? I feel like I've met the player to the left before.
They look familiar.
I think I might have met them in an event in Poland.
Oh.
And my understanding, listen, I'm not even going to say in case I'm wrong, but I do think I recognise them, and my understanding is they are also a German player, so I hope I'm not. Maybe they just look very familiar with another player that I've seen before.
It's all right, our job is to speculate, but I'm sure we're in for a very good round 1. Again, if he is from Germany, then I'm sure these two players.
I believe I've played against this gentleman before.
Well, potentially our players know each other then, and maybe that affects, maybe they're aware what the other is playing, but you mentioned not too long ago, I think a lot of players have come into this event with tricks up their sleeves. I think there's definitely going to be some cards out there that people have realised, oh, this is pretty good, and they're keeping it on the down low. They want to be the one that comes into DLC Germany and shocks the world and hopefully leads them all the way to top cut. But I'm so excited to get into this first game. We're just waiting for our players to get the all clear to start. But yeah, the big 4 that you mentioned not too long ago, the Ruby Amethyst deck, we talked a little bit about that. The Emerald Steel Bucky deck, we talked a little bit about that, although I'm sure we'll talk a lot more. Ruby Sapphire, we talked about that, just huge characters that you can get out, ramping up our Inkwell. Whenever we say the word ramp, by the way, we are referring to the idea of building your Inkwell at an accelerated rate, playing cards like One Jump Ahead, Fishbone Quill. So if for newer players out there, if you ever hear us talking about ramp, that is what we're talking about, just increasing your Inkwell. So Ruby Sapphire, great. And what's our final big contender of our big 4?
Well, that's a good. There's Emerald Steel, there's Sapphire Steel,
Ruby
Amethyst, and Ruby Sapphire as well. So there's definitely like those 4 main decks, and as we mentioned, I think that they're going to be the most popular. My prediction would be Ruby Amethyst is probably going to be the most popular. Ruby Amethyst does have a pretty dodgy matchup into Bucky Discard, but it has got a line to take it, which I'm sure we're going to be seeing later on in the tournament. And I think as a result, that Ruby Amethyst is going to prove to be the most popular. What I will say, Emerald Steel, I think if it was a more affordable deck, because it is a very expensive deck, I think would probably be the most popular.
Yeah, there are a lot of cards in that deck that came from Ursa's Return that are a little tricky to get hold of. I feel like we should have a quick conversation about Diablo as well, one of the things that makes Bucky even more powerful. So we have the 3-cost, uninkable Floodborn Diablo. It's got evasive, it's got 2 strength and 2 willpower. It can shift onto another Diablo by discarding an action card, which is unique to Ursa's Return. We've got some more Floodborns that you play them in different ways by paying ink. So Diablo, you have to discard an action, and there's other Floodborns where you have to discard various things like items or locations to play them. But the Diablo's big trick is when he's exerted, whenever our opponent draws a card, we also draw a card. So that's whether they draw for turn, with Tragic Hero Beast, friends on the other side, Rapunzel, whatever it be, the Diablo player is going to sit there and keep drawing. So I think a lot of players definitely instantly will have come out ready to answer that Diablo, but when you add it on top of the Bucky, just that effect on top of just making the opponent discard is something that we're probably bound to see a lot this weekend. If you're in the chat right now, are you a squirrel believer? Are you the squirrel, or are you beating the squirrel?
Yeah,
it's one or the other.
Let us know in the chat what deck you think is going to take it this weekend. We've got Robert here to the left, and we've got Julian off to the right. So it's a 2-game format, Baker, in Swiss. So 9 rounds of Swiss, which is essentially just if you win the first game, you're likely to play against someone else that won. And it's a 2-game format. The players are going to do a die roll, and the winner of this die roll gets to decide if they go first or second in the first game. So let's say Julian won the die roll,
Yeah,
I'm not certain.
I believe that's right,
Then
yes.
Julian could say, I want to go first in this game, and then it will be Robert that would go first in the second game. So they both get to play going first and second once. If the player that wins the first game, they're going to get 3 points towards their total, and then the second game winner will also get 3 points, unless that player manages to win both. So if you get 2 wins in this match, you're going to get an extra bonus point, which is going to put you at 7 points. So 3 points for a win, but then you get that extra bonus point if you can get that 2-0 victory. And that extra bonus point, Baker, is really what these players are going to be looking for, especially in the first round here. You really want to get off to a quick start. You need an incredibly impressive record to make the top cut in these events. You've got 1,000 players playing today, and it's just the top 32 who are going to make it through to Sunday. So
the little deck malfunction there. That looks to me like a freshly sleeved deck.
Yes.
Arthurback's just helping him out, giving it another little shuffle. Make sure that everything is proper and right. But yeah, I am seeing Robert I'm seeing some emerald cards in there, and I think I see some steel.
I think so too.
So is it going to be Emerald Steel Bucky versus Ruby Amethyst for our opening match? It's looking that way.
Yeah, and so Ruby Amethyst, as we see Julian inking a Flynn Rider Frenemy to start things off, doesn't find that 1-drop. Churnabogs and Magic Broom, as you mentioned, Baker, the most common, as we see Robert inking that Bruno. It's going to be really interesting to see how Julian maneuvers this. This is the trickiest matchup on paper for Ruby Amethyst. Look for him to try and negate the discard of Robert's deck by not necessarily playing cards down all the time, trying to play friends from hand for 3 cost on turn 3 to draw more, and then get to that 7 ink mark and be prepared the board. That's going to be Julian's main line, I would imagine.
No 2-drop either, but as you just said, that does make a lot of sense. Again, if you're the Ruby Amethyst player, you don't want to be playing anything unless it's drawing you a card, because you need those resources. We see Robert inking we don't talk about Bruno, and down comes the Ursa Deceiver.
Doesn't hit anything.
Poke a look at Julian's hand. Yeah, no hits, which can't feel good, but at least he gets a little bit of information about Julian's hand, which may dictate how he wants to play out the rest of his moves. But we've got that Robin Hood sitting there who, from next turn, can shift into the Floodborn Champion of Sherwood, which has got really nice stat line, nice effect, and of course, being a 5-cost character, could potentially sing those 5-cost songs like we've seen at We Don't Talk About Bruno. There might be a Grab Your Swords in this list.
Then we saw a really interesting decision on turn 2 from Julian to ink Cuzco, I believe it was.
I think it was a snake. I believe. Yes, it was a snake.
Yeah, because I was thinking the Cuzco might be a nice option, because even though it's putting a character on the board, it's going to draw, and the Churnabox gets inked. Usually Churnabox will just be a card you play down, you can draw with it. But again, Julian in this matchup really just looking to make sure that Robert can't discard their whole hand. They want to ink each turn, get to that 7 ink mark, and get to that be prepared. So it's definitely a different game plan for Ruby Amethyst than you're going to be seeing from Julian compared to other matchups. And I think it's a great player, really. Ignore this lore counter at the bottom there, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to sort that out very shortly for you, as it's skipping around all over the place. 2 lore for Robert, now up to 3 with that Robin Hood having quested twice, and Ursa the Deceiver questing 1. And Bucky is on the board, Baker.
The squirrel is here, so Julian knows that his hand is in danger. Let's see how he wants to combat that. But yeah, you said normally you would play something like the Churnabox to help you draw cards, but Julian knows that Robert will be playing things like Let the Storm Rage On, and then he would just lose his character for nothing. So that's definitely not something he wants to do. Instead, he's going to ink and play that Merlin Rabbit, who's going to draw a card when it enters play, and when it leaves play, it will also draw him a card. So whether it's banished or if Julian's able to return it to his hand, I saw the Madam Mim Fox in his hand, which he may want to do to start accumulating resources so that when he discards it's not as bad. We see Robert play the 1-drop Diablo, which allows him to take a look at Julian's hand. So 2 uses here. First of all, he's getting information. Again, he did just see his hand, Curse of the Earth, the Deceiver, but he's drawn 2 more cards since then. Drawn for turn and played rabbits. That's information. But this is now a shift target for the Floodborn Diablo. Robert would just have to discard an action card, and he wouldn't have to play any ink to put down the Floodborn.
The huge news here is even on turn 2 when Robert played that Ursula Deceiver, they saw in Julian's hand the Brawl. Now, Brawl is an action card which can remove a character with 2 strength or less. So it's not able to be discarded by Ursula Deceiver, which can only discard songs. And it's a perfect answer for Robert's Diablo, which they do have in hand, which is most likely why they've decided not to shift that in, because they know that the Brawl is ready and waiting. And the fact that Diablo hasn't entered the board means that Julian's Rabbit is drawing them cards, and fortunately for them, not drawing Robert cards. If you have a Diablo down on your side of the board and your opponent plays a Rabbit, you get to draw every time your opponent does as well.
Interesting as well that Robert wasn't able to get a Floodborn down yet, which can't feel good for him after getting down the Bucky. So is he a Smash in hand, which is a nice card for the Mirror in particular, taking out the opposing Diablos and lots of characters that have that 3 willpower. But down comes the Green Menace himself, the Diablo. So he knows that Julian has an answer to it, but he may just be saying, well, I know you're running Brawls, let's get through them and make you...
It discarded a Grab Your Swords. If you're a bit confused about where that Grab Your Swords entered the discard pile, that's the new shift keyword on Diablo, is it does allow you to discard a song or action card to shift it on for nothing at all. And the Robin Hood has now been shifted on as well. So 2 Floodborns, Baker. You mentioned no Floodborns, but 2 in a single turn. And of course, with that Bucky down on the board, that does mean Julian's going to have to start discarding cards. And this is where you start to see that game plan of Julian not to play too many cards on the board really paying off. You mentioned as well, Baker, the Diablo. Even though this Diablo might get removed instantly, it also means Julian is going to have to take a whole turn almost to play that Brawl. Costs them 3 ink. They're only going to have 2 or 3 left. And that means they might not be able to play a more expensive character like they might wanted to have done. So Robert's delayed the Diablo a little bit to try and make it come down at a time. Like at this moment, Julian probably wants to put a Maui through onto the Robin Hood. That's what Robert's thinking. But now he's saying, okay, if you want to Maui my Robin Hood, you can't Brawl my Diablo. If you want to Brawl my Diablo, you can't Maui my Robin Hood. So Robert playing those 2 big threats at once is overloading Julian's removal.
Yeah, making him choose between threats. He did discard a Brawl from the Bucky in the previous turn, but now we see one come down to remove that Diablo. So 1 bit of pressure taken off. But as again, like you say, now Julian's lost another card from his hand, and I'm sure that Robert is looking for that opportunity where Julian's got maybe 2 or 3 cards in his hand and he can maybe triple Floodborn in a turn, especially with things like Diablo where you don't need to pay inks. But Julian just trying to build to that Be Prepared turn 7, and then he's hoping that he will stabilize better than Robert, because Ruby Amethyst has a lot more access to draw cards than the Bucky player. So Julian, I imagine, wants to get to that Be Prepared and then just hope that he can chain friends into rabbits and things like that to rebuild his hand and then hopefully overtake. Because the thing about Emerald Steel, as powerful it is, it doesn't quest for much. We've got the Robin Hood that can quest for 2, but other than that, a lot of really low questing characters, plus you don't want to expose things like the Bucky because they would just be banished. So Robert's deck really powerful, but definitely slow when it comes to lore. So Julian doesn't have to panic too much yet. He could still catch up.
Yeah, we see Let the Storm Rage On being sung by Robin Hood, which deals 2 damage to the Madam Mim and allows Robert to also draw a card. But that Madam Mim, 2 damage counters on it, still has 1 willpower remaining. Friends on the other side, found by Julian off the top, is a great option to sing with that Fox, which is still on the board as well. And Julian's game plan, again, just looking to build to 7, play the Be Prepared. Robert's early checks for Be Prepared with both the Ursula the Deceiver and then that Diablo 1 cost. Did not see Be Prepared in hand, and that's perfect for Julian. They don't want it in hand yet. They want to draw it at the perfect moment off the top to clear the board. So now Robert's in that position where they're aware of the threat of Be Prepared and are not wanting to play into it too heavily. It's a bit of a balancing act for Robert. They obviously want to try and get as much questing power through as possible and develop their board, but they don't want to give Julian too much value with a single Be Prepared.
For sure. And we just saw Julian inking the Minnie Mouse stylish surfer, who was very, very popular in sets 2 and 3, absolutely running away with the meta. But we've not seen Minnie as much so far in set 4. I think a lot of players thought that her time had gone. But Julian says, oh, her time is now, and we're putting her back into the deck. And if the opponent doesn't have an answer for it, I think it could be quite a nice call.
Yeah, it looks like Julian has still no access to that Be Prepared, which I think they're going to be quite happy with, because you would imagine most Ruby Amethyst players have gone up to 4 Be Prepareds now, specifically for this matchup. And this is, again, what Julian's hoping for. They don't want it in their hand too early. You just want to find it around this moment in time. So Robert's got some decisions to make. Of course, 2 Buckies down on the board means for every Floodborn they play, Julian's going to have to discard 2. And it's the Beast Tragic Hero which comes through, and it is a Floodborn, so 2 cards discarded for Julian.
And this Beast Tragic Hero is so powerful. Again, as you said, it's a Floodborn, so it's going to trigger Bucky. But at the beginning of your turn, if you don't have any damage on you, then you get to draw an additional card for turn. And drawing cards is one of the most powerful things you can do in a game of Lorcana. So Julian definitely will want to get rid of that beast. He may be holding a Medusa. I expect even there's some in the deck, even if he's not holding them. So that's pretty good. We've got up to 8 lore here now on Robert's side of the field. Just Julian weighing up his options. We see a Maui, a snake, a goat, a rabbit, and something else at the front there. But yeah, as you say, going to be glad to not have that Be Prepared yet. Doesn't want it sniped from Ursula. We see another rabbit coming down.
I think it's the same one, Baker. I think we've seen this one enter the board and leave player. But, and again,
that is the style of Merlin Rabbit. In and out, in and out. Just keep drawing me cards. Julian knows exactly what he needs to do to stay in this game against Robert. But what a field to face down. Double Bucky, Beast, and Robin Hood. Definitely a high value Be Prepared if he can find it.
Yeah, has found Medusa as well, which could of course remove the Beast, but they had to play the Rabbit first. So they didn't have enough ink to play the Rabbit, which they then drew the Medusa. They couldn't quite play it as well. And you can start to see why this is a very tricky matchup for Ruby Amethyst. Even though Julian has played this very well, they've negated that discard value early on from Bucky. They have an abundance of cards in hand. You still rely on drawing that Be Prepared at the right moment. And of course, you have no way of tutoring that Be Prepared. You can't just play a card which says add Be Prepared to your hand. No card like that exists in Disney Lorcana as it stands. And so Julian's just really hoping that they can keep bouncing that rabbit back and find Be Prepared at the right moment. And of course, really, you need to top deck that Be Prepared so it can't be discarded. If you play the rabbit and draw the Be Prepared, you're going to have a similar issue where you don't have enough ink to turn it. Can Julian find it? This would be the perfect moment to rip it off the top.
This would be game-changing. Absolutely.
So Maui off the top for Julian.
It's a shame because, again, yes, we have 60-card decks, but Julian, as you've seen, has already done so much drawing and deck thinning. I think he really hoped he would have got a little bit closer to it now. Just to mention the Jafar Dreadnought that came down on Robert's side of the field, another Floodborn character that triggered those Buckies, and a really interesting card. It does have Shift, being a Floodborn, but that's irrelevant. We're not playing anything we shift onto. But that 3-4 stat line is really nice. 3 takes out a lot of characters. 4 can survive a lot of characters, and getting to draw cards whenever you banish something. Drawing cards is king, and sometimes it just checks the opponent's board, makes them think twice about questing or singing songs if the Dreadnought's going to retain some value. So Julian's still in this. You said he drew a Medusa on the previous turn, so that may be something he wants to get down now, because Robert's only holding 1 card left in his hand, which I believe was the Ursa Deceiver of all. Not very good on its own, works really well with those songs, such as Let the Storm Rage On. I don't know if Robert's playing a Sudden Chill, perhaps. We can see the Maui come down, Hero to all, and that's going to be taking out our Beast Tragic Hero, only taking 3 damage in return. Maui still a powerhouse of the format.
Yeah, bye-bye Bucky. We saw a really interesting decision in the previous turn from Robert to quest in abundance with both those Buckies, with the Robin Hood as well as the Beast, perhaps fearing the Be Prepared and wanting to get that lore on the mark, but Julian didn't have it, and this did provide Julian with an opportunity to remove a lot of Robert's board. But of course, the name of the game is getting to 20 lore first, and Robert decided they really wanted to start turning the burners on. As good as this Bucky deck can be with the discard options, it does sometimes struggle for raw questing power. We see Robin Hood removing one of Julian's cards. Of course, Robin Hood, when it removes a card in a challenge, going to gain 2 lore, and they are starting to creep up towards that 20 mark, Baker.
Yeah, they're getting closer and closer. As you say, Robert just deciding the time to hit the gas was there by exposing these buckies, which is certainly a respectable play. Sometimes you just have to risk it and say, I want to race the game, but it has allowed Julian to level this board slightly without having to play the Be Prepared. But Robert's still with a Dreadnought and a Robin Hood, so not over by any means. But at 16 lore, we are very close to the end of the game. Julian got a lot of work to do to catch up, but it can be done.
And we see the Cricky enter the board, which is not a character you see every day. It's a new set 4 card in Ursula's Return, but it can quest for 3. And this is a really interesting thing that Julian decided to play the Maui and not the Medusa. Now, even though this Cricky or Crikey is readied, it can still be removed by a Medusa, which could stop it questing. But Robert's just 4 lore away from victory, so Julian has to try and remove as many threats as they possibly can. So Medusa going to be a nice option to deal with that Crikey, which can quest for 3.
Yeah, Medusa's really strong against this deck, as you say. The Cricky, the Diablo, the Beast Tragic Hero, and yeah, this Cricky is a lot of fun. It's one of the more high questing characters in the deck. You don't normally see it in Bucky decks, and I think that's a response to, as what we were saying earlier, just there's not a lot of quest pressure. But we do see that Madame Medusa boss come on down and is going to remove that Cricky from the board, so no questing for 3 from Robert. Now we're going to trade into the Robin Hood, which, when banished, is going to allow Robert to draw themselves another card. Going to take out the Maui in return. But that's it, and Robert's going to be questing to 18 next turn, unless Julian's got something. I think he's used most of his ink. I don't think we could see a Fox play still with the amount of ink left. So we're close to the end of the game, but I could be wrong. Robert's only got a couple of cards in his hand. Julian could bring it back.
Yeah, Robert drawing that extra card because Robin Hood was banished in a challenge. So when they draw for turn, they're going to be at 3 cards in hand. Currently not anything spectacular. That's not bad, though, is it?
That's not bad at all. That's pretty good. That's what he wants to see.
Beast Tragic Hero, the card drawn by Robert. And instead, though, they decide to go for that double Ursula play, going very wide on the board and really saying to Julian, if you don't have Be Prepared, it's going to be very difficult for you to remove all of my threats.
I think it has to be the Be Prepared. I'm just running lines through my head because you could challenge into the Robin Hood, then you could maybe bounce for a Fox if there is one, but I'm not sure if we can get rid of everything without the Be Prepared. There is a Friends, so we could sing with Madame Medusa. That is the play here, to try and dig for that Be Prep.
Doesn't find it.
It's the wrong Scar card, I'm afraid. Be King Undisputed, we were talking about earlier, really powerful. Can remove a character, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. We shall see.
Yeah, the Medusa exerting as well to sing the Friends there by Julian. Of course, it would have been nice to have challenged with Medusa, but Julian just decided here that their out was finding the Be Prepared at this moment in time. And they do say GG. They can't stop Robert reaching 20. Robert takes this one, and you can see why this is such a tricky matchup, Baker, for the Ruby Amethyst player. They had that game plan. They did such a good job of holding so many. I've never had so many cards against Bucky in hand. They answered the Diablo, but they did not find that Be Prepared in time.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it comes down to, and Julian was on the play there, going first. Missed the 1-drop, but you wouldn't always play a 1-drop against Bucky, as you say, because you're retaining cards, but that does mean that Robert is going to get to go first, going into this game too, so a really uphill battle for Julian. But yeah, I think he played it as well as he possibly could. He wasn't playing anything unless it was drawing him a card or removing that Diablo, which I think is the game plan when you're the Ruby Amethyst player. So no such luck from Julian that time. Needed to be prepared a little bit sooner to try and stay in the game. But we move into game 2. We're in our mulligan phase. 1-0 up so far for our Bucky player. Just remember, guys at home, do follow all things Lorcana on Facebook /Disney Lorcana, Instagram /Disney Lorcana, and X /Disney Lorcana.
Yeah, if you're Robert and you queue into Ruby Amethyst in game 1, you really want to try and get that 2-0 victory for that bonus point for a total of 7. So Robert's got 3 points on the board as they won the first game. If Robert wins again, they're going to go to 6, but then get that bonus point to 7. Whereas if Julian wins this game too, both players will leave round 1 with 3 points. There's a Pascal in the mixer. That's not something you see every day.
No.
But Minnie Mouse is also a really interesting deck choice there for Julian.
Yeah.
Definitely a pretty aggressive quester. Could give them some help perhaps in the mirror matchups against decks like Ruby Sapphire, which are a bit more slow, that Minnie Mouse can get some early questing power in for Julian.
Yeah, I think a lot of people wrote it off because, again, like everyone's running Brawl, which is an answer to Diablo, which can also pick off the Mini. At the beginning of format, we also saw a lot more Sisu Daring Visitor that can remove a character with 1 strength. We don't see that as much anymore, and maybe that's why Julian's saying the time has come to bring Minnie Mouse back into the deck. We see the turn 1 Ink and down codes of the Diablos. We're going to get a little peek of Julian's hand, see what's on the cards. And this already is opening up turn 2 Bucky, turn 2 Shift Diablo, which is so scary.
Yeah, a couple rabbits available for Julian is definitely a nice option. And one of the very strong things about the Diablo is that you can follow it up with an Ursula the following turn. Friends was available and it's been discarded. And of course, the turn 1 Diablo also allows Robert to see if Julian has any cards which could remove their shift. So if there's a card like Brawl in Julian's hand, Robert's going to be less inclined to shift in that Diablo. However, if Robert sees that there is no answer available, suddenly that Diablo shift early on is a huge bit of tempo potentially.
Yeah,
and Cuzco does enter the board this time, which can, of course, not putting too much stats on the board, but when it is removed, it is drawing a card, which is really important for Julian in this matchup.
Yeah, for sure. And it can, well, it's not on the board here yet, but it can check the Bucky and stop Robert from potentially getting some extra questing going. Sometimes you want the Bucky questing to get rid of it, but in this instance, I think picking the Cuzco down is nice. It checks it, and it's also something that he could start questing with if he wanted to. Maybe not against this particular board, but as you said, it's going to draw him another card. We see the Let the Storm Rage on.
Will we see Robert damage one of their own characters? We do. So the Ursula Deceiver of All can sing this Storm Rage on twice. It goes to the bottom of the deck. And Robert only had 1 target on Julian's side of the board, the Cuzco, which was removed. But then they also sink 2 damage counters into their own Ursula. Now, this allows them to draw an extra card. Definitely a play I like to see. I think that extra card in hand is worth having those 2 damage counters on Ursula. Especially when you're playing against Ruby Amethyst, there's no threat of something like Tinkerbell to remove that Ursula easily.
And we see the new Floodborn Aladdin come down, who has a 3/3 stat line, and when it quests, it can remove an item, which shouldn't be relevant against Julian. He may be playing a spell book. I wouldn't have thought so, but it could be in there. But we see the Be Prepared taken away, which is really interesting because Julian drew into that the turn after he was hit with the Ursa Deceiver. So I think Julian was feeling pretty good about getting that then. Maybe more chance he could get to it, but down comes the Diablo. Going to have a peek at the hand. We do see it. The Mini Stylish Surf are going to be inked. This is probably a rabbit. Just as we said, same game plan as before. We don't play anything unless it's drawing us cards or removing a Diablo, and pass back over to Robert, who's got a really nice board built up here. And this Ursa Deceiver of All puts on so much pressure. As you said, Let the Storm Rage on, getting a lot of value. Robert may be playing Sudden Chill as well, so that could be another way of making Julian discard a lot of cards all of a sudden. He's eyeing up a Smash in his hand.
Yeah, interesting decision here from Robert. Actually does go for the Smash. Could have inked Smash and played a Beast Tragic Hero, but instead deciding that that rabbit has to go. Quests out with the board entirely, but every character on Robert's side of the board is only questing for 1. So they get up to 8, but they are definitely making progress because that is a very wide board. Julian, obviously, with that Be Prepared, but is still quite a few turns away from being able to play it. Robert here, deciding to take the Smash, is really shutting down Julian's potential of challenging with the Rabbit and then rushing in with a Madam Mim Fox to remove 2 of Robert's characters. A really interesting decision to Smash instead. And there's 2 B Preps available now, but can Julian get to 7 ink? That's going to be the big question.
Can we get there? Yeah, no, I agree. I think that was absolutely the play from Robert, of like this Rabbit being removed is going to draw Julian a card, but if he allows it to sit there, just as you said, he could have done some shenanigans, challenging into the Diablo possibly, and then coming down with the Madam Mim Fox, which can then challenge something else and draw another card, and then that Rabbit's going to be coming down again not long after. So I think that's a really nice play. These Merlin Rabbits are really, really important, and to be honest, there's not a lot of other really viable targets in the Ruby Amethyst deck for the Smash, maybe the Mini, but Robert's got evasives of his own. So we'll see, especially with that Cricky that could boost other evasives up to take out the Mini. But no, I think that was a great play. Julian going to turn sideways here. He's going to exert that Rabbit to go into the Diablo, one of the 2 1-drop Diablos. Here comes that Fox, going to bounce the Rabbit, draw us another card. and then challenging into the other Diablo. So Julian trying to level the board state a little bit here. He knows he's holding those 2 Be Prepared when he needs them, inking Maui. And we're going to see a smash on the Deceiver of all, taking away the ability to sing songs twice. But we know Robert's holding 2 tragic... Oh, he's got 1 on the board. He did play 1, so he's going to be drawing here. He's got a Long Game Zeus in his hand. Could be an interesting one.
Yeah, Robert's done a really good job of just getting to that early lore gain with the board and just controlling it. While most of his characters only questing for 1, it really does all add up after multiple turns of aggressive questing. Robert now just 3 lore away. Julian still looking to get to that 7 ink for the Be Prepared. But even if they wipe the board, Robert's going to be feeling pretty comfortable.
Yeah.
Julian's going to have to be answering every single threat when it hits the board readied. Julian definitely does have some tools to do that, though, in their deck with things like Madame Medusa, perhaps Lady Tremaine, and bouncing those back to the hand and replaying them. But it's going to be a real uphill battle from here for Julian.
It is. You are absolutely right. There are lines. If we can get the Be Prepared, and then if Julian's able to chain things like Madame Medusa, Lady Tremaine, more brawls, then he could fight this back, but it is an uphill struggle. Like, Robert not questing for much, but he's only got 3 left to go, so we'll see if we can get there. We've got a Maleficent, a Rabbit, the Bee Prep, as we've mentioned. Julian knows that Robert is very close to game, and this Beast Tragic Hero will draw additional cards unless the Fox wants to, or the Fox is exerted, so not going to be able to answer it this turn. So it is an uphill battle for Julian, but if anyone could do it, I believe, it's going to ink the Snake.
And I do believe now Julian's at 7.
I was going to say, I wasn't sure why the Fox had exerted. Yeah, so we're going to go into that Ursula, the Maui into the Tragic Hero. That's pretty good. Robert's still going to be questing to 18 next turn, but he's taking the pressure off a little bit. We see the Ursa Deceiver. Oh, that hurts.
Yeah.
That's going to hurt for
There's
Julian.
2 Be Prepared in there, though, I believe. So
true.
Julian's still holding on to that second one. And Julian's decision here not to use the Be Prepared in the last turn seems like a really wise idea now that Ursula's come through, because now they still have a Be Prepared, which is, of course, a great way of removing readied characters. With Robert being so close to 20 already, it is so important that Julian has as many answers for readied characters available in their hand. Of course, in Disney Lorcana, if a character is readied, it cannot be challenged. Only if it's exerted like this Aladdin is. That can be challenged, but the 2 Ursulas on Robert's side of the board cannot, and therefore at least one of these Ursulas, as well as the Aladdin, have to be removed by Julian this turn, or otherwise Robert has the game, and those Be Prepareds are a way of doing that for Julian.
That is one. If he got a Medusa, then he could take out the Ursa Deceiver of all, challenge the Aladdin, and just leave the 2-drop Ursula on Robert's field, which would just get him to 19 if, like, maybe he wants to hold the Be Prep a little bit longer. But is it too late for that at this point in the game? We'll see what Julian thinks.
It is going to be Medusa.
There is the Medusa, yeah. So we are going to go for that line. He's just going to take the pressure off a little bit. So Robert is going to be questing to 19 next turn. But if Robert can't play anything, then Julian can take out the Ursula and maybe start to build some momentum. And let's not forget, Julian has access to the Queen's Castle, which could be a really nice way of catching up.
Yeah, the Beast Tragic Hero comes through. The Ursula Deceiver is probably going to quest.
I'd imagine.
It's possible that Robert decides not to play around a Bee King Undisputed.
That is a very good point.
Because if this Ursula, decides not to, so stays at 18 for now, does play a little bit further into that Be Prepared, though, the Beast has to be removed this turn because it is going to quest for 2. Now, Julian with Medusa down on the board, if they have access to a Madam Mim Snake or Fox, they could quest with the Medusa for 1, bounce it back to hand, and then potentially replay it. Of course, that Fox is going to cost 3. Medusa would cost 6, so they would need 9 ink to make that play.
Which I'm not sure we have. 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 8. So yeah. So we could do that. Yep. Down comes the Fox, and down comes the Medusa.
And I'm sure it's going to be the Beast, which is removed by Medusa rather than the Ursula, of course.
For sure. Beast questing for 2, of course. So.
Now, had Robert quested with this Ursula the previous turn, they would be at 19. But similarly, the Ursula would have been very easily removed by one of the Madam Mim Foxes that are on the board. Does decide this time, however, to quest with the Ursula. So they are now going to be at 19, Robert, just 1 away. A Zeus comes through to remove Medusa, denying the potential of that card being bounced back. but it doesn't look like there's any other characters available right now.
We've got we don't talk about Bruno in his hand, which is a 5-cost inkable song. Choose one character to be returned to your opponent's hand, and then your opponent discards a random card. We see another rabbit coming down. Going to find the friends on the other side. So maybe this is how we start to build momentum. He needs to be able to... Oh, no, he can just take out this... yeah, the pressure's off a little bit, actually, for Julian. If Robert can miss characters for the next couple of turns, then maybe there's a chance. There's a couple of goats. That's a good way to go about catching
Foil goats as well, which is nice to see.
Beautiful. The Sisu questing for 2. I've got to imagine Julian really wants to find a castle here. Not only with that static lore gain, but just being able to draw more cards and consistently have the answers to opposing characters. But I think Julian could claw his way back. It depends how well Robert tops here.
It was looking like an absolute disaster zone for Julian, but you can see the game plan of the deck. The Be Prepared just helping them stabilize in the late game, but it is fine margins here. Robert very, very close to that victory. Does find a character this time, but it's not one which quests for 2, only questing for 1.
Okay, you see Julian's pace of play picking up a little bit here. I think he knows that he's in the best position he's been in all game. With only the Deceiver coming down, you've got to imagine there's a Medusa. But to be fair, even if there wasn't an answer, that Ursa only questing for 1, so Julian could let it sit there. But nope, be gone. Let's get this Medusa down, take it out, take away your ability to Storm Rage on and draw extra cards and to put some damage on the field. So this is looking pretty good. We've got 5 characters on board, and if Robert can keep missing characters, then that's pretty good for Julian. Let's see if he can claw it back here. He's got a nice big hand as well. He's done such a good job of retaining his resources, but Bucky just didn't really pop off the way that Robert would have liked.
Yeah, and Robert doesn't have access to Be Prepared, of course, in the Emerald and Steel ink colors, so doesn't have a clean way of wiping this board in a single swoop. So this board is going to be very difficult for Robert to ever remove entirely. And their best chance is just to get something to stick and get that questing in, but it's looking pretty tricky. Julian utilizing the power of Medusa as well as other cards. The Ursa the Deceiver comes through, discards the Be Prepared.
Okay, well, could be worse. That's not great that he's lost his B prep, because that was his answer if Robert is able to find a couple of characters to put down. But Ursa Deceiver still only questing for 1, so still Julian gets a chance here to play some more cards. He's going to bounce the Medusa back. I love that. And we're questing with all these Madam Mims and Merlins all the while.
Robert did not like to see that snake come through. This is the power of the snake combining with Medusa to replay it. Robin Hood off the top, but Julian can quest to 20 the next turn.
Wow.
Julian Hammer takes it.
Look at that face. I think Julian was like, well, I got through that just about.
Wow.
Yeah, I thought that was over, Joe. I really did. But just goes to show you can't count against them. So both players being able to walk away from this with 1 game each, which, as you say, means that they both have 3 points. I'm sure they would have liked to have started with a 2-0 and get that bonus point. But, hey, 1-1 is fine to start off. You want to have a good run throughout the rest of the tournament. But 1-1 against Bucky or even against Ruby Amethyst is respectable.
Yeah, I think if you're Julian, a 1-1 with Bucky is something you're going to take. It's your toughest matchup as Ruby Amethyst. And we definitely saw the game plan there from Julian, and expect to see that from lots of Ruby Amethyst players this weekend. That slower start, conserving the cards in your hand. Of course, if you're inking a card every turn and playing a card, and your opponent's discarding your hand, you can run out of cards very, very, very quickly. So that game plan to just try not to play many cards on the board, prioritize them going into the inkwell, get to 7, Be Prepared at the right moment, and it worked in game 2. And it was an absolutely frantic start as well. Julian was 18 lore down and somehow clawed their way back.
Yeah, I mean, it's as you say, Julian knows this matchup. He knows exactly what he needs to do. And as we saw highlighted in that game, the Bucky deck really powerful, but it can run out of gas really quickly because it doesn't have many of these high questing characters. The Robin Hood is quite consistent. We saw the Cricky in that particular deck, which isn't common, but I think is a nice addition just to give you that little bit more aggressive questing. But we saw there just Bucky running out of steam and just not being able to get that final 2 lore that he needed, and Julian just being able to recycle these rabbits, recycle these Medusas, and always have the removal answers, which as a Ruby Amethyst player feels pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is definitely going to be a matchup I think we can expect to see more of as the weekend goes on. Ruby Amethyst most likely, if I had to predict, the most popular deck in terms of representation. And I think that Emerald Steel not too far behind
I would
either.
say so too. Yeah. And obviously we've already talked about the other big decks like Ruby Sapphire, which no doubt is going to make a good run today. But yeah, I think that was a really nice opening match for us, showcasing two of the most powerful decks in the format. Both players showcasing the strengths and weaknesses of their deck really well, I think, with the Bucky player game one just overtaking the board, just being able to remove all the cards and questing really nicely. But game two, being able to get that board clear, didn't even need to be prepared to do it, was just able to equalize it and then just overwhelm the game. So I think that was a fantastic start, and we've got another 8 rounds of Lorcana to come today, and then another 9 to... Oh, it's an exciting weekend of Lorcana. I'm buzzing.
Yeah, me too. So in case you guys missed the format of this tournament, it's quite unique. It's the only tournament with this exact format. We're going to be today having 1,000 players playing, and the top 32 from today will make it through to Sunday. But then tomorrow we have another 1,000 players, a different 1,000 players. You can't have the same 2 players. You can't play on both the Friday and the Saturday.
You can't put on a wig and then come in. You try.
You could try.
You would try that. I know you would. Just a wig, pair of glasses. Okay. No, I'm excited. It's going to be brilliant. And one thing I do want to quickly highlight, because we didn't get a chance at the beginning when we were talking about the prizes, I was waiting for the picture to come up of our big prize. But I suppose we've got a good example right behind us with our Mickey Mouse Brave Little Toad. We've actually got some nice pins as well. Thank you to Ravensburger for gifting us some nice casting pins. And yeah, that's the big one. That's the big one. The golden Mickey Mouse serialized BLT, a fantastic card, great for your collection, and something that is an incredible trophy to take home from this event.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll just let you guys know, I'll just quickly show you on screen, over on the German stream that we do have today as well, there is an interview going on, but it is in German.
Yes.
I would strongly wager. So we're going to be staying on with us. We're going to just do a little bit more talking. But if you are a German speaker, don't forget there is the German broadcast happening over on the Disney Lorcana EU channel
100%.
as well.
And we've got that lovely lounge area that they've set up, a couple of armchairs.
No, it is lovely, isn't it?
That nice potted plant, and the dragon's fire in the background as well. Stunning. Yeah, no, like, it's great to see as these DLCs continue. Disney and Ravensburger just upping the production of everything, more ideas, saying, okay, this went well, let's try this, and it gets me so excited for the future of Lorcana. Can you imagine where we're going to be a year from now?
Wow.
Or Euros, or Worlds? I would love some information about Worlds. But yeah, it's just, it is such an exciting time to be a Lorcana fan. So many events coming up. Incredible prize. I think some of the best prizing of any TCG I've ever seen in my life. So we're so incredibly lucky to have access to this, and it's so beautifully decorated. The players, the vibes in the room are immaculate. Obviously, people they care, they want to try really hard, but everyone seems friendly and just wants to play some incredible games of Lorcana.
Yeah, and worth mentioning, Baker, as well, July is a particularly special month for the community in Disney Lorcana. Not only have we got this challenge happening this weekend in Europe, we've got a challenge happening later in the month over in America, but also at your local game stores, there's a very good chance that there's going to be some Ursula's Return set championships taking place. So it's throughout the month of July this time on the weekends, and you can go to your local store, you can play in a tournament setting with some really amazing prizes, particularly if you get into that top 4, you can get your hands on some promo cards and Ursula Sea Witch Queen. You can get some play mats. So make sure you check out your local stores to see if you have some Ursula's set championships coming through. I'm going to try and make a whole bunch. Of course, this weekend we're in Bochum, but the next 3 weekends I'm fully booked out, Baker. I'm going to try and attend as many as I possibly can.
Love that. Now, they're such incredible events. Obviously, we had our first one last set with the Rockstar Stitch, which they proved to be so popular. These Rockstar Stitches, incredible artwork for a great card, and so many players were coming out to try and take home those prizes. And then I wasn't sure if we were going to get one. I know it's set championship, so it kind of clues in the name, but I thought maybe they'll just do one, see how it goes. Maybe we'll get one in 6 months, but they came in hard like, no, next set, Ursula Sea Witch Queen, and you've got to imagine that's something that they're going to continue. And these playmats as well, really unique.
I have to say, the champion playmat this time,
it's beautiful.
I think it's a big improvement. The previous champion playmat is, don't get me wrong, lovely, but the font on the Ursula champion mat, it's like the same font that you get for the Ursula's Returns on the splash screen you see a lot in the videos that we played at the start of the stream. It looks so good. I was sat in the hotel lobby last night, Baker. I wasn't even playing. I just laid my mat out in front of me, and I was just feeling very good about myself.
I was worried that he was going to get a plate of dinner, and you was like, no, don't do that. Matt's too nice. But yeah, like all the unique merch that you can get from Lorcana. And let us know in chat if you're watching the stream, what card would you like to see get a special enchanted for a future set championships? Let us know what you would like to see. Obviously, as a villain, I'm very pleased to see Ursula, but I want my boy Professor Ratigan, which we did get a Floodborn of the other day. Really like that. Finally, we could shift up. We have a Floodborn Ratigan, 7 cost, uninkable, quest for 4 and evasive. I don't know how good it's going to be, but I'm going to be playing it.
Yeah, that's coming out in the 5th set, Shimmering Skies, which is only about a month away, Baker.
Shimmering splendid. Sorry, you set me up so much for that. I couldn't not do that.
No, I'm so excited. Just with Lorcana, the fun never stops. We have the set champs, and when that's over, we've got the brand new set to get our hands on as well.
And then there's more DLCs. There's always so much happening in Lorcana, and you've got to imagine there's more stuff to come. Joe, I've seen your eyes flicker a little bit towards something in front of us. And I was wondering if maybe this is the time to start off the tradition.
I think
now let us know in chat who was in the Lil stream watching me and Joe open all of the Lurcen's Return, and who got all the legendaries?
This guy.
This guy right here.
I didn't get a single legendary last time.
So we're sticking to our own boxes this time.
Yeah,
so there's no complaint. You will get legendaries.
When I get the enchanted Diablo.
Listen to him.
I am not sharing it with you.
Okay, that's what. Okay, I'm going to say this. When we did this last time, we were told, "Oh, guys, you can keep the cards." And Joe was like, "Oh, you've got all the legendaries, Baker." I was like, "Oh no, we'll split it, man. Like, well, you take that, I take that. We'll keep it even." And he was like, "If I pull an enchanted Baker, I'm not sharing it with you." So I was like, "All right, well, I'll keep me legendaries then. Fine." All right, let's jump in.
I think that's too right.
Let's jump in and see what we get. I've opened this completely wrong, but yeah, hope
We've
you guys.
We've got time for one pack, and then we're going to go to a short break.
One pack magic. I like that. But I hope you guys are excited for a day of Lorcana. Thank you so much to everyone that's tuned into the stream. Really great. Go on, you go first.
We have a pretty small screen in front of us, but now we're quite far into Ursula's Return. I reckon I've got them all.
All right,
Cogsworth.
let's see. That does look like a Cogsworth.
That is. Okay. I don't have this. I did watch this film the other day. It's from Raya.
Is it?
Tong, it is. Yeah, Tong's from Raya. I watched that the other day.
If you say so.
This is TikTok. It's in the starter deck. This one's Gunther. Oh, I'm getting pretty good at this.
Yeah.
This is Hans.
Yeah.
I looked at that one. It's Chipu. Floats from Jetsam, not the promo. Li Shang.
Another one of those Bloodborns. Isabella, I quite like it. Oh, first legendary of the day. The new Hades up in here. Fantastic. Really fun ability. Hasn't seen a lot of play, but I'm a fan of the card. Right, let's do
more legendaries in my first than I did in the whole of the last stream.
I like it. Okay, we've got Mirabelle Madrigal. We've got, this is a sphere. Is it Vitalosphere or Fortis? It's Vitalosphere. Fortisphere is the steel one, isn't it? This is Isabella, but it's called Swing into Action. I knew the character. Is not the card. It's Donald Duck on it. What gives Warden evasive? It is dodge. I knew what it did. I just didn't know what it was called. This is what's her name? Aurora. There we go. We got an Aurora. This is the one that sings Surface Pressure. Yeah, Louisa with the terrified donkey. I love it. We've got another Madrigal. There's so many Madrigals in here. I need to learn all the names of the Madrigals. I am bad at that. This is the one that lets you draw when your opponent sings. The Secret Scroll. The Signed Contract. That was way off. The Imperial Bow, which gives evasive to heroes. We got the Super Goof. Definitely one of the. A lot of players thought this was going to be a lot better than it's ended up being, but I could be proved wrong.
I think we could see it this weekend, honestly, in Ruby Amethyst.
Maybe it'll make top cut. We'll see. We've got another Mirabelle Madrigal. Oh!
Let's go. Foil legendary.
Foil legendary Cinderella. And here's my enchanted Diablo. Oh, that was
you got the foil already.
I was hoping for a second one.
All right, everyone. We're going to be going over to a short break. When we return, it's going to be Baker joined by Ross Gilbert for their debut on Lorcana.
You're going to have a walk around and
I'm going to go have a little gander. I'm going to go see who's playing, go have a nose at some of the decks. And when I'm back, I'll let you know if I see any particularly spicy decks. All right, don't go anywhere. More Lorcana coming up very, very soon.
Nice.
wunderschöne Impressionen aus Bochum haben wir da gerade noch mal gesehen. Was für eine Stadt, oder?
Was für eine Stadt.
Neben mir jetzt der gute Basti, gerade noch im Interviewbooth.
Hello and welcome back to DLC. Sorry, I muted myself for a moment there. Hello and welcome to DLC Bochum, Germany. My name is Baker and I am joined by the newest member of the Lorcana English broadcast team. We have Ross here. It's an absolute pleasure to be here with you, sir. I've been a big fan for a long time.
Thank you very
Welcome.
much.
How's it feel?
It feels good. It feels good. I was sad I wasn't here in Lille. I missed that stream, unfortunately, but I'm here now.
You are here now.
I'm very excited, and we've got lots of... We saw a very standard game one.
Yeah.
We saw a lot of what we were expecting. Two of the top decks in the format, exactly what we were expecting. Tiny bit of spice there with the Minnie Mouse.
Yeah. You don't always see that in Ruby Amethyst list these days. It's kind of fallen off because people are playing things like Brawl, and right at the beginning of the format, we had cards like Sisu Daring Visitor in format, which takes out a character of 1 strength.
Oh, yes.
So I think a lot of people, myself included, thought Minnie's time is gone. She rolled the format for a long time. She was very powerful, but most players moving away from the Mini. But Julian deciding her time is now to come back.
I mean, it seemed like a good play at the time. You know what we haven't seen yet, though?
Go on.
We haven't seen Tamatoa, and I'm going to be beating this drum
man.
all weekend for Tamatoa. And I'm going to make a bold statement now.
Go on, make a bold statement. Be bold.
I have listened to the song Shiny more than any person in this hall. And when I say that, I don't mean I've listened to it a lot. I mean I have listened to it more than any person. Imagine having 3 kids and all of them decide their favourite song is Shiny, and you have to listen to it on a loop for an hour car journey and then an hour back. And I don't mean once, Baker. Oh, no. I mean every day.
Shiny.
Or in Spanish, brio.
Oh, you watch it in Spanish as well, do you?
Yeah, my 4-year-old son, I don't know how he does this. He's like, Daddy, you're learning Japanese. I found Shiny in Japanese. He brings me an iPad, and he's found Shiny in Japanese. I don't know how he did that. I didn't know how to do that. He figured it out, didn't he?
So what you have just learned, the people at home, is that Ross has promised that if he gets to cast at the World Championship, he will do an entire rendition of Shiny from Moana. That's what we heard, right?
You take me to Worlds, I'll do it in Japanese. I can learn it in Japanese. That will be amazing. But Tamatoa and X are good.
They are. Let's talk a little bit about the Lorcana, what he brings to Lorcana. Go on, tell us about Tamatoa.
Tamatoa, he loves items. He likes shiny things. His lore value, how much lore he gets when he quests, goes up for each item on the field. And you've even got Lucky Dime. I bought 1 Lorcana card to the desk. It's Lucky Dime. And that gets you to quest with the Tamatoa without even having
questing.
to quest.
You just gain the lore.
I know, it's a little bit cheeky, right? And we got a couple different versions of the Tamatoa deck, each of which made 1 top 8 in Chicago, which is the only tournament we've had so far in this metagame. And I'm just saying, either of those builds would be fine by me. Maybe you play it with Ruby, and you do a bunch of Smash, and that's fine. Maybe play it with someone else. That's okay too.
Yeah, Steel or Ruby are great, really nice combinations. If you're playing with Steel, then you get access to things like a whole new world where you can refresh your hand and things like Storm Rage on. And obviously, there's also the Fortisphere, which is the new Porpsicle, basically. So even more items that are going to allow us to draw more cards. We're going to jump over and take a look at our players in just a moment. Just wait for our judges to get out of the way. But yeah, Sapphire Steel, a great combination, a great way to play Tamatoa, or you can play Sapphire with Ruby, and that gives you access to things like Be Prepared and the big, mighty, maleficent, monstrous dragon, which is so expensive, but in a ramp-based deck, and I'll say this again, if we ever talk about ramp, we are talking about the idea of just increasing your inkwell at an accelerated pace, playing things like Fishbone Quill, 1 jump ahead. So a deck like that can ramp really high and get access to that 9-cost Maleficent. I'm going to jump us over to our feature match here.
That's what Sapphire does. It's not just that. Ruby's got a lot of expensive tricks. Maui, who of course goes very well with Tamatoa. I think Be Prepared might have been a bit of a thing in the previous game.
Yeah, I mean,
some people like to play that.
Yeah, in the previous game, unfortunately, Julian didn't manage to get his Be Prepared play. They kept being stolen from his hand. But yeah, definitely one of the more powerful cards in Lorcana. And yeah, Ruby Sapphire, sure to have a great run. And it's got those new toys from Ursula's Return, such as the Floodborn Sisu, which can banish all opposing characters with 2 strength or less, which is actually quite a lot of the format, more than you would think. We're just going into our dice roll here of our 2 players. We'll get their names up on the board in just a moment. We can't quite see the dice, but I'm sure we'll work out quickly who's going first.
Yeah, of course, we've got our 2-game format here. Both players will be able to go first in one of the games. Winning the dice roll, you choose which of the games you want to go first in. You don't get to go first in both of them.
And going first is quite important in Lorcana. You can obviously win not going first. There are lines, but being the first player, just allowing you to have access to certain cards before your opponent, certain shift lines and big removal cards like we talked about. Be prepared if you can do that earlier. So going first definitely offers a bit of an advantage in Lorcana, but it is no means game, set, match. You can still claw your way back. And let's get our first peek at our first hand here. I see some... oh, so there's that Sapphire Steel we were talking about. We've got cards like Cogsworth, Grand Martala, Let It Go in there, a great removal card. So
don't be missing the Porpsicle, man. Porpsicle's the coolest card in that hand.
You know what? I will absolutely put my hands up. You are correct. Porpsicle, the ideal turn 1 play, just allowing you to draw a card. And of course, as you said, this deck cares about items, things like Tamatoa, who's going to benefit from those items, and potentially Sapphire's best card. I'm going to call it Sapphire's best card. Flavisham, our drawing machine, the toy maker, being when he's played and when he quests, banish one of your items to draw 2 cards, and definitely the main engine that's going to get the Sapphire decks going, especially if you're not running Steel, so you don't have a whole new world. So we see the Grand Martala here at the top. We see a 1 jump ahead, which is going to be a really nice turn 2 play. We're still mulliganing here at the moment. We see a couple of cards on the table, just working out what they want to throw away. They're thinking about that opening curve. Sapphire decks also might want to look for the Fishbone Quill in their opening hand, so just weighing up some options.
That's always a really good early game kind of card, of course. And go back to your Hero Flavisham there for a second.
Please do.
It's play and quest, which is huge.
Huge.
Because if it's quest, you've got to play the character, you have to wait for a turn to use the skill. But if it's play and quest, then you get that skill every single turn.
Every single
turn. You get it when you play, and then every other turn you get it when you quest. That's one of the reasons why it turns into such a good draw engine. So you mentioned your Fishbone Quill. We've mentioned Porpsicle. Any other mulligan tips for your Steel Sapphire here?
So a lot of it is going to come if you've got the information about what your opponent is playing.
Yes.
There's a chance that this Sapphire Steel deck might be running some cheaper characters. That sometimes you see things like Captain Hook. He's fallen out of popularity a little bit this format, but some players opting to play that just so they've got an early drop for against aggro decks or to help with locations. Mr. Smee is an incredibly powerful card. 2-cost inkable, 3/3 stat line, quest for 2, and puts 1 damage. One of your favourites, and just puts 1 damage on him when he's exerted without a captain. So a great card, but we'll go straight into our game here. We see an ink, and we're seeing the 1-drop Queen. So some amber from Zoe's side of the field. You were talking about you wanted to see some amber, right?
Yeah, we saw no amber in top 16 of Chicago, so we do see, we see an item getting inked, and we see that Porpsicle as expected, hitting the board turn 1. After we saw the Queen come down for Zoe, of course, that's got a pretty good shift target later on
and
as well.
Steel, a standard play. We see the, I think that was strength
shift target, in fact.
That is a shift target. There we go. We inked a Steel card, and then that is a very early Whole New World, which is a 5-cost uninkable song. Both players discard their entire hands and draw 7, which can refresh your opponent, but Zoe being able to play this really early, she shifts her Queen on turn 2, and then is immediately able to sing this Whole New World to dig a little deeper, and that Queen is a nice card to have on the board early.
Yeah, and Sasha had more than 5 cards in hand, so Whole New World actually did lower the hand size a little bit there.
Yeah.
And of course, post-mulligan, you kind of think, well, my opponent threw away cards I didn't want. I expect their post-mulligan hand to be decent. Early Whole New World giving a blind hand. I kind of like it.
Yeah, it's really nice. We see a Tamatoa, also that Baboom, which is a really powerful card, just a 2-cost inkable and does 2 damage. Similar to Via the Cannons. Via the Cannons is 1 cheaper, but uninkable. So Baboom finding its way into a lot of these Steel decks. There's so many good targets for the Baboom.
Yeah, items are absolutely everywhere. There's a lot of characters you need to be trying to take out. The smaller characters who don't have ward, of course.
Yep, of course.
So, yeah, nice little start here. It's nice to see. We got the Mr. Smee on the board as well. Questing for 2 every turn. That is going to be big.
Yeah, Smee does for sure quest for quite a lot. Oh, and we are laying out the hand Bare Necessities. I missed that. So we see a Bare Necessities, which makes the opponent reveal their hand, and you can pick a non-character card to go to the discard. So that is going to take away that Baboom. Small advantage that the Bare Necessities has over something like Ursa Deceiver, who specifically takes songs. But the Bare Necessities, a bit more flexible, being able to remove any non-character card. And it's a song, so that's pretty good. We see our Queen is going to exert to sing Along Came Zeus, so that's going to remove that Mr. Smee straight away. And you see the power of these singers, like just having a 5-cost character from turn 2 that has just turned all these big actions and songs online. And we see the 1-drop of Robin Hood follow up.
Yeah, you're playing those songs earlier than you should. Now, we do have that 1 jump ahead. It's a nice song for Sasha there, but it's probably not necessarily what you're looking for here. You've got your Popsicle on the board, but you're not really putting any pressure down at the moment. You're not really gaining much lore on the board. You're not putting much pressure on your opponent's board. And you see the decision being made here by Sasha of, well, I've got a lot of cards in hand, but how many of these are really going to help me to get ahead this turn as I'm facing down a couple of characters, one of which is very nice on Zoe's side.
Yeah, for sure.
And of course, you know, we see that Fox on the board. We got the Robin Hood there. That sometimes does. It's known to
The Robin Hood is a fox. I got confused for a moment there. I was like, there's no Madam Mim here, but you are correct, Ross. Robin Hood is indeed a fox. But yeah, you mentioned that Sasha doesn't have a lot going on in the early game, but that's kind of okay for Sapphire. They have a very passive first few turns. They just try and ramp up as high as they can and hope to overwhelm in the mid to late game.
So it's a time taken to make the decisions there. It's really showing that Sasha doesn't have the easy lines they're looking for. We saw Cogsworth end up getting inked in the end, which is often a card you want to actually have down. It's got ward, it gives resist to your characters. It gives you protection on your whole board, basically.
And it's a 5-cost character. It can sing a lot of the songs that will be being played, such as no Whole New World. Obviously, we're not a steel deck, but things like Let It Go is a great 5-cost song for Sapphire that could be sung.
Yeah, that gets you extra ink as well. Lots of extra ink running around in Sapphire. Well, it could get you extra ink, could get one of your opponent's characters off the board, you know. Got options.
We've got options. We like options. Oh, we're seeing the Pride Lands come down. A 2-cost uninkable location. Cost 2 to move there, 7 willpower, and gains you 1 lore at the beginning of a turn. And then 2 abilities. If we have a prince or a king at Pride Rock, then we pay 1 less for all of our characters. And that's not just once. That's not just the next character you play. You just pay 1 less for characters. And we can add, I think it's 2 willpower to any character there. So that's going to change a lot of maths on Zoe's side of the field. Like cards like Baboom that may have been taking out things like Robin Hood or anything with 2 willpower or less. Now, if we can get them to Pride Rock, or Pride Lands, sorry, I apologise.
It is a big rock, though.
It is a big rock, but if we can get them to the Pride Lands, then that's going to really mess up Sasha's maths a lot. And as you said, Sasha needs to also consider there could be another Whole New World. So am I about to lose all these cards in a moment?
Yeah, certainly some awkward decisions here. And you're right, you know, Sapphire does like to build up from slow in the early game, but you still need to get there. You still need to be having that curve from the early games where you're getting those items down, you're getting extra ink, you're getting that draw power going on, and you're actually being able to build up your board. Tamatoa, Lucky Dime, one of my favorite, maybe my favorite combination in the game, truth be told. But there's a lot of ink needed in order to get those cards down. You know, I know you were playing it again with Tim last night, and Tim was showing us all about the power of these Sapphire decks. But the difference we were seeing there was from very early on, it's, okay, I've got my Fishbone Quill early, there's an extra ink every single turn. I've got my 1 jump ahead, there's an extra ink every turn. And right now, that's not what Sasha's being able to do. And we need a bit more of that to build up that inkwell
for sure,
to start playing these bigger cards.
Yeah, this deck definitely a more to mid and late game sort of style deck. And so, yeah, the early turns are quite passive.
Okay, so we do see Tamatoa getting inked, unfortunately, which is, shall we say, less than ideal. But unfortunately, sometimes you need it. You've got to have some ink down there. Missing your ink puts you too far behind. And Tamatoa's big. You generally play, it's often played as a 4-op, to be told, so that you can draw into it. So ink it early, hope you'll draw into it again later.
Yeah, especially if you're about to like receive another Whole New World, as we just said. You just think, well, I want to play this, but if I'm going to lose it anyway, I might as well just ink it and like hope to draw into more in the late game. You've got to play the hand you've got at the end of the day, especially if you know that it could be taken away from you. Just our players jumped in with our judges for a moment. Oh, I apologise. No, back over to us. They're not quite ready to get going yet. That's all right. We'll be back in a moment.
Just having a quick chat there, make sure everything is working like it should. The game is carrying on for the moment. I have just seen a Robin Hood hit the board. The big Robin Hood, the shift Robin Hood, the one that gains lore when you banish characters, the one that gains a card when it gets banished itself.
For sure.
There
and we see that Flaversham name down. Ooh. Sorry about that, by the way. I just wanted to take a look at our German team, make sure that they're okay. It's always lovely to see them. But yeah, back into our game now. And that Flaversham on the board from Basil the Great Mouse Detective, my favourite Disney film. But yeah, so incredibly powerful. The Artificer ability, just letting us draw so many cards. But again, if Zoe's going to play more A Whole New World, then he may be losing them all, but he still needs to draw cards. You can't just play nothing, assuming that you're going to lose your hand. Otherwise, Zoe will absolutely play around that. We see a Grab Your Swords and a Rapunzel in the hand. I'm sure Zoe would love to update that with the prize Rapunzel that's up for grabs here. Nice big hand from Sasha.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Drawing cards also gives you more options. Yes, you might lose them later, but you've at least hopefully drawing into what you need. We did see a Porpsicle, I believe, get banished to draw cards, but then another one gets hit. Now, we did see, and along came Zeus coming straight down, taking out the Queen. Even the extra protection from Pride Lands, not enough there. Everything you can see still isn't enough to protect you from Along Came Zeus.
No, Along Came Zeus, an incredibly powerful card. He hurled his Thunderbolt, and it did 5 damage to any character or location. And of course, being a song means we could exert if we wanted to. We're going to ink a Tinkerbell, which is another really powerful card. To play that one jump ahead, as we said, this deck wants to build up its ink, get that ramp going. Just one more time, if we say ramp, we're referring to accelerated inking. Accelerated inking. There we go. Words are hard. So
words are hard.
Words are very hard, but Sasha hoping to build up so we can get things like that Tamatoa and that Lucky Dime online, which, as you say, does require a very large ink pool.
Yeah, and I'm kind of loving this now. Sasha's took a couple extra turns than we would generally like, but we've got Flaversham down, drawing extra cards. We're starting to play those cards, building up that incoming. For a long time, you were kind of on the same ink as your opponent, a little bit behind. Now you're starting to jump ahead.
Yeah, we're seeing it. No pun intended.
Oh, no pun, absolutely. You missed my Porpsicle is the coolest card in the deck pun earlier.
Oh, I'm
a little
sorry.
bit upset about
I'm sorry. I owe you an ice cream.
So we do have, it looks like Robin Hood is getting a little bit of challenging there, going after that Flaversham, and then playing Rapunzel to immediately heal the damage, and then draw extra cards. Lovely little combo there, challenging with Robin Hood, and then healing with Rapunzel.
Yeah, the great play. Would have liked a bit more damage to heal there. Obviously, Flaversham only has 1, but it's better than nothing, and we're still applying pressure to the board. Rapunzel quest for 2. Yep. She's got 5 willpower, so she can be hard to take out. So this is the name of the game. If you didn't know, Ross, you need 20 lore to win the game.
You do need 20 lore to win the game. I love we got that little lore counter with both players at the bottom of the screen.
For sure.
Right now, Zoe's got some lore, and unfortunately, Sasha doesn't.
But plenty of time to bring it back.
Oh, I mean, there is a possibility here. Like I say, Lucky Dime Tamatoa. We see Ariel sometimes in these decks as well, which can go and quest for 5 nice and easily, or you can Lucky Dime to copy it for 5 if you prefer, and they can build up big lore swings, bigger than most decks can have.
Can win out of nowhere.
Yeah, you don't usually see 9 lore out of nowhere from most decks. These Sapphire decks absolutely can pull it off.
They can do it. A lot on the line here. This is round 2 of 9-round Swiss. This is our first day 1. We'll have another day 1 tomorrow, and the top 32 players from both events will proceed to the top cut on day 2, which is Sunday. We've got a little bit on lore on the board. Yeah, from that Flaversham we've already quested, just updating that and removing the Porpsicle to draw ourselves a couple of cards.
I love it. It always makes me sad every time I see an item hit the discard. I'm thinking, well, that's 1 less lore for Tamatoa. But of course, you need to draw lots of cards to get yourself to that point in the game. That's why Flaversham comes in so key. We do see another card getting inked there from Sasha. And now we're starting to build up. We've got 7 ink there available. We're starting to build up to some of those bigger cards now. And there's Cogsworth out. We like Cogsworth.
We like a Cogsworth. Again, the ward keyword is so incredibly strong, not being able to be chosen for things like Along Came Zeus or Maleficent Monstrous Dragon, Dragon's Fire, which you don't see a lot, but hey, maybe if you win one of the enchanted ones here, then you might want to start playing it just to flex it. But yeah, that ward keyword is going to help keep Cogsworth safe. Giving resist 1 to all characters is definitely going to mess with maths a little bit. We are going to see a Grab Your Swords come down, so that's going to put a couple of damage on the Cogsworth and should be just 1 on the Flaversham because of the resist that's being provided. Robin Hood going to finish off the job.
Yeah, Robin Hood does tend to be pretty good, and of course when Robin Hood finishes off, that gets you extra lore as well, which is a fun little thing.
And then Rapunzel.
Oh, nice. Yeah, Rapunzel pretty good at questing as well. So we're jumping up to 11 lore there, it looks like, for Zoe.
Yep.
And a decent lead, but you need a big lead against these decks that are playing these huge, you know, huge lore swings. I don't know whatever way to put it. You swing a lot of lore in one go.
I think that's ideal. Just Sapphire is the colour that can just gain so much lore out of nowhere. If you've got enough ink, then having a lucky dime down, you could play the Tamatoa or the Aerial, immediately exert the dime to gain its lore, and then if they don't answer your character, then you're then doing it again the next turn and questing. So these Sapphire decks can win out of nowhere, so Zoe's got to be aware of that. It's going to feel nice that she's at 11 lore, so just over halfway there.
But we did see Sasha there. There's a lot of high-cost cards in his hand that aren't really what they're looking for here. We've got double Cogsworth.
That's pretty nice.
So, you know, that resist +1 is stacking. It's now resist +2. That is
for the other characters on board, yeah, because it doesn't give itself resist 1, so they're both giving each other resist 1. But if there's another character on board, then that other character would get resist 2, which really messes with maths. Yeah, Cogsworth's such a powerful card, the grandfather clock, and also quest for 2. And as we said, he's a 5-cost character, so can sing those songs.
Well, that was going to be my next point.
Go on.
You need another character here there.
Yeah.
Love double Cogs. That's
love
lovely.
It. Yep.
But it really would be nice if there was a third character to take advantage of the stacking resist.
Which there is not.
There is, and this is kind of the point I'm making about Sasha's game here. It's almost there, but every turn it feels like there's just something missing from the game plan, while Zoe is ticking along quite nicely with a couple decent characters, building up that lore. We had Queen, gave way to Robin Hood, we've now got Rapunzel there, and all of these are just digging up a decent amount of lore every turn.
You're right, and the Pride Lands is still sitting there gaining an additional lore every turn as well, so that's something that's going to be quite hard for Sasha to answer as well with that, is it 7 willpower? Yeah, 7 willpower, so that's going to be quite hard to take out. So this Pride Lands is going to be a lot of work. We see a Sleepy's Flute in the hand there as well. 2-cost uninkable item. If you played a song this turn, exert, have a lore. Have a lore, Ross. Have a lore.
That seems pretty good to me. I mean, in a deck where you have a lot of songs, you know, this deck is generally referred to as Steel Song. Clues in the name, so use Sleepy's Flute to get yourself some extra lore.
Yeah, and maybe one of the more underrated decks coming into this event. A shout out to the event in Chicago that took place not long ago. Incredible player Zach Bivens was a first seed after Swiss with Steel Song. Got knocked out in the top 32, unfortunately, but just showing that Steel Song can make really nice deep runs in these tournaments.
Depends how you look at it. You can look at it as, hang on a second, there were none in top 16, or you can look at it as, hang on a second, it was top seed after day 1.
It did the best. So, yeah, definitely not a deck to write off completely. And Zoe's showing us right now why we should put some respect on the name of Steel Amber Songs.
Yeah, Zoe very much in control of this game. Sasha, like we say, there is a possibility of bringing out those big swings later, but they don't look like they're about to hit the board. We've got 9 lore down there, which is not enough to go Tamatoa and Lucky Dime in one turn.
No, not quite.
So you're looking at potentially a 2-turn swing for something like that. And actually, if we look at Zoe's board, Rapunzel's questing for 2. And we've got ourselves Robin Hood, who can quest for 2 or take out a character and gain 2 lore. Either will be fine. And, I mean, that's game next turn for Zoe unless Sasha starts removing some of them right now.
For sure. The smash is not going to do the job and only does 3 damage, which won't be enough to take out the Rapunzel or the Robin Hood. I see a whole new world in Sasha's hand, so maybe he wants to sing that to try and find some more answers to these threats.
Could be. I mean, one thing's for sure, you've got to take out some characters. Zoe's got game on board next turn, so either you go for it this turn and you start removing some of those threats, or we go to game 2, and that bonus point for Sasha is off the board.
Yep, absolutely. These players trying to just rack up as many wins as they can throughout all these matches of Swiss. Obviously, a match is 2-game format, but you're just trying to get as many game wins as you can throughout the day to hopefully have a high enough score to make that top cut for Sunday, day 2. Sasha just weighing up his options. But again, when you've got a whole new world in your hand, it's always got to be something that you consider. Do I just want to sing whole new world with Cogsworth and then have a whole fresh hand? Or do I want to utilize these cards in my hand a little bit more? So yeah, 1 damage on the Robin Hood, so smash wouldn't be enough. Or for the Rapunzel. So yeah, Zoe's looking pretty good here.
Zoe's only got 1 card in hand, so whole new world might actually be quite nice.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Give a nice new hand of 5.
So grab swords is going to put 2 damage on everything. So 1 Robin Hood on 3, 1 on 2, and the Rapunzel at 2. There is a smash, so we could remove either the Rapunzel or the Robin Hood, but that would still leave game on board.
You need to get rid of 2 of them, unfortunately.
So these Cogsworths, I think, are going to have to go into one of these characters. I think you smash the Robin Hood, makes the most sense, and then probably doubling into the Rapunzel with these 2 Cogsworth. There may be a different line there, but that seems pretty good. But this Pride Lands is still sitting on the board, gaining 1 law return.
And giving both Rapunzel and Robin Hood an extra 2 willpower there as well, making the removal of them, which, as we've said, is pretty crucial to staying in this game.
Yes.
Don't forget the extra willpower there, Baker.
You've got me, Ross. You spotted something I didn't. Yeah, that will change the maths. Yeah.
It's really annoying, right?
Yeah. Pride Lands and Sleepy's Flute, which, again, I just talked about the top seed deck in Chicago was also running Pride Lands and Sleepy's Flute, so maybe it's similar. Maybe Zoe taking inspiration from Zach Bivens, but we do see the fresh hand, 7 new cards to play with.
Yeah, that's quite nice having all of those cards. It's much better than it was last time. And actually got the only card in hand was Sleepy's Flute, and you draw back into a Sleepy's Flute. So it's just a lot of extra cards at this point. And it does seem like we are picking up the cards here. Zoe is too far ahead. Sasha is not able to take out those last couple of characters, and that's going to give Zoe that game 1 win.
Yeah, game 1 taken by Zoe. Just Steel Song, absolutely overwhelming there. Just immediately turn 1 Queen and then being able to shift into the Floodborn version, sing a whole new world straight away, so immediately recycling our resources. And that Pride Land's just sticking on the game the entire time. And if you're going into game 2 as the Sapphire Steel player, you're thinking, what am I doing against this Pride Lands? How am I removing this? We have things like Mr. Smee, which does a lot of damage as an early drop. Maybe we get Along Came Zeus to do 5 of that damage. But yeah, that's definitely something that we're going to have to look out for.
We see when these locations stick, they can get super annoying, and I've got to go back to that super early whole new world.
Please
there.
do.
Sasha did not have the cards they needed pretty much that whole game.
No.
It was lots of turns of they need, but they don't quite have it. They got double Cogsworth, but nothing to actually protect. We never saw those big law swings towards the end, and actually that early whole new world post Mulligan seems to have given Sasha a
Really nice start.
Well, I was going to say a less than ideal opening hand for Sasha's, and Zoe kind of ran away from there almost.
Yeah, sorry, I thought you meant from Zoe playing it. Yeah.
Oh, Zoe had a lovely start.
Yeah. Because I've come to the point that you made exactly, which is you've just given yourself your best opening hand, and then you're just swapping it for 7 random cards. So you never know how that's going to go. So yeah, a really strong play, and just our Sapphire player not being able to ramp up as much as they would normally like to make these big aggressive plays with just a couple of grandfather clocks on the field.
And there's no Fishbone Quill. That's a card we kind of want to see nice and early. And it's a point I've heard you make before, which is just sometimes you mulligan a little bit more aggressively because of how important that Fishbone Quill is in the early game.
Yeah, for sure. It's a 3-cost inkable item, and you can exert it to put any card from your hand into your inkwell face down. You don't have to reveal it, so the opponent gets no information. It can be uninkable, and that just opens up such amazing plays, because if you go turn 3 Fishbone Quill, and then you immediately ink to 4, pass, and then they finish, you go into your turn 4, you ink to 5, you Fishbone to 6, and now you're playing 6-cost characters already, and that is a fantastic start to the game.
And also, Zoe showed us there, and it's a small point, but it's important, the difference between characters that quest for 1 and characters that quest for 2. Zoe had a lot of 2-quest characters out there, like your Rapunzel, like your Robin Hood. And actually, if you can keep a couple of them on the board, which Zoe did a lot that game, that builds up really quickly.
Yep. She took away with the law very quickly, and yeah, it was very much an uphill struggle from our Sapphire player. I'm going to take another look back to the players as they prepare their opening hands. So, yep, Zoe is going to be looking to 2-0 here and hopefully take 7 points into her continued record. But if our Sapphire Steel player's got anything to say about it, they're going to take the 1-1.
Yeah, very much looking for the 1-1, and that's the thing. Like, when you lose game 1, there is really, you're going to kind of damage control. It's like, I need to salvage something from this.
For
but if you win game 1, you're like, hang on a second, bonus point. It's one of my favorite things about the 2-game format. It is very much a case of if you win game 1, you're not like, now it's time to win the series. You're like, right, bonus point.
Yep.
And those bonus points, they add up. They really add up throughout the 9 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, if you can win, if you go 2-0 all day, then that's an extra 9 points on top of your score. So that's definitely something our players would would love to have, and not to mention have it just being the higher seed going into Swiss, the pride as well. That's going to give, and obviously the way it's paired, first place pairs against 64th place, second against 63rd, and so on and so forth. So your hope would be, okay, I'm facing someone that only just made the cut. Maybe I'm better, but that's not always necessarily the case.
No, you can end up with some awkward matchups, but you're absolutely right. At the end of the day, if you know, there's a reason we pair it like that. It's everybody pairs it. That's how brackets work. And it is essentially a reward. The higher seed you end up being going into Top Cut, the lower seed you end up playing as a kind of, look, you did better, and your reward is a player who's obviously had a fantastic day.
Yeah, they still made Top Cut, yeah, for sure.
But they have not had quite as good a day. They've not earned quite as many points as some of the other players you may have otherwise ended up playing against. So, no, it's absolutely a consideration. Get there as high as you can. Hope for an easier matchup, and don't hope that you get some rogue deck you weren't expecting against which you have a bad matchup.
Exactly, because sometimes just the matchup is a big part of Lorcana, to be honest. That makes a big difference. Just some decks just completely struggle against, like Ruby Sapphire against an aggro deck. If you see it like a turn 1 Lilo, you cry.
Yeah. I've played a bunch of, it's not fun, frankly. It's not fun.
No, okay, we're going to see that Ink Tamatoa, which I know is going to upset my broadcast partner, but I'm sure we'll see him eventually. But we do see that turn 1 Porpsicle to draw a card.
Which makes me happy, so it balances out quite nicely.
Okay, all right, fair enough. We take balance. Balance, as all things must be.
Oh, so we do get some ink down there from Zoe, but no card
No one
to go
drop
along
from
with
Zoe,
it.
so that's huge because she's running the Queens,
Yep.
she's running the Robin Hoods.
Yep.
So missing one drop cannot feel good there. That's going to take away that early shift line. So Sasha probably feeling pretty good about that missed one drop. Definitely makes them feel a little bit more confident that they're not already going to lose their hand. We're going to see that inked Beast Hard-Headed, which is a great addition to these steel decks. When Beast Hard-Headed is played, you banish any item. And he's got a respectable stat line, quest for 2, and again, probably the most important thing, he's a 5-cost character, which is really important to these decks.
Absolutely it is. We did see Mr. Smee hitting the board, so that's going to be questing
Bumbling
for 2.
mate.
Yes, next turn. So we didn't see a captain in the last game, so
No.
it looks like that might just be taking a bit of damage. But you know what? If I can quest for 6 and then it goes down...
Then I don't care.
Yeah, I'm kind of cool with that, honestly. I am willing to accept that. The only 2 cost in Sasha's hand, it had to be the play. But what have you seen? What have you seen?
The Pooh Pirate Captain, the Piglet. Can you say it's slightly hidden?
Oh, I can see the Piglet.
The Piglet Pooh Pirate Captain, which was led to first place victory in Lille, courtesy of Frank Carsten, who was playing Steel Song. That was in set 3 format, so it was a slightly different meta game. But Pooh Pirate Captain put in a lot of work for Frank, and Zoe is hoping that Piglet will also serve them well. Yeah, we saw something inked, and down comes the Smee bumbling mate. So snap, they're doing the Spider-Man meme at the moment.
Yeah, they're doing the Spider-Man. That works quite nicely.
They're pointing at each other going, Captain?
Yeah, but Piglet is, of course, a captain. And you need 2 other characters out for Piglet really to kind of come into its own. You get an extra 2 lore when you quest, but only if you've got 2 other characters on the board. So save Piglet. Bring it out in a little bit.
Yeah, that can put some pressure on later. We're eyeing up that Let It Go. I think something I like about Mr. Smee as well, the 3 willpower, 3 damage, 3 willpower, 3 strength, and there's 3 crabs on the art that are biting at his toes. So each crab was 1 point of damage. A lovely bit of theming. Shout out to the Lorcana team. These cards are just so beautifully designed.
Yeah, it always makes me happy when we see fun stuff like that. It looks like Let It Go is going to be inked, I believe.
Yep, making its way into the inkwell. It's a very powerful card, especially for Sapphire Steel. One of the prime targets for that is something like Cinderella Stout-Hearted, which has resist and is hard to remove, or even Tamatoa that's so bulky. So Let It Go, a really nice card in this matchup. Might be running more than 1.
No free drop coming down yet. We do see the questing with Mr. Smee getting 2 lore, but it looks like there was no free drop there for Sasha. No card that you could end up being playing. Even something like an extra Mr. Smee would have been fun, just to get more bodies on the board.
Or even just a 1 jump, just a Rampart Inkwell a little bit more, fine. But no such luck, unfortunately. So both our players having a little bit of bad luck in the early game. Zoe missing that 1 drop, and Sasha not being able to extend on this turn 3. So maybe that evens it out a little bit. We've definitely got a slightly slower game so far. That could all change.
Oh, absolutely. Here, because it looks like Robin Hood ends up in the inkwell there. Does that mean you're desperate for ink, or does it mean you've got another Robin Hood, or does it mean you're far enough away from Robin Hood coming out that you just hope to draw into it later? Because Robin Hood put in work back in game 1.
For sure, for sure. Great character. 3 strength, 6 willpower. When he banishes a character, you gain 2 lore. And
good.
when he's banished in a challenge, you draw a card, along with just being able to sing those 5-cost songs.
Yeah.
So, and really early as well, because you shift for 3 with Robin Hood. So a really powerful card in this deck. We know that Zoe is holding the whole new world. I'm sure she'd rather have a singer for it, but if we don't have a baby Robin Hood, maybe that was the reason, or maybe she's just got an extra one. We do see the Fishbone Quill. I'm sure he would have loved that on the previous turn. That would have really changed this game, actually.
That's the kind of free drop I was talking about. That would have been really good.
That would have been really good. And we're seeing I think that's a Rise of the Titans in his hand as well. The 3-cost there, which can banish any location or item. So that's something that would help against the Pride lands for Zoe or the Sleepy's Flute. So yeah, a nice addition. I think they mostly play it to be able to answer the Queen's Castle.
Yes.
Because as a Ruby Amethyst player, there's nothing I love more against Sapphire Steel than playing a Queen's Castle, because they really struggle to answer it. So this Rise of the Titans is going to help with that, and some utility in this match as well.
Well, it's going to help with that unless it gets thrown away with Whole New World.
You're right.
Imagine a Whole New World into Pride Lands. Get rid of the counter, then play that Pride Lands. Repeat from game 1. That would be me. We're back over to Zoe here.
Yeah, we saw the Grandma Tala as opposed to the Fishbone Quill, deciding to play on curve because we could go up to 4 ink that turn, which does make sense. 4-cost character, 3/3 stat line, quest for 1, and allowed him to look at the top 2 cards of his deck, put 1 into his hand, and 1 goes to the bottom. So a little bit of card draw is nice.
Yeah, but just goes back to missing that free drop in the previous turn. You could have the Fishbone Quill and the Grammatala down there.
And he'd been higher on ink as well, so that missing that Fishbone Quill was very game-changing. But Zoe not got a whole lot going on at the moment. She's going to pay 3.
Yeah. And it looks like we got the Aerial, that's the one. Aerial coming down. Lets you look at the top 4 cards of your hand, for your deck. You find yourself a song. It's about as good as Search generally tends to get in Lorcana.
Oh, I love it.
But when you're playing a deck with lots of songs in, yeah, you're a good singer, and you get to find your own songs as well.
And not to mention another good singer, we've got the Ballroom Sensation Cinderella that's just come down with that Singer 3 keyword, so can sing things like Let the Storm Rage On, Strength for a Raging Fire. We know that Zoe is playing the Bare Necessities, and perhaps Zoe is playing the Stout-Hearted Cinderella that I alluded to earlier, which is, she's a big girl. She's a 5/5, resist 2, and the Singing Sword. If you play a song, you can chat. You were saying earlier that or it might have been Joe actually, that was just for our newer players saying, if a character is readied, you can't challenge it. Not if your name is Cinderella Stout-Hearted and you sing a song, then you can challenge a ready character.
Yeah, you can, and you got 5 willpower, you got your resist +2, or you can even just quest for free if you want to, because free lore is actually pretty gosh darn good. But yeah, being able to challenge ready characters is a game changer, because you usually expect, I play this character, it's safe for a turn.
For sure.
When I use it, it's exerted, then it is potentially at risk. But we do see a smash here, getting rid of one of those singers,
Great decision. That's a great decision from Sasha, though, taking away the Singer 5, which means that Zoe won't be able to just sing a whole new world and then have all her ink to then make us more moves. If Zoe wants to play a whole new world, she will have to ink, play it, and then quest with the characters on board or challenge, but won't be able to play anything else from her hand. So smashing that Aerial Spectacular Singer is an incredible choice.
Yeah, it really does take away some of those options that Zoe would have wanted. It's decision time again for Sasha here. There's a few cards in hand. We've got some ink down. We've got some ink available. But what is the choice going to be? I can't quite make out what he's trying to... I mean, he's got an Ice Block in hand, but it looks like eyeing up... Is that Cogsworth?
I think that is a Cogsworth, like being eyed up there. We see a Lucky Dime in the hand. Oh, it's going to be ink. Okay, that's fair. And this Grandma Tala could trade with the Mr. Smee. I think he's going to opt to quest instead, get a little bit more lore on the board for Sasha. And of course, being a 4-cost character is not irrelevant. Sasha might be playing something like How Far I'll Go. We know he's playing a long game Zeus, so that's something that she could definitely sing. So that's pretty good as well. And maybe trying to say to Zoe, no, you be the one to challenge me. I would like to quest, please. And we'll see if Zoe takes the bait. She might.
Well, the thing is that Mr. Smee's going down. There's no captain on the board. Unless you can get your Piglet down, that Mr. Smee is going to go away at the end of your turn. That third and final damage will take Mr. Smee out. So that means that, Piglet actually getting inked here. So that probably means you're giving up the Mr. Smee. So the question is, do you want to get 2 more lore and then let it go, pun intended, or do you want to be trying to trade one of your opponent, take them down with you, so to speak?
Yeah, bring them down swinging. That is a choice that's going to need to be made. We're going to pay 5 for a Robin Hood. Was that Robin Hood? Yeah,
that is the Shift Robin Hood, the Floodborn Robin Hood.
Champion of Sherwood, just playing that straight away. No shift target for it. But again, Zoe's game plan is to play these high-cost songs, so she definitely wants a 5-cost character on board, or the Aerial Spectacular Singer with Singer 5 to be able to do what her deck wants to do, which is be able to play these aggressive song cards and then just generate a lot more momentum, a lot more resources than your opponent, and then play out a big turn.
Yeah, paying extra ink for a character that you could have got into play with Shift feels better when you then save a bunch of ink because you're actually able to then sing those songs. It kind of comes back to you in that regard. So it does look like Mr. Smee is now off the board. So it was just a quest with Mr. Smee. Went away at the end of the turn. Yeah,
I think that makes sense. Zoe's already got the lead, and this Grandma Tala, it does have utility. It could sing something like a Long Came Zeus, but she's only questing for 1, and if she does do that, then Robin Hood will be able to challenge in and meet. Oh, not anymore. I was going to say the Robin Hood will be able to take her out and gain 2 lore, but now that the Grandfather Clock has come down, that is going to give resist 1 to Grandma Tala, so that line not available anymore.
Yeah, just resist 1 can make such a huge difference. When we build decks, we build them based on this character takes out this widely played character. I've got answers to X, Y, and Z with this 1 card. And then all of a sudden, resist +1, it throws all of those maths off. And all of a sudden, Robin Hood, you're thinking I can take out this, this, and this. And then all of a sudden, no, it can't. And it gets harsh quickly.
We're going to we're just going to take out that Bochum Sensation Cinderella to take away the ability to sing those 3-cost or lower songs, or potentially even a shift line. I'm not sure. Zoe might not be playing the Stout-Hearted. The Bochum Sensation Cinderella is just a good card on its own, so you don't always need to play it, but going to remove it, take that option completely away. And of course, Grandma Tala has that resist 1, as we just said, from the Grandfather Clock. So he's going to take no damage in return for challenging Cinderella, who has 1 strength, so would normally do a bit of chip, but not today.
That's always very nice indeed. So it looks like we're back over to Zoe yet.
Yeah. I think we've passed over.
So we've got Robin Hood there.
Or maybe not. He may still be eyeing up his options.
It's all slowed down quite nicely here for a moment. He's got a nice wide shot, both the players, with that Rapunzel in the back. Of course, one of the prizes the players are playing for, or maybe even 2 of the prizes.
Yeah,
because of course, you get yourself up to top 32, you get yourself the promo.
For sure.
Get yourself up to top 16, you get the playmat.
The foil playmat, Ross.
Is
very, very important. A beautiful foil playmat. But yeah, as I mentioned earlier while I was on with Joe, just the production of everything going on in here, like all the like behind us, we have the Mickey, and you can see now the Rapunzel, and if you're in this room, or if you ever get to see pictures of this room or go to a DLC, then you'll just notice it's so beautifully decorated, and you can only imagine it's going to get better and better as time goes on.
I mean, basically you come in here and you're like, oh, I love Disney Lorcana. And everywhere you look, you're like, oh, there's banners and people playing. And this is wonderful. We are back into the action of the game. And it's Pride Lands coming down. And Robin Hood's like, oh, that looks like fun. I'm going to run over there quickly.
You can almost call it the Circle of Life. Pride Lands coming down and this Champion of Sherwood moving into the Pride Lands, pushing Simba out the way. Like, no, I need it more than you do, Simba. I need the 2 extra willpower.
So do we have anything that can take that out? Can we find an answer to it? It couldn't in the previous game, and it turned into a bit of a problem. We're using free ink.
There is that Rise of the Titans that we were talking about earlier. So that is going to get rid of that Pride Lands, which is nice, but that Robin Hood we still can't deal with it yet. Cogsworth here would only do 2 damage.
But at least you've taken away the extra willpower that Pride Lands would have given. You've taken away the
lore gain from every turn. Yeah, and again, Zoe's at 7, which, again, like if that Pride Land stayed on the field, then that she'd be at 10, and every little helps.
Well, everyone watching, just try and think back of all those games you lost by a single lore, because there's a lot for everybody.
I mean, that was my game with Tim the other day. He got to 19 just before I was able to go to game, so it's gonna, against Sapphire, it can be very, very tense. We're going to pass back over to Zoe, who's going to ready, set, draw. Ready means she's going to re-ready all of her characters. The set stage is where various things happen, such as gaining lore from locations. There isn't one, but you could do there, and then drawing a card, obviously. We see the Whole New World, which could be sung by this Robin Hood. We're going to play the Sleepy's Flute, which is very nice.
If you're going to be singing Sleepy's Flute, it's a nice one to have down.
This
We're
is
singing
nice, Ross.
Along Came Zeus.
Look at this, mate. Playing the Sleepy's Flute, paying for the Along Came Zeus, which is going to gain you lore, and she still has the Whole New World in her hands, so she can refresh when she needs to.
Yeah, this is really nice. You take out the Mr. Smee, who was only played the previous turn, but we know that can be a real pain. And then combining that with Sleepy's Flute to gain yourself an extra lore as well. Zoe is halfway to winning here, 10 lore.
And Robin Hood didn't have to quest. Just taking out that Mr. Smee gives you that lore gain. So you love to see it.
You absolutely love to see it. So we've got Sleepy's Flute there, a little nice little reminder on the screen. It's a lovely card for this Steel Song deck. Gets you lore once a turn when you sing a song, which you don't have to pay for it, you just have to exert it. That's a big bonus.
That is a bonus. Oh, the Along Came Zeus got rid of it, and Robin Hood just quested for 2.
That's
so
correct.
you can never. Sometimes it's not always clear because of Robin Hood, but no, still at 10 lore nonetheless. And this Sleepy's Flute is on the board now. Every time Zoe sings a song, she's going to be able to gain more lore. And if you can get down multiple flutes, then that just puts the pressure on even more.
Multiple flutes is rad. You play one song and then you exert all your flutes and gain 1 lore for each of them. It's a little bit cheeky.
It is.
But it works. We see an extra ink coming down there from Zoe, and it does look like Whole New World is the answer. Looks like it's being sung with Robin Hood.
Yep, it seems that way. She hasn't exerted any ink, so shining, shimmering, splendid. We're going to replenish our hand with 7 new cards for Sasha as well, whether he wants them or not. I don't think he minds more cards. I think he just, I liked that hand. How dare you?
Oh, speaking of more, how about more Robin Hood? We've got a second of those big Floodborn Robin Hood coming down from Zoe here, and we saw multiples, and that was a big deal last time as well.
Yeah, Robin Hood's such a powerful card in this deck with the shift line and great stats, and it can really struggle against the Ruby decks with obviously cards like Madame Medusa, which that 3 strength is a prime target. But in this particular matchup, he's fairly safe. Could be removed obviously by things like Let It Go. But yeah, Robin Hood really putting in a lot of work here. We're taking a look at the hand courtesy of the Bare Necessities, and we're going to see a Bell, a Tinkerbell, a couple of Flavishams, a Fortress Sphere, a Grab Your Swords, and an Along Came Zeus, which is going to be the target of the removal. Get that out of here because that would do a lot of the work to getting rid of these Robin Hoods. So we're just going to get rid of that straight away. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you don't have Pridelands for the extra willpower there, so just get yourself a bit of protection, not in the form of your own cards, but protection in form of taking out your opponent's cards, which could end up being the more annoying ones in the end.
Yeah, and of course, Bare Necessities, because it was a song, we're able to exert our flute and gain another lore.
That flute is putting in work. It's also Spellbook's another one I like. It's a similar kind of thing. Just an item getting you a cheeky extra lore every turn is always nice, especially if your opponent doesn't have an easy way to get rid of that item. And that 1 extra lore return just builds up very, very nicely.
It's interesting because in prior sets we saw from Rise of the Floodborn and into the Inklands, you would see a lot of Benger who removes an item when he's played. Really powerful card, but you're not really seeing many Bengers at the moment, and that's not because people aren't playing items. They really are, but it's fallen out of popularity. But we do know that Sasha is playing the Beast hard-headed. I'm not sure if there are any left in the deck, but we know he's running them, so if there are more, that could be a way of answering this flute.
It could. We're late in the game, though, to only have 5 ink on the board for Sasha.
You're not wrong.
Once again, we're seeing, like we saw back in game 1, there's just not enough ink out there. We've not been able to use the Fishbone Quill. We've not been able to use stuff like One Jump Ahead enough. We get the Flavisham down now, which is nice. Gets rid of the Fortis Sphere.
That's the one.
There we go, which then goes just have a couple of cards. And
But
we're building up quite nice, but you're 8 lore down, right?
Yeah.
You've not got many big threats on the board for gaining lots of lore.
You've not ramped.
You've not ramped up your ink very nicely, so you're kind of sitting there while Zoe's got 4 lore just from the 2 Robin Hood before you do anything else next turn to put yourself up to 15 and get yourself 3/4 of the way there.
Yeah, we mentioned earlier that missed the 3-drop and then drew into the Fishbone Quill. I think that was such a game changer, not getting that down. But then even on turn 4, opted to play the Grand Martala, which I respect as a play, playing on curve, letting you draw some more cards. But potentially maybe that should have been the turn for the Fishbone Quill, because at this point we will be a lot more ramped. But Sasha's still going to try and find a path to victory. We're going to quest with both of our grandfather clocks, getting us an extra 4 lore. Oh no, are we singing? No, we're not singing.
Oh, we're challenging. Oh,
We're
yeah, we're
challenging.
doubling into the one of the Robin Hoods. They are giving each other resist 1, so they both only take 2 damage each.
I like this because those Robin Hood, they'd like I say, only getting 2 lore every time for challenging. That builds up way too quickly for my liking. Those Robin Hoods would put you up to 15 next turn, but actually it looks like not enough damage to finally take out those Robin Hoods. So depends where Zoe wants to go. You could even use those Robin Hood to take out those 2 Cogsworth and then maybe get the lore that way instead.
Yeah, no, just Sasha deciding that he can't just ignore this board of characters. They're questing. We've got Sleepy's Flute on the board, which is going to tilt every time we sing a song. So Sasha just deciding we're going to try and equalise the board a little bit more. It's going to take them a little longer than they'd like, but them's the breaks. Play the hand you've got, play the game you're playing.
Yeah, well, there's another whole new world there, which is sitting there enticingly at the front of the hand, and it is being played as well here. So another new hand. Zoe is not shy about playing whole new world here, giving themselves access to just a huge amount of their deck, but being able to control when it comes down is huge. Your opponent is going to end up losing cards they don't want to lose. You are not, because you're not playing it if there's cards you just absolutely cannot give up. You making that decision of when to play it makes such a huge difference, even though it is a 2-sided card. It really does not affect both players equally.
Yeah, you just want to be the player that's getting the most benefit from it compared to your opponent. But yeah, a huge turn. We sang the whole new world with Robin Hood.
We've got treble flutes down.
Triple flute on the board. Goodness me. So that's an additional 3 lore this turn alone just from having played the whole new world. Robin Hood is going to quest up for 2. We'll just wait for that lore tracker to update. But yeah, I believe it will be that would be 16. So
did both the Robin Hood quest?
One of them sang whole new world and the other one quested.
Okay, so we are up to 16 now. 3 from the flute, 2 from the Robin Hood. So that means, and we got 3 characters on the board here.
Is it 14? Is it? No,
I thought it was. Yeah, it is 16. I'm sure it was. And we got 3 2-lore characters on the board here. So that is game on board. It's gone back down to 14 here.
Maybe we were wrong. They were at 9, right? So 10, 11, 12. Were they at 9?
Let's believe what's on the board for the time being.
If they were at 9, that would work out. 10, 11, 12 from the flute, and then 13, 14 from the Robin Hood. So that's fine.
We still need 2 characters to go down here, though, because the Sleepy's Flute can go and quest for, well, gets you free if you play a song, and there's enough ink here that you can just play a song. You don't need to sing for it.
For sure.
So if you can quest with 2 of your characters and play a song from hand, boom, there's your 6 lore. So 2 characters have to go down here.
Yeah, that would leave us with the 3 flutes and then just 2 lore, so that would take us to 19. So yeah, Sasha does need to respond to this board. See a Storm Rage on in Zoe's hand. Great card, putting 2 chip damage and letting us draw a card.
And I think we saw a flute get inked or discarded early games. I'm pretty sure there isn't a 4 flute available.
Definitely won't have been inked as it's an uninkable, but
that's an excellent point.
Could absolutely have been unless we're playing Fishbone Quill, but
Zoe's not playing Fishbone
Zoe is not.
It must have been discarded. Yeah, I definitely saw it go down.
Yeah, we've seen plenty of whole new worlds that is not unlikely.
So. Because I just think it would be really fun if Zoe could play a 4 Fishbone Quill and then just quest with 1 character, play a song.
Sleepy's Flute, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah. We knew what you meant.
You knew what I meant.
I knew what you meant.
Too many items we're talking about in quick succession here. Either way, my point is Zoe has multiple.
You are correct.
Multiple routes to victory. And that's why I'm tripping over myself a bit here, because Zoe has lots of different ways to win this game. And Sasha's basically got to try and respond with a lot of removal right now, or Zoe's getting that bonus point.
Yeah, we see a Let It Go in hand, so that's something that can be played. The Baboom maybe can contribute a little bit. We've got a Tinkerbell, which obviously does 1 damage to everything when she's played. Isn't enough, though. We do see the aerial towards the back of Sasha's hand. Hasn't been able to utilise those big questing characters so far in this match, but could still happen.
And we do see Flavisham and Cogsworth going after the Robin Hood still, with 2 characters challenging. Not enough to take that Robin Hood off the board. Do you use your 3rd Cogsworth as well? No.
Oh, we go the Baboom to finish it off, which is also nice because it wasn't destroyed in a challenge.
Yes. So you don't get that extra card draw that you would often get if you were banished in a challenge.
Correct.
But there's still game on board for Zoe. Sasha has not done enough here to slow Zoe down. We need 1 more character leaving the board. I mean, Zoe's still 10 lore ahead. Let's make no mistake. She's in a phenomenal position. but I'm just talking about stopping Zoe winning next turn. Sasha has got to get one more character off the board or the game is done.
Yeah, we've reached that point where it is answer this or I have game. Answer this or I have game. So a lot of pressure down here. We know there's a let it go in Sasha's hand. So that's pretty good. That will most likely take out the Robin Hood, champion of Sherwood, I imagine would be the play. And then Zoe would be able to quest a 16 with Rapunzel. And if she can play a song, which we know she's holding Let the Storm Rage On, that would take her to 19.
And then from there, when you're ahead that far in the game, finding that one extra lore, especially with 3 Sleepy Flutes on the board, is probably going to be academic.
Academic. What a great way of putting it. I love it. There's the let it go we were talking about, just paying 5, putting that Robin Hood straight into the Inkwell. It doesn't banish the character. It goes to the Inkwell. So that does create a resource for Zoe, but Sasha needed to do it, needed to get it off the board.
Yeah,
and they are going to shake the hand. I think Sasha just saying, no, I think Zoe just revealed that she had to Let the Storm Rage On in her hand, and then it's just too far gone at this point. But a fantastic, fantastic game of Lorcana. Yeah, did that go the way you thought it would go?
Oh, no,
probably not, right? Because we didn't see much ramp.
We didn't see Sasha doing the things you're supposed to do in these decks, right? The whole point of these Sapphire decks is that you're building up your ink. You're getting extra ink as you go through the game. It didn't work, and Zoe showed us why Steel Song is such a big deal here. Because, I mean, Sleepy's Flute didn't come out much in Game 1, but Game 2, we saw how that works quite nicely. But we saw those songs coming in absolutely clutch. And because of Whole New World, you know, you've got stuff like your Robin Hood, which doesn't really have anything to do with the songs per se, although can sing some of them. But it's just no better than any other 5-cost can. But the difference is, because you've got Whole New World, you're seeing all of your deck. You're getting access to those characters when you want them. And that was a real big difference between the 2 players in that game, was the fact that Zoe had what they needed on the turns they needed it. Sasha didn't.
Yeah, just a bunch of consistency. And as you say, if the Sapphire player can't ramp up, and just one more time, trying to be as beginner-friendly as we can for perhaps newer players or fans of Lorcana. We're talking about ramping. We're accelerating our Inkwell through One Jump Ahead, Fishbone Quill, etc. But our Sapphire player not able to do that, so couldn't make those big plays like dimes, aerials, Tamatoas. Basically spent the game playing catch-up and responding to the things that Zoe was putting down. The Pride Lands putting a lot of work Game 1, and Game 2 demanding the Rise of the Titans as a response, which maybe meant that they didn't have enough ink to make the optimal play that they would have liked to, but they had to answer it. So a really, really strong showing from Steel Song.
Yeah, and Zoe did a great job in that game of basically answering the answers. Oh, you got rid of one of my characters. Here's an equally good character straight away. The board for Zoe for both games, it was never spectacular, but it was decent. It was respectable. It was nice all game. It never got to the point where you're going, oh, Zoe really needs to get some characters down here. She's got some good questers, but they're not coming out the board. No. That was never the case. There was always a Queen and a Robin Hood, or a Robin Hood and a Rapunzel. Lots of Robin Hood, honestly.
Yeah, Robin Hood's really good. While we've got you here, Ross, before we go on break, I want to take a moment, because when me and Joe were doing the introductions, we saw the caster introductions and the predictions.
Yes.
So your prediction was Ruby Sapphire. I know we've just talked about Sapphire Steel a lot, but can you tell us what led you to your pick of Ruby Sapphire, why you think it's going to do so well?
Well, for me, it was a 50-50 choice between either of the Tamatoa decks. I was only ever going to pick a Tamatoa
We've established that Ross is a big fan of Tamatoa.
my son will not be happy with me if I don't make that incredibly clear. But the thing that's important to me, I love the Ruby suite because it's got answers to a lot of stuff. It's got big, powerful cards, your Sisu, your Maui. You've got lots of answers. So when your opponent's building up those big characters, you can take them down. I like to see the Ruby as paving the way for the Sapphire. Taking out your opponent's threats so that stuff like Tamatoa, Aerial, your Lucky Dime can sit there and do its thing. And that's, for me as a player, I prefer the Ruby build personally because I love Mr. Smith, don't get me wrong. But I like having the Ruby stuff there to give yourself that answer and to have the big, powerful, oh, nice character you've got there, or should I say, had there, it's already gone.
We just can't have nice things, can we? That's the problem.
Not with Ruby around, you
Not with Ruby alone. But yeah, Ruby Sapphire definitely well situated, one of the big 4, and I definitely look forward to being able to see one of those games today and seeing it do its thing. But so far, some pretty good matches. We had, obviously, round 1, Ruby Amethyst versus Emerald Steel Bucky, which is very very much a heated rivalry
Yeah, it is.
among the Lorcana top 4. So a great opening match. Those players going 1-1. Both players knew the matchup. They knew what they needed to do to win, and they were able to take a 1-0. And then going into round 2, Steel Song versus Sapphire Steel. The Steel Song with the 2-0 victory. And will this be another event where it makes top seed? How well do you think Steel Song will do in comparison to all the other decks?
That is honestly one of my biggest questions for the entire weekend. We've only had one big tournament in this metagame, and one of the things I tend to find is when you've got smaller tournaments or more local tournaments, people don't always bring their main deck.
Yeah.
They are good for testing, for trying out new things. Everybody is building up to the challenges. That's the job here, right?
Yep.
So Chicago is by far the best we've had in terms of information.
Yeah, the best data that we can draw from.
Exactly. And we had that double thing of Steel Song's #1 seed. Steel Song doesn't even make top 16. It's the only ink color that doesn't make top 16. So that really, I want to see Steel Song. I don't know if I have the answer for you right now, Baker. I'm sorry, that might be a bit mean to me.
No, that's fine. We need more data.
Yeah, it's
we
the
need more
biggest
data.
question for me coming in. We know that the Bucky discard decks are going to be great. We know that we're going to see Madam Mim and Merlin bouncing around the board in a variety of different builds. All of this is known. Steel Song could actually be the best deck in the format, or it could be a decent fringe deck. We'll see a few in Top Cup, but nothing more. It's got. I think both of those options are on the board.
Yeah, if it depends on what matchups it runs into along the way as well. But it's going to be a very exciting day of Lorcana. I can't wait to see all of the innovations that these players are going to bring and the highest level of skill. And yeah, it's going to be a great day. But we are going to take a little break. After the break, you will be joined by Joe. So that's the third pairings. That'll mix it up. I'm going to have a little walk around the hall and see if I can find anything spicy. But other than that, thank you so much for watching us. We hope that you're going to stick with us, and we'll see you soon.
Willkommen zurück, Luminary. Willkommen zurück, Pascal.
So schnell geht's.
Hast du das Spiel gesehen?
Es war in
My name's Ross Gilbert, and I'm joined this time by Joe Curley. How you doing, Joe Curley?
I'm doing very well, thank you, Ross. I forgot to even unmute us. I got caught completely napping there, but we're now back.
We are
and
back.
We're ready to go.
People can hear us.
Yes,
Always a bonus.
That does help. We've just been eyeing up the players' decks as they've been sat in. We're seeing some pretty spicy cards as the players are sat down shuffling, I hope. So really excited to get on to the third round of the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Bochum. How did you find this last series, Ross? We saw Zoe taking it down. Actually, someone I know. She's beaten me every time I've played her.
See, right, here's the thing about that last game. On the one hand, I love seeing Steel's song, because as we were talking about, that is, as far as I'm concerned, one of the big questions in this challenge. How good is it? It was first seed in Chicago, but it didn't even make top. There was none in top 16.
Yep.
So how good is that deck? So it's nice to be able to see that. Saw a really good player playing it really well. But then we saw one of these Sapphire decks that just completely sputter. And, you know, we saw no Tamatoa, we saw no Lucky Dime, we saw no Aerial. We didn't ramp up the ink to get extra ink in the ink well as fast as we wanted. So we kind of saw one deck doing its thing and one deck not doing its thing. But I do feel like we've seen 4 expected decks here. Still Song's a bit fringy, but it's still a deck we're all expecting, right?
Definitely.
I want to see something weirder at this point. You know, really challenge. It's my first stream with you guys. We need a challenge.
Yeah, well, let's hope so. I've been doing the rounds when you started the first round 2. I was looking around the top tables looking for some spicy decks. Some of the things I've seen, I saw 3 or 4 Mufasa decks, Ruby Amber. I saw a Ruby Amber location deck, which is certainly not something we've seen before at a Disney Lorcana Challenge. There was quite a few hyper aggro players on the top tables as well, Ross, with Amethyst and Amber. We can see here a Ruby or a Sapphire player. I'm not sure what the second color is.
Oh, we got Judy Hops, though. I like me some Judy Hops.
Yeah, Judy Hop's often a card aimed at trying to remove your opponent's lucky dime. Not something you see making the cut all the time now.
No, it's a bit of a fringier card than it used to be, but Zootropolis, as far as I'm concerned, top 3 Disney film. If you're wondering, it is Moana, Zootropolis, Wreck-It Ralph.
Okay.
And I know there's a real recent bias here, and I don't really care. They are my favorite Disney films. I will go to bat for all of them. So we've got Miriam Gutek here on the left playing that Sapphire deck. Did you see the other ink?
Ruby it is, judging by the shuffling. So a Ruby Sapphire deck, which is probably the most greedy deck in Disney Lorcana. Very, very good late game, but a slow to start. On the other side, we've got Stefan Schmidt as well. Didn't quite get a look to see exactly what they're playing just yet, Ross.
Oh, we'll have to have a gander in a minute. I mean, look, this Ruby Sapphire deck, that was my pick for the weekend. That came up on the caster prediction, so I'm looking to see some of them hopefully do quite well as we go through this tournament. And it looks like we are off and rolling with a Diablo on the board, and I think we know what that means, Joe.
Yeah, we certainly do, and that also means that Stefan is going to see exactly what is in their opponent's hand as well, as they lay all the cards out on the table. Big information they're gained.
Yeah, turn 1 Popsicle looking very, very likely. You don't get to do anything with the information, but it's there waiting for the future. So we do see an ink there and with a brawl, and of course it is that turn 1 Popsicle. Probably the best turn 1 play for the majority of Sapphire decks.
That's a pretty bold decision, Ross, to be inking a brawl on turn 1 when Diablo's on the other side of the board.
Yes.
Is it possible they have another one waiting and ready?
There's a lot of items in hand. We've got I think there's a Vitalosphere there. I saw an Ice Block as well. I'm not sure. We do see turn 2 Bucky, and oh my word. This is, and actually we do see the shift into Diablo there. So we've actually somehow managed to see turn 2 shift into Diablo and Bucky. If you're an Emerald player, this is your fever dream at this point.
Yeah, and if you're playing against Emerald, that is the last thing you want to see.
Yeah, it's, shall we say, less than ideal.
Yeah, and talking about this turn 1 ink decision from Miriam, even though the brawl is obviously a great answer to Diablo, it wouldn't even be able to come through for another 2 turns. She's going to be at 2 ink once she puts a card into her inkwell this turn, and so many uninkable cards in their hand. So I think that was the decision to take out the Brawl for that reason, just a little bit too slow. Yeah. And now Miriam's game plan is to use one jump ahead to get as much ink as possible, maybe trying to build up to something like a Be Prepared or Sisu to get rid of that Diablo, Ross.
That might be a decent idea. You're ramping up better. I mean, it's still better ramp than we saw pretty much the whole of the previous series, so decent start. And it looks like we're inking a Jafar, if I saw that correctly. And then we're playing an Aladdin.
Yeah, Aladdin, a 3-cost Floodborn character, which is going to trigger Bucky.
Yep.
The Ice Blocks discarded. Not an inkable card, so a good card to get rid of on the discard.
Oh, we even see... Are we questing with Bucky here? That's
confidence, Ross.
That is confidence. Basically saying your board is so weak at this point, I can quest with Bucky knowing that you don't have a character which is going to be taken out and, well... might well be right, unfortunately. If you're actually questing with Bucky, leaving it vulnerable because you're confident enough to do so, that is a big swing there.
Yeah, Stefan with that Diablo on turn 1 saw Miriam's hand, saw there was no Maui. Of course, Miriam could have drawn into it since, and Maui could be a huge punish here for Stefan taking that one law, but doesn't find it. Instead, Flaversham's going to banish a Popsicle and draw a couple of cards. Every law is going to matter for Stefan. They're expecting maybe that Sisu or Be Prepared to wipe the board, and then Miriam in the late game to really gain control. So very risky decision from Stefan to gain that one law with Bucky, but it certainly paid off here.
Yeah, that was a very nice play, getting that cheeky law early. Pretty, you know, basically saying, look, I'm pretty sure this is going to work, and I need some early game law. Let's get it while we've got it. And like you say, not perfect information from that Diablo, because there has been some draws since, but enough to basically know you've got decent odds. Not guaranteed, but decent odds there. And of course, that Aladdin there, that could end up being quite nice, you know, cheekily getting rid of some of those items as we go through the game.
Yeah, absolutely. We see an Ursula Deceiver of all go into the ink world. 2 ink exerted for an Ursula Deceiver. And look at that. There is a song. There's actually 2 songs in hand. How Far I'll Go or Be Prepared. Are you surprised, Ross, to see the Be Prepared selected there?
No, not even a little bit. That is, you know, back in round 1, I was over there listening to you and Baker, and the real theme of that deck was, if I can get Be Prepared, I'm going to be okay. Emerald decks do not like Be Prepared. So, and you saw there wasn't even a discussion. As soon as he saw it, he's like, yeah, get rid of that. I don't want that.
Yeah, that is one advantage of the 8-cost Sisu for Ruby. The fact that it's not a song cannot be discarded by Ursula. We see Flaversham singing How Far I'll Go. Miriam's going to look at 2 cards. One goes into the inkwell face down and the other into their hand. And look, Maui has arrived, but this time no quest from Bucky because of that threat of the Flaversham challenging into it and removing it with ease.
They're not quite as good targets for Maui, but you could still go after an Aladdin. You could still go after a Diablo. There are decent characters worth challenging if you want to do so here. Looks like we're inking Tamatoa. Breaks my heart every time, but we do get Maui coming down, taking out the Aladdin. Of course, you're a very item-heavy deck, so having a character on the board that can take out your items when they quest is not necessarily something you want to be seeing.
Yeah, absolutely. And all this time, the Diablo since turn 2 has been on the board for Stefan, exerted at the end of their turn. So every time Miriam's drawn, so has Stefan. Despite dumping a lot of cards from their hand early on, another Diablo available in hand, and Beast Tragic Hero is the next threat for Stefan. Of course, with Bucky still on the board and Beast being a Floodborn, it's another card Miriam's going to have to put into their discard pile, and Ice Block selected again.
I mean, it's the best choice. You never really want to discard. At least it's uninkable. It's not... But then again, you can always play it and then get rid of it with a Flaversham to draw, so... And it's only a 1 cost to get down. Yeah, not... I mean, it's the best option, but it's the best of a bad bunch. You kind of wanted to keep all those cards. Never mind.
Oh, that's a huge draw for Miriam off the top. It's the 8-cost Sisu, which, when it enters the board, is going to remove every character of 2 strength or less.
And that is, well, that's a lot at this stage. We do see Mana Medusa coming down. That is going to get rid of that 1 Diablo, gets rid of 1 character with 3 strength or less. And now we see Hiram Flaversham. It looks like, are we questing or are we? I must be questing.
I think it's just a quest for 1 for Miriam, yeah. And this Ice Block would have been a huge deal on the board because of the Beast Tragic Hero having 3 strength. Ice Block could have lowered Beast Strength to 2 next turn, and then Sisu could even remove the Beast. But with that Ice Block being discarded instead because of Bucky, that's just not going to be an option for Miriam, which does mean this Beast might be here to stay for a little while longer, even if Sisu comes through next turn.
Yeah, you need another Madame Medusa to get rid of the Beast, and you're not going to be playing that and Sisu in the same turn, so I think you're right there, Joe. I think that Beast might be sticking around, and of course, as long as it sticks around with no damage, you're drawing an extra card at the start of every turn as well. That's a big bonus.
Certainly is. Stefan on that 6 lore, of course, getting that little bit of extra lore with that greedy quest from Bucky, which paid off earlier. Imagine it comes down to 1 lore, Ross. We're going to look down, look back at that turn 3 quest of Bucky. Stefan's going to exert all the ink for double Diablo.
Oh my word, double Diablo is nice. That gives you some...
no! And of course, with the Bucky down, Ross, as well, both getting discarded as well. 2 Floodborns. Goodbye, Sisu.
Oh, that is huge. It's not just a draw, it's a discard with the Bucky. And that Sisu is going to do so much damage next turn. And now that Sisu's going to do nothing because it's in the discard. And I believe that's an empty hand there for Miriam. And this is exactly what the Emerald player wants and exactly what the Sapphire player dreads.
Okay, 1 card off the top for Miriam. They need a miracle. It's a Judy Hopps, which is not doing too much at this moment in time.
No.
Miriam shakes their head in disappointment, and I don't blame them.
No, I love Judy Hopps as a character. It's nice removing items, but this is not a deck against which you're really going after those items. I mean, you might as well play it anyway because, well, you play it or ink it. That's your choice. It's probably not going to be there in your hand. We know what this deck tends to do, so we do see... couple of characters, Medusa and Flavisham, they're teaming up to take down Beast, but I'm loving Stefan's position here.
Yeah, Stefan with a couple of 1-cost characters in hand, a Diablo and a Robin Hood. Not the best, but of course with that double Diablo down on the board, every time Miriam draws, Stefan's going to draw twice. And you have to draw at the start of your turn, Ross. When I played against Diablo, I'm like, do I have to draw? The answer is yes. Yes, you do.
Check the rule book, and unfortunately, it's true. So down comes Robin Hood. I mean, at least Beast going away means 1 less draw, as we see Ursula just trading there with Madame Medusa. But you're right, you quest with Diablo, you know, cheeky couple extra... That was a quest, wasn't it?
Yes.
Cheeky couple extra lore. There we go. But like you say, Miriam draws 1, Stefan draws 2. That is not fair.
No, it really doesn't feel fair. There we go.
So bizarre.
When I've played against some friends and they're playing Diablo, I try and like slap their hand away a little bit from the top of their deck so they can't draw.
Ever work?
No, not at all.
Oh, so we do see. Did we see what the top? Oh, it was a Brawl, I think, was the top deck there, which at least did take out 1 of the Diablo, which is better than nothing.
And it is at this stage in the game where Stefan, even though they're in a dominant position, the longer the game goes on, Miriam's going to be drawing into some big threats potentially. So if Miriam can remove this other Diablo and then stabilize, it could be a game where she claws back into it. If ever there's a deck which can do it, it would be Ruby Sapphire with all their very, very powerful cards, things like Sisu and Maleficent.
I just want to see somebody win a game on a giant swing with Tamatoa. Yeah. Is that so much to ask, Joe? Now we do see something coming down here. It was... Oh, the friends are joining up and taking down Judy Hopps.
Yeah, we see Stefan questing, certainly in the lead still at this point, both on board and in terms of lore, and also the card advantage as well. Miriam's going to draw. Stefan didn't draw with Diablo. They forgot the trigger. They remembered it.
Oh, they've just remembered.
I wonder if Miriam could have just quickly quested with Flavisham, ended the turn.
Not to be. We do see, I believe, it was a 1 jump ahead.
Yep.
So getting some extra ink down there. So, I mean, look, you've not lost the game yet. Stefan's only on 9 lore, and you are building up a fairly sizable inkwell here.
Yep.
So... there's at least some options coming out, hopefully. You just need to hang on for a turn or 2. And for Stefan, press the advantage. How much lore can you get? How much can you counter the 1 card a turn your opponent is playing here?
We're going to see Flavisham
going down
removed.
for a Robin Hood. And that, of course, will get 2 lore because that was a challenge. Oh, and then we've gone to a blank card back for Miriam's side because there are no cards to feature.
Yes.
There are no cards that Miriam has right now. It is an empty board, and there's actually a lot on the board there for Stefan. We did see a Great Stone Dragon being top decked from Miriam, but of course that enters play exerted. You cannot use it on the turn you draw it.
Yeah, Miriam has so many cards in her deck, which would be great top decks right now. Sisu, be prepared. But unfortunately, finding things like the Great Stone Dragon is not what they're looking for. Stefan takes this one down.
Yeah, looks like Miriam is picking up those cards and saying, you know what, I'm not winning this. Let's give plenty of time for game 2. You've got game on board, or at least pretty gosh darn close. So Stefan and the Emerald Steel takes game 1. And already we're seeing a lot of love for this deck, and we're seeing this deck be a very good deck this weekend.
No, absolutely. It's considered the strongest deck in the game for a reason, Ross. It's really interesting that about a month ago or so many of the Ruby Sapphire players felt very confident in this matchup, that they had a very favorable matchup into Emerald Steel. But I have to say, I haven't really seen it this weekend. I spoke to a friend of mine who's also playing Ruby Sapphire. They lost the first round 2-0 to Emerald Steel. It seems like the Emerald Steel players have really found the lines to be helping themselves out in this matchup. I would still argue it's favored for Ruby Sapphire, but it's a really tight matchup.
It certainly does seem to not be too bad for the Emerald here. And, you know, you look at Chicago, like I say, the only tournament we've had in this format, proper big official tournament, by far the best data we've got. And like we said, players bring their best out to the challenges. This is where they save their best decks, their best list. And for the other tournaments, smaller tournaments, it tends to be, let's have a little bit of a play. Let's not give away all my new tricks. Let's save that for the tournaments with those phenomenal prize cards on offer. And if we go back to Chicago, it was this Bucky discard deck, inarguably the best deck. 3 of the top 8. It took down the whole tournament. From a pure data standpoint, this is the best deck in the format. And we've had a few weeks at this stage to sit down and go, let's refine this and let's practice this.
Yeah, but on the flip side, you've also got so many people now that are thinking, how do I beat this deck? And that's going to be really interesting to see if you can find a deck in this metagame which is favored into Bucky without sacrificing the other matchups which dominate the meta. Ruby Amethyst doing the rounds on the top tables, Ross, is everywhere. It is so popular. And that is another very good matchup for Emerald Steel as well. We're seeing the mulligans here. Both players, of course, drawing 7 cards. They can put away as many as they like. They go onto the bottom of the deck, and they can replace them and then shuffle. Very powerful mulligan in Disney Lorcana, Ross, being able to have so much agency over your starting hand.
Yeah, the mulligan is one of my favourite things about the game, and it is absolutely huge. It gives you a lot of chances, and some decks, you really need a particular start. Like, there's a reason these Emerald Steel decks are colloquially referred to as Bucky discard.
Yeah.
Because early Bucky is huge. And you can, if you don't get Bucky in your opening hand, you can literally just throw your entire opening hand away and just try again to get Bucky. Or if you get your Bucky, you can go, okay, now I've got this. Let's get rid of some uninkables. Let's get rid of some bigger cards. They'll come back around later. What else do I need? Maybe I can dig for a Diablo. And it means that on average, compared to, you know, other games we've seen, players have a better start in Lorcana, and that means that we are focusing on who's made the best deck, who's making the best plays. We're seeing not that many people lose because I drew badly, because actually this mulligan is evening things out and helping players have a better start.
Absolutely. And one thing that's interesting about the opening mulligan here compared with game 1 is both players are now aware of what their opponent's looking for. So in game 1, they're probably doing a more generic mulligan, whereas here they're going to be mulliganing specifically for the matchup. And we did see for the Ruby Sapphire player access to Fishbone Quill, which could be a great card on turn 3 to try and get access to that 8-cost Sisu. It cannot be discarded by Ursula. We saw the Be Prepared Ross in the last game discarded by Ursula early on. Well, that Sisu can only be discarded if the whole hand is empty, and Sisu is really the last card as an option.
Yeah, speaking of which, we do see a Sisu, the other one, going and getting inked here. So we've got a Vitalosphere on the board here. We've seen one jump ahead, getting a 3rd ink. Stefan inked, but didn't actually play a card. And just to finish off your point there, one of the things you can do with mulligans is hide your cards, like Be Prepared, because the general rule is, if you're playing against Ursula, mulligan your songs away because Ursula is coming for them.
Absolutely. And on turn 2, it's not an Ursula this time, but
it's a Bucky.
Bucky's also pretty intimidating as well. Miriam already at 3 ink, thanks to that 1 jump ahead, is going to spend 4 on Flavisham, banishing the Vitalisphere, drawing 2 cards. So deciding not to play the Fishbone Quill just yet, but developing the Flavisham as a card draw engine instead.
Yeah, and that's always beautiful. It's one of the best cards in Sapphire, these item-heavy decks, and Sapphire loves its items. Flavisham just giving a really good draw engine. It turns those 1-cost items into draw 2s, and you can do it when you quest as well. Gain a lore, gain 2 cards for a really just 1 cost is really nice resource management. Now we have 2 of the Shift Diablo in hand, but I'm not seeing any Little Diablo.
We see the Robin Hood inked, 3 exerted, and it's going to be Aladdin, which is a Floodborn, so Miriam is going to be forced to discard a card.
And it's going to be a Lucky Dime. That's a bit sad.
Yeah, it's not ideal, but I always like seeing players making use of discarding uninkables.
Yes.
Because they don't have that flexibility of going into the inkwell, it's a good opportunity to get rid of some cards which you can't play for a long while. The Fishbone Quill comes through. It's an item, so it can be used immediately. And will we also see the Flavisham immediately banishing it? We certainly do.
We have to, because otherwise, I know what's going to happen next turn. We're going to see Aladdin questing and getting rid of Fishbone Quill.
Absolutely.
It is not lasting past next turn. You might as well get the benefit of drawing with Flavisham rather than just letting your opponent get rid of it for nothing.
And another really interesting deck choice here by Miriam, not something you see every day in Ruby Sapphire, is this inkable 3-cost Sisu. It's a great card and it's played in so many decks, but not many Ruby Sapphire players going for it. A deck with a very high uninkable count, and a great option now that Miriam has available is to shift for 6 onto this Sisu instead of paying 8. Could be a line that they go for, but also just questing for 2. And Stefan has so many cards in hand right now, so this Sisu has around 8 to 9 strength, gaining 1 strength for every card in Stefan's hand.
I love it, especially against decks like this where they're building up a big hand with stuff like Diablo anyway. I think it's great. It quests for 2. It's really good at challenging and taking out characters. And, of course, you've got that shift ability, like you said, onto the bigger Sisu. So, no, I'm a huge fan of this Sisu. One of my favorite cards that we've got in Ruby at the moment. It's in a bunch of my decks, frankly. I like it.
Miriam was not happy about that sudden chill, but 1 card still left in hand, and that 1 card is all important because it is the Sisu 8-cost card. Now, she doesn't have 8 ink available, Ross, but she does have the shift available, and it comes through.
Yeah, we do. That is, if anyone's wondering why shift is so good, that is why shift is so good. Takes out Bucky, takes out another character as well. While we're here, you don't have enough ink to play it normally, but you do have enough ink to shift into it. That is why that shift mechanic is so good. And one of my favorite things here about Sisu is, of course, the smaller version is a great card that we will see played without the bigger version. It works on its own, but then you can shift into the bigger version as well. And it's just Sisu and shifting right now it's a pretty big deal.
Miriam's only at 6 ink right now and had that inkable Maui in hand. So even if they inked the Maui, they wouldn't have been able to play the Sisu without the shift. So this 3-cost Sisu for Miriam, which you really do not see very often in these Ruby Sapphire decks, absolutely popping off here.
And got Maui in hand, which is might only be 1 card in hand, but that Maui is so good. Rush, Reckless, big stats, and it is going to be coming after that Aladdin if it does something. Oh, it's actually singing.
Yeah, 2 damage counters from Stormrage on going on to Sisu, and that's going to mean that Stefan also draws a card.
Yep.
Robin Hood into the Inkwell.
And we're paying for the Ursula here. But it's only a Maui in hand. There's no song to get rid of. But is there anything else we can play to get rid of a card in hand? No. We've got ourselves Strength of a Raging Fire, which will take out the Sisu, which, to be fair, is still a pretty big deal.
I was about to say an item off the top here, Ross, would be huge. A Popsicle would have been better, a 1-cost item to just easily play and start drawing cards with Flavisham. Goes for the Maui to control the board, and a decision for Miriam here is if they ink the Greatstone Dragon fearing a discard, or if they try and hold on to it. They make the decision to hold on to it.
I think it's a point in the game where it's such a you kind of really want to protect your cards, and that there's no Bucky on the board, your opponent's got a low hand size. You're thinking your hand is probably safe-ish for now.
Yep. And Stefan could have played the Robin Hood here, but instead puts it into the Inkwell, valuing that extra ink. Maybe they have something like a Tinkerbell in their deck that costs 6 ink, and they currently have no cards in hand. The Diablo currently not exerted, so this is going to be a great time for Miriam to try and draw cards.
And there is a Great Stone Dragon hitting the ball. Was that a Tamatoa top deck?
It was, yeah.
So, and we do see the Ursula going down there with the Maui. This is why Maui is such a good card. From the moment it hits the board, it is providing so much pressure going after your opponent's characters. And this is more like it from Miriam here. All of a sudden, you've got a couple characters on the board. Your opponent doesn't have a Bucky. They don't have all those ridiculous characters, but I think we're going to see Beast coming down here. And then Diablo's going to exert, so maybe Stefan's already got it back.
Yes, and this is now the time where Stefan has to remember to draw for the Diablo. We saw them almost forget about it previously. Miriam draws and Stefan's on the money. Doesn't forget at all this time. And a really interesting decision the previous turn, Ross. Miriam quested with Flavisham, but didn't banish that Great Stone Dragon, instead deciding to use its ability to start ramping up.
Yeah, I like this. You're getting more ink. Now, we are seeing Flavisham questing here. I believe it's questing. But choosing not to get rid of the Great Stone Dragon because you're thinking there's nothing on Stefan's board right now. There's no Aladdin or something, which is making me think it's definitely going down. And I want to build up that ink. Now, I don't know if it's going to stay, and there's Bucky on the board, so it's not going to stay. But we do have Jafar and, excuse me, not Jafar. We have, Jafar's hit the board.
Yes.
We've got Lucky Dime and Tamatoa, both parts of the combo. But, you know, you don't kind of need 15 ink to do it both at once.
Yeah, and even looking back to this Robin Hood ink a couple of turns ago, it seemed odd for Stefan not to play it maybe to the untrained eye, but now that's opened up with that 6 ink available, able to play Bucky and the 4-cost Floodborn Jafar in the same turn to catch Miriam off guard and discard a very powerful card. But that Tamatoa can get Lucky Dime back into hand, Ross, potentially.
It can. It's going to need to. There's at least 2 Lucky Dime in the discard, and, you know, sometimes Lucky Dime gets played as a 2-of. You don't always have access to more than that. So, yeah, Tamatoa getting it back is going to be a big deal. Let's just hope the Tamatoa stays. Oh, we've got a big Sisu.
And this is it. When you get to this stage of Ruby Sapphire, almost every card off the top is powerful. Sisu and Tamatoa available.
But we've only got 7 ink. But then comes Great Stone Dragon to put us up to 8. And that means Sisu can come down without inking Tamatoa. Oh, we are inking Tamatoa.
Yeah.
Oh, we were Flavishamming. Okay.
The Great Stone Dragon, it's not a card I've seen at all often, but I do believe it puts the card into the Inkwell exerted already.
Yes, it does.
Which meant that Miriam had to still ink that Tamatoa, but still wanted the Sisu to come through.
I got overly excited then, but you're absolutely right. It inks a character from your discard, but it does ink it already exerted. The ink is not available to use. It's a weaker version of Fishbone Quill because it comes in exerted itself as well.
Yep.
But we do see it popping up in these Sapphire decks. There's a reason for it. Usually you play it when you've already maxed out your Fishbone Quill. But still, I like seeing the Sisu come down. And I'm sad Tamatoa got inked.
Yeah. Ross has been wanting Tamatoa to be on the board the whole weekend.
I make no secret of it, Joe.
Yeah.
I've not been shy.
And you want to get your hands on a German Tamatoa while you're here in Bochum as well, right?
I do. I told my son I'd get a German Tamatoa, and I don't want to be a liar, frankly. So, I mean, at least we've got a decent board for Miriam. We've got the Sisu. We've got the Maui. That Flavisham has been putting in work, but that's not ideal.
The Beast singing, we don't talk about Bruno. It bounces back the Sisu into Miriam's hand, and she has to discard a random card from her hand. Of course, if you've only got one, it's Sisu which gets discarded. And suddenly, Stefan's just clawing their way back into this one.
Yeah, I was literally just finished talking about how at least Miriam had a nice board for the characters, but then we saw Sisu go down, we saw Maui go down. Flavisham's a nice draw engine, but it doesn't do much more. It doesn't get much lore. It's not great at challenging. It is there to provide a draw engine. The characters that were threats are not threats any longer, Joe, and I'm not loving this anymore. We do see the Great Stone Dragon going away to give us that draw with Flavisham. But again, we need big top decks.
Ross, there was a huge smile on Miriam's face when she drew the card for draw because it was another Sisu and it comes through straight away. It's not going to remove the Jafar. It's not going to remove the Beast. But if you're Miriam, you're very happy to see Diablo gone. Stefan is starting to get a little bit lower on cards in hand. Stefan needs the card draw really to stay in this one because Miriam's cards are more powerful at this stage. Currently, Miriam at 10 lore, Stefan trailing behind on 4.
And sooner or later, those big characters will, like you're just alluding to, they will start to stick.
Yeah.
And when you can get those big characters sticking and use them turn after turn, that is when you really start running away. We see Ursula singing, but there's just two looking for songs. But there's just two Madame Medusa. They are not targets. But actually, those Madame Medusa will get rid of a free strength character.
Yep. If you're Stefan, that is not what you want to be seeing when you peek at your opponent's hand. Two Madame Medusas staring you down with a Beast Tragic Hero on the board.
Oh, there's only 10 ink at the moment, so even if we went up to 11, we wouldn't get both of them next turn. But we did see along come Zeus, gets rid of that Sisu, which is not great. But Stefan does seem to be just running out of cards a little bit here. And is the door opening for Miriam?
Stefan could have sung Zeus with either Jafar or Beast, but really valuing the questing at this stage in the game, which is kind of a sign to me that Stefan is wanting to try and wrap this game up as quickly as possible at this stage.
Now we see Flavisham, we're questing. Obviously, we're going to get rid of that Porpsicle. That was the whole reason we played it down. Get a couple of extra cards. So, I mean, you got to think Medusa's going to be a good option here. We got 3 Mana Medusa in hand?
Wow.
There's at least 2, and there's another 6-cost uninkable. It might be a 3rd Medusa, you know.
I think you could be right. I did also peek Miriam's deck when they were shuffling. There was a Lady Tremaine in there somewhere, so it's possible there's a rogue copy of Lady Tremaine available as well.
Yeah, often seen as a one-of in these decks just to give a little bit of extra boost, but getting rid of that beast on the board was big, stops that extra card draw, which of course these Emerald decks are always looking for. And the hand, we've got 1-cost Diablo, 1-cost Diablo. I mean, at least they can quest.
It is another Medusa, the Flavisham as well. And I just want to remind you, Ross, this Flavisham has been on the board since turn 3. 1 jump ahead from Miriam, and I believe this is the same Flavisham that they played on turn 3.
And it's just sitting there getting card. That's getting card after card after card. So we do see going a bit wider here. We've got double Diablo coming down. But we know a couple of the Floodborn have already gone. Now we do see Strength of a Raging Fire taking out that little Sisu there. And we've seen a lot of these song cards taking out the characters of Miriam by Stefan. So holding on in that way for now.
Stefan doing some more questing, putting them up to 9. Still behind with Miriam on 11. And at this stage in the game, it's the first time Miriam's had multiple cards in hand for a while. And there's your favorite card, Ross.
I mean, it's Tamatoa, but I'm kind of running out of faith here. It never hits the board. It never gets any good questing done. It's just there for show. But prove me wrong, Miriam. Show me how good Tamatoa can be. Now, is there anything you're desperate to take out with the Madame Medusa here? No, there isn't. Tamatoa comes down, and you get an item back. You could go for... Oh, no, we haven't got enough ink for it.
Could go for the Popsicle and just play it this turn. When you quest with Tamatoa, then you could bounce the Lucky Dime back, but Mario might just want to put the Lucky Dime in hand now. It'll be an interesting decision to see what they go for here.
Yeah, it is the Lucky Dime. It's not that good this turn. But the thing is, next turn, like this puts Stefan on a clock. So you're basically saying, look, next turn I've got Lucky Dime and I've got Tamatoa. Who knows? Maybe I've got a couple of 1-cost items as well. Maybe I can find a couple of 1-cost items. And then all of a sudden that can make a big swing. Stefan knows that combination is very threatening.
Yeah, Flavisham and Madame Medusa questing. Only questing for 1. So Miriam still a decent way away from that 20 mark. But with Tamatoa and Lucky Dime, that lore jump can get very big very quickly.
Yes, it really can. And there's absolutely a possibility of extending over the finish line. I think you need a 1-cost item to do it, but you could get there. So... yeah, we've seen a few of them already. We see a Jafar, I think, top decked by Stefan there. And he's going to go straight into play. But there's no Bucky, so there's no discard. And we just see Stefan going, you know what, I've got a bunch of characters. Let's just quest them all.
Yeah, Stefan realizes, as you mentioned, that Lucky Dime putting a clock on the game. They have to wrap this up pretty quickly. And play passes back on over to Mariam. Both players tied on 13 lore. With the Dime, there's some potential that Mariam could wrap it up this turn, but no items currently on the board. So as it stands, Tamatoa only questing for 1. of course, gaining 1 lore for every item that's in play.
If we got, is a dime available? Yeah, dime's available.
Yep.
So you can get 2 from the dime, 2 from Tamatoa, and then 1 from Faversham, 1 from Madame Medusa, but that's only 6 in total. You need 7. So Miriam can get 1 away here.
Now, with the Tamatoa, there's also the potential of bouncing the Popsicle back into hand. So it quests for 2, but then you could exert the dime potentially for 3. The dime's been exerted now. I wonder if there was an argument for Miriam here to quest with Tamatoa first, bounce that Popsicle back, and then play the Popsicle onto the board, and then use the dime.
And that would give you 3 from the dime rather than 2 and get you over the line at 20. I think I might agree with your reasoning there, Joe Curley. That could have been an option, but as it stands, we see another couple questing here. Now, Stefan's getting, is it 5? So Stefan, I only see Stefan getting to 18 next turn. I don't see Stefan getting to 20, which is huge. We get up to 19 as predicted. We are not over the line with Miriam yet. It is Popsicle, which is bounced back with the Tamatoa. We see it being played. We get an extra card. We're passing to Stefan. Stefan, I don't know if there's any way to stop Miriam at this point. There's too much on the board, I think, for Miriam. So Stefan needs to try and win this turn, but I don't see how you get 7.
It's a big ask for Stefan, no doubt about it. Does have a pretty wide board, however.
You got 5. If you quest of all of them, you go up to 18. You are not over the line. You need 2 more lore, and of course you cannot quest of a character on the turn you play it, so you're not able to go in that regard. So, is there anything else Stefan has got here? Is there any other way? Because, you know, Lucky Dime wins a game next turn. Flavisham wins a game next turn. Tamatoa wins a game next turn. We do see Madame Medusa that would have won the game next turn going down here. But there's still Havisham, there's still Tamatoa, there's still Lucky Dime. Any of those are game-winning cards for Miriam on their next turn. And it looks like the cards are being put down, and it looks like Stefan is going to concede, and Miriam is going to take the second game. There will be no bonus points in this match, Joe.
Yeah, both players winning a game when they went first, and both players getting 3 points. They did have a flawless victory up to this point with 2-0 wins in the first 2 rounds. Still a very respectable score total of 17 points after 3 rounds, Ross. They're very much in contention to make that top 32 cut to move on to Sunday.
Yeah, they are. That's the thing about Swiss rounds. The problem is you get paired against somebody who's doing as well as you are. Notice both these players had 14 points. Well, problem is, you win your first 2 games 2-0, you're probably playing someone else who won their first 2 games 2-0. The game gets harder the better you do as you go along. But look, we got to see Tamatoa, we got to see Lucky Dime, and am I right in thinking we've seen Emerald Steel on stream twice and it's gone 1-1 each time?
Yeah, against different decks as well. We saw it go 1-1 against Ruby Amethyst and then 1-1 against Ruby Sapphire. So you're really seeing that decks do have the tools to take it down. I think I want to give a special shout out to Miriam's deck building with that 3-cost Inkable Sisu.
Yeah.
It's really not something you see often, but being able to shift that Sisu on when otherwise it would have just been stuck in hand doing nothing was an absolute game changer.
Yeah, being able to shift it and then get all of a sudden, oh look, I've taken out a bunch of your characters and I've got a big threat on the board that you have to deal with. And it's definitely deal with it. It never stayed on the board for very long, but forcing your opponent to, to use those resources to actually get rid of it, while also taking out a bunch of their characters as it comes into play. Sisu really is legit in this format. We're seeing a lot of Ruby decks around, and it's a good option. You don't have to play the smaller one. You don't have to play the bigger one. You can play either of them or both of them, and they both give you very good options. One of the things I really like about the smaller Sisu there is that it gets 1 extra strength for every card your opponent has in hand. So it means your opponent is constantly having to think, right, well, I've got 4 cards in hand. Well, that gives them 5 strength, but I can't really deal with that because then that's going to take out this. So I have to get 2, and you're all of a sudden playing or inking cards you'd rather not because you've got to control the strength of Sisu until you can actually go and take it out. And I love that dimension that that card gives you. It just adds more layers to your opponent to have to worry about.
No, absolutely, and even just questing for 2 as well. It's such an extraordinary card. We see a lot of the Ruby Amethyst decks playing it with Flynn Rider Frenemy on 2, and then having a big Sisu on turn 3 with big strength to try and gain that lore off of Flynn. But it's just not something you see very often in the Ruby Sapphire decks. There was a lot of players utilizing the 3-cost uninkable Sisu, which when it hits the board, it can remove a character with 1 strength or less, combined with the ice block. You can actually remove things like Diablo potentially with that, but it's another uninkable card, and Ruby Sapphire has so many uninkable cards that it already wants to play. Around 24 is the usual count you see on Ruby Sapphire decks of uninkables. So instead, Miriam deciding she still wants the option of shifting Sisu, but doesn't want to increase her uninkable count that high, so goes for the inkable 3-cost Sisu instead, and it really paid off there.
Yeah, I prefer that one. I was going to be honest with you here, Joe. I think that is the better of the Sisu. That's the one I'm always going to be going for. And inkable, you know, nice little bonus. Although the inkable uninkable thing, it always makes me... The mulligan is weird.
Yes.
Because, like, we've all been there. Let's just mulligan your entire hand, get a new hand of 7. And then there's that terror index where you play a bunch of uninkables. Hang on a second. What if I draw 7 uninkables?
Yeah.
What if I draw 6 uninkables and 1 inkable? I really don't want to ink them, and then I kind of have to, or I have no ink. I'm playing this game without ink, just to be clear. It's very difficult to do. So it does make those decisions a lot more difficult. When you're mulliganing, you need to cross your fingers and hope I don't get too much uninkable. And then if I mulligan, well then, you know, that second hand, you've got to keep it.
Yeah.
Makes things very awkward.
It really does, and I think also in the deck building element, it just adds so much depth, especially as we're getting more cards. There's more uninkable cards which you're like, I really want to play this card, I really want to play this card. But of course you can't play a deck of 60 uninkables. I don't think that's going to end too well for you, Ross.
It is unfortunately not. You've got to have something. And then you've got cards like Lucky Dime, which we saw coming in clutch in that game. A 7-cost uninkable. Like, that is a lot.
Yeah.
7 cost is expensive. Uninkable means you basically got to wait late in the game, but if you draw it early, it's completely useless because you're not able to actually ink it, whereas other expensive cards that are inkable, you can at least, you know, draw a Maui too early, it can give you that extra ink, worry about it later. So it means that when you see a card like Lucky Dime getting into decks, it has earned its spot.
Absolutely.
It is that good.
No, absolutely. And yeah, I have to say the uninkable thing is the most interesting thing in the deck builder. And as we're moving forwards into more sets, you're seeing players just slowly increase the amount of uninkables, but it does run that risk of just bricking and not having enough ink to even start the game off.
I really do think, and I could be way off base here, but I think we're going to hit this critical mass of like players getting cheekier and cheekier and cheekier. And then I think we're going to have like one event where a bunch of top players all brick because they've just played too many uninkables, and then we're going to start seeing that reversion. I think players are going to keep pushing it, and we are going to find that meta where too many people go, mate, we pushed this too far.
Yeah.
Like 37 uninkables, that is too many, let's just bring it right back. I don't know. I think we're going to reach that critical mass and then kind of... We see these deck building trends over time, and I think we are going to see a trend away from uninkables at some point just because there's going to be too many good uninkables and people are getting a little bit too greedy.
Yeah, absolutely. And Sapphire helps you play a little bit more than you usually would as well.
Yeah.
With Fishbone Quill, being able to put those uninkables into the inkwell, even just cards like One Jump Ahead, cheating ahead essentially in that extra ink, does allow you to then play like a 4-cost uninkable a turn sooner than you otherwise would. One card I have to give a special mention to, Ross, is the set 4 card Hidden Ink Caster. It's a 2-cost uninkable item in Emerald. And when you play it, you draw a card, but importantly, when it's on the board, all of your uninkable cards become inkable. And I think at some point, it has to be good.
Yeah.
I tried building a deck with like 50 uninkables and Hidden Ink Caster. You just, as long as you get to 2 ink and you find the Hidden Ink Caster, everything's inkable. Even the Hades. It wasn't very good.
But then, like, Judy Hop comes down, or Aladdin comes down, or anything that can take out an item comes down, and then everything's uninkable again. I mean, I love that you tried, John. It makes me happy that you tried. But I'm just going to go ahead and say I'm not convinced. I do love that card, though. It's, I mean, I've been digging through as many deck lists as I can, you know, in advance of this tournament, really trying to see the trends, what players are playing. Do you want to guess how many deck lists I found that card in?
I'm going to go ahead and say 0.
Exactly the same number as Tamatoa Drab Little Crab.
Is this the Emerald one?
Which is 0. Drab Little Crab. I love that they designed a Drab Little Crab card. It makes me happy that there is one out there. It's not good.
Fun fact about the Drab Little Crab, if it is the card I'm thinking of, the 2-cost Emerald card, have a look at the artwork on that card if you're at home, because there's a little bit of an Easter egg hidden in that one. It's got the... Yeah, Ross has put it up here. Tamatoa, Drab Little Crab, is like holding a little coin in their hand, and I think that's the Lucky Dime.
I think it is the Lucky Dime. I think you might be right. It's a 2-cost Inkable Emerald card, 1 strength, 4 willpower, quest for 1. It's essentially a 2-drop that's got higher than average willpower. That is about it.
I think it's a first chapter card as well, which was the Tamatoa, the one that we're used to seeing, the one in Sapphire. But of course, Lucky Dime didn't come out until the 3rd set into the Inkland. So nice little Easter egg ahead of time there. So that just shows us, Ross, maybe we need to be searching through the current cards in the game to see if we can find any hidden secrets about the future of Lorcana.
Have a little bit of a look. If you find a hidden secret for future cards on current cards, drop it down in the chat and we'll have a look. Maybe you'll spot something we haven't seen. Right, Joe, I'm getting a little bit jealous here, right?
Okay.
So you had your game with Baker, right? The one game I've not been involved in so far. And you finished and you're like, hey, let's open some packs.
Okay.
And then I have my game with Baker and we're like, there's no packs being opened. And then we finished. I'm having a lovely little chat about the metagame and I'm enjoying it greatly. But I'm just like, how am I the only cast that's not opened any packs right now?
I think it's time then. You don't need to tell me twice.
Is it time?
Yeah, you don't need to tell me twice. Let's go.
Okay. And I'm going to open a new box because you both pulled a legendary in your first pack. And I don't trust you right now. I don't think you're being fair to me. So I'm going to open a brand new box. And I'm not going to pull a legendary. And then I'm going to spend the next 5 minutes complaining about not pulling a legendary. By which point, it should be about time for our next game.
Okay, easy. Now, the question is, are you going to go for an Ariel, an Ursula, or a Sisu pack, Ross?
Well, I think I've made my thoughts quite clear. I like my Sisu.
All right, let's have it.
It's very good. To be fair, all 3 of these characters see a lot of love in the metagame right now. But I play a lot more Sisu than I do Ariel or Ursula, quite frankly.
I did actually see some Sapphire Steel players, or maybe it was actually Amber Steel, my mistake. I saw some Amber Steel players utilizing the Ariel that's on, I think, Sonic Warrior, she might be called.
It's Sonic
this
Warrior,
Ariel card, which is not something we've seen that much. All right.
I'm not going to be able to do all of these.
Cogsworth.
I cannot see well enough. I'm sorry.
In French, Big Ben. This is
I can't even. Oh, it's Tong. Am I just that bad? Like,
No,
I cannot make out what these cards are from here.
It's TikTok.
Oh, I love me some TikTok.
Gunther. This is very similar to the pack I opened.
You're good at this, man.
Hans.
I'm a little proud of you. Yeah,
It's
we
almost
all know
like
Hans.
identical.
Hans, fun fact.
Okay.
Not a good guy.
No.
Not a good guy. That's Mickey Mouse. I know that, dude.
I know this one. It's
That's
a Madrigal.
Yes, Giulietta Madrigal.
It certainly is. She makes lovely food.
I was going to say, that card, they're just sneaking into some decks. Heal 2 when you play it, draw 1 if you healed any.
Yeah, I've seen some
in.
Giuliettas doing the rounds, especially in Ruby. There's a lot of Ruby characters which damage themselves.
There are, and there's also the Snow White that heals very much like this, but then doesn't get to draw. Oh, now there are 3 widely played Ruby characters that damage themselves.
Yep.
Can you name them?
Okay, there's Mother Gothel.
Yep.
There's, there's Beast, which doesn't get played that much, and there's a 1-cost Mulan.
They are the 3. They're the 3 that keep popping up.
Yeah.
As far as I can see,
I
they
agree.
are the 3. That is, speaking of Mulan, is Mulan doing a bit of a kick?
I have no idea what that is.
No. Oh, it's Triton.
Okay.
Triton Young Prince. Gets a bit of extra ink. Doing stuff. Now that's Goofy.
That's good.
That's a good, we know this Goofy.
Ross, one thing I'm really interested in this weekend is if we see any Ruby Amethyst decks with cards like Super Goof, maybe even some 1-cost Maleficence and just going that little bit more aggressive than we're used to. Makes your Bucky matchup worse, but it could really improve your other matchups. I'm really interested in that concept.
It's got Rush and you gain Law when you challenge.
Can't go wrong.
And it's Law out of nowhere, which is quite nice. Oh, that's Cricky. We know that one.
We saw that in game 1 today.
We did. Oh, and what's the foil? It is
Triton's Decree.
Triton's
That's
Decree. We did see it though. It was hitting the ball.
Yeah, we saw it. When we were in our rehearsals yesterday, Baker was playing against Tim.
Right.
Tim, one of the game designers here, and Tim was playing this. It's one of the few cards which can remove a Bucky. Because it's like similar to Fire the Cannons. It deals 2 damage to an opponent's character, but your opponent has to choose the card.
Yes.
So if a character with ward, like Bucky, is the only character on the board, you can bypass that ward because it's your opponent that selects it.
Which is a little bit cheeky, making your opponent right. So far, I'm losing this pack battle dramatically.
I think you should go for a second. You've been waiting patiently.
Oh, no.
No, it's over to you. It's over to you.
Well, I'm going to go for Ariel because I don't like Ursula.
I was struggling.
She's
I was
not very
fumbling with the pack. Last time Baker had to help me out opening the packs quite a lot. I lack the fine motor skills necessary sometimes to get them.
I think by now, I've usually more practice opening packs. That's the answer here, right? Okay, that's the Madrigal. That's the
Mirabelle.
Thank you. How did I forget the protagonist's name for a second? Oh, that's Brawl. We like this card.
We
that's
certainly
a good
do.
card.
Poor Unfortunate Souls doesn't see much play.
It does not. Pegasus does.
Yeah, Pegasus is great.
There
I
is
still have not managed to open this. I'm fumbling.
There is one fact about Pegasus. How are you so bad at opening packs,
Baker's
man?
here to save the day. Oh.
Right. Fun fact about Pegasus that no other card in the entire set can boast.
Okay. I have no idea.
First card revealed.
Oh,
Very first card revealed from the set.
There you go.
Oh, there's your winter camp.
There's a beast with resist.
And yeah, that's not the good steel beast.
No.
There's a better steel beast out there. Oh, it's Hey Hey. I love Hey Hey.
Yeah, this card's fascinating. It's not seen any play yet, but maybe one day. I think in like an Emerald Ruby deck,
Yeah.
it could see play at some point.
Get an extra ink if your opponent's got more ink than you. Oh, it's Flounder. I feel like someone online might be happy about this, but I can't remember who.
Avalanche. Avalanche, a card we're seeing in some Sapphire Steel decks this weekend. Sapphire Steel struggles quite a lot with dealing with locations. This is an uninkable location removal tool, which also deals 1 damage to everything.
Yeah.
And there's a Bucky card that's very popular, which only has 1 willpower.
That's one that people are going to be after. Oh, is that the
Snuggly Duckling.
Snuggly Duckling.
A location. Okay, Gaston.
Oh.
I've seen some Gastons on the top table
I've
as well.
seen some Gaston. It's one of those. There's a bunch of cards that will reduce the cost of your next. There's a
There's Doc as well.
There's Doc and there's one more. Is it Pluto?
Yes, Pluto as well.
Yeah.
The one cost Pluto.
And we got ourselves a lovely little steel Aladdin.
All right.
Okay.
Here we go.
If it's a legendary, I might just quit the
card
stream.
as well. It's Mirabelle Madrigal. It's Brawl.
Oh, we like Brawl.
It's poor. This seems very. I'm having deja vu.
I'm having some
Wait.
deja vu here.
Okay, there's
okay,
one
it's gone different.
What are the chances? That's outrageous. Lost in the Woods.
Okay.
This is Camillo Madrigal, I think.
Yeah.
It's Antonio.
Antonio, the one who loves the animals.
Yes. Camillo's the 4-cost one, which can either gain 1 extra law or it's the Shapeshifter.
Yeah.
Mulan.
That's Mulan. I had that one as well.
Goof.
Oh, can't be a bit of old
Goofy
goof.
Musketeer Swordsman. That's a rare. So we're getting to the good part. 2 cards left. Bam! It's a LeFou.
It is
Not a
LeFou.
great pack so far, but you only need the 1 enchanted.
You
Ross,
only
at
need the
the
one
end.
enchanted.
I'm looking for an enchanted, specifically a non-location enchanted. If it's a location enchanted, you can have it, okay?
Oh, that's very kind of you. Location enchanted.
It's a Fortisphere.
That's a good card.
It's a very good card.
We're going to see a lot of Fortisphere. Now, here's an interesting thing. We've got Vitalisphere in Ruby. We've got Fortisphere in Steel. Are we getting 4 more spheres? Is that going to be a thing?
Possibly.
It's a nice 1-cost sphere for every ink?
Yeah.
Giving different options?
I think you could be onto something there. That is something to look out for, definitely. We have seen the Vitalisphere also creeping into some Ruby decks. Ruby Sapphire in particular. In fact, we saw it in the last game.
We did indeed.
It's a card which can give one of your characters rush and some extra strength, and that's a great way of dealing with Queen's Castle. Queen's Castle's such a strong card, Ross, for these Ruby Amethyst decks. I think it's a big reason that Ruby Amethyst has made a real comeback.
Yeah, I agree. It gives you 2 law at the start of every turn, and of course it gives you 1 card for every character that's there at the start of your turn. So it can turn into a draw engine and a law engine all at the same time. And we've seen there are some decks in the meta that actually really struggle to get rid of locations. You know, things like, even like your Emerald Steel. If they're if they don't draw into the couple cards they've got that can take them out, cards aren't great for attack. You're not going to challenge with Bucky. You're not going to challenge with Diablo unless you feel really safe. And actually, they're not built for taking out locations. And if you can tick up 2 law every turn, that builds up, man.
Absolutely. Well, Ross, it's been a pleasure. We're going to go over to a break now, I do believe. And then when we come back, it's going to be myself and Baker with the 4th round. It's going so quick. I'm having so much fun. Is it really going to be the 4th round already?
It's going to be the 4th. And I've got to take a breath. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm quite enjoying it here.
Yeah, me too.
I might go and find a little bit of a seat, watch you 2, and then come back and do the whole thing again.
Amazing. Well, don't go anywhere, everybody. Don't forget as well, if you want to watch the German broadcast, there is a version of that stream available as well in German. So see you guys very soon. Don't go anywhere.
Pascal, was waren das für Matches bisher? Ich glaube, wir brauchen eine Pause, oder?
War der Wahnsinn. Wir brauchen auf jeden Fall eine Pause. Und wie könnte man denn eine Pause besser verbringen als mit ein paar Boostern und einem Pack-Opening?
Da fällt mir nicht viel Besseres ein.
Ich kann sagen, also ich habe auch, ich habe richtig Lust, muss ich sagen. Und es liegt ja jetzt hier schon vor uns. Ihr seht es, Leute, ein prall gefülltes Display. Ich habe Bock. Ich würde sagen, wir quatschen gar nicht lange drum herum. Wollen wir sie auch?
Ich habe die Hände voll. Ich glaube, du musst loslegen.
Ja, wir machen das mal so. Ich nehme mal eins raus. Ich finde auch wieder sehr schön, muss man sagen. Ne? Ich halte das mal so mit die Kamera. Die Artworks, das sind ja sehr, sehr schöne Artworks, die wir auch auf den, von den Karten kennen. Das sind ja alles die Artworks, die wir auch derzeit ziehen können. Also hier zum Beispiel Ariel. Eine sehr, sehr schöne Karte. Und ich würde sagen, wir schauen einfach mal, was drin sein wird. Es gibt ja so etwas wie, im Englischen sagt man jetzt First Pack Magic. Bedeutet quasi...
Das wäre was.
Das wäre was. Bedeutet quasi, dass da jetzt direkt etwas richtig Gutes drin ist. Richtig gut. Es liegt natürlich im Auge des Betrachters.
Aber worüber würdest du dich dann freuen? Was wäre denn dein Perfect Pick?
Ich muss sagen, ich würde mich jetzt sehr über eine verzauberte Karte freuen.
Und welche?
Mein absoluter Favorit, muss ich sagen, wäre hier tatsächlich der Super Goofy. Also von daher, soll ich mal halbwegs spannend für den Stream machen? Wir decken mal nach oben hin auf. Wir haben hier auf jeden Fall arme Seelen in Not. Schon mal unsere Foil. Das ist jetzt auf jeden Fall erstmal das, was der Hit quasi drin ist.
Passend zum Ursula-Set. Direkt mal stilvoll gestartet.
Carta Carlo, auch ein schönes Artwork. Carta Carlo von den Musketieren, sehr coole Karte, definitiv. Die Musen. Herkules ist auch einer meiner Lieblingsfilme, muss ich sagen. Wie sieht's bei dir aus? Was ist dein Lieblingsfilm?
Da schlägt leider nicht 2 Jahre Moana. Ich liebe den Film, aber mit Herkules kann ich mitgehen. Ist auch sehr schön.
Auch schön. Dann geht es hier weiter mit Li Shang, Mulan, auch natürlich einer dieser legendären Filme. Li Shang, sehr gute Karte eigentlich, die man derzeit zwar nicht so viel in den Rubin-Decks sieht, weil sie natürlich auch starke Konkurrenz hat. Dann haben wir hier noch Tritons Dreizack, spielt ja eine besondere Rolle in unserer Lorcana-Geschichte, muss man sagen.
Wollen wir das kurz aufgreifen? Es geht manchmal unter, der Fluff, die Story.
Das können wir machen. Tritons Dreizack ist insofern interessant, denn wir sehen ja auch in den ganzen Trailern, die ihr hier mal in der Pause seht, dass Ursula diesen Dreizack in der Hand hält. Und ihr wisst ja alle, Tritons Dreizack gehört eigentlich zu König Triton, dem Vater von Ariel. Und es hat alles damit zu tun, dass Ursula natürlich einen fiesen Plan verfolgt und versucht, die Macht an sich zu reißen. Und der Dreizack ist einfach eine sehr mächtige Waffe dafür. Und wie gesagt, einfach eine Schlüsselkarte in Lorcana-Kammer.
Ein Glück hatten wir viele tapfere Luminari, die Ursula mutig entgegengetreten sind.
Luisa Madrigal auch ja, auf jeden Fall etwas, was man erwähnen sollte, dass die Madrigal-Familie, die Encanto-Familie hier das erste Mal mit diesem Set 4 Ursulas Rückkehr in die Welt von Lorcana gekommen ist. Dann haben wir noch einmal eine Ursula und Aurora, ausweichen, mit Schwung in die Aktion. Und die Vitalisphäre. Das war doch ein solides erstes Pack.
Viel Gutes dabei, aber noch nicht der Hauptgewinn.
Ich würde sagen, ich habe das erste aufgemacht. Du machst das zweite auf.
Was ist eigentlich das Schönste so am Booster öffnen? Ich finde, das hat ganz viele verschiedene so sensorische Sachen, die es mit mir macht. Für mich ist es der Geruch tatsächlich. Ich liebe den Geruch von so einem frischen Booster, wenn du ihn aufmachst. Das hat sowas aus meiner Kindheit. Das verbinde ich mit Kindheit, finde ich ganz hervorragend.
Ich muss auch sagen, das ist vor allem für mich dieses Gefühl, damals als Kind irgendwie in die Buchhandlung zu gehen oder irgendein Geschäft und sich halt einfach mal ein Päckchen zu kaufen und einfach drauf zu hoffen, was drin ist. Und man hat ja auch immer noch dieses Kribbeln, ne? Auch wir kennen alle Karten, wir wissen, was da drin ist, aber man hat immer dieses konstante Kribbeln da drin und das finde ich einfach immer spannend. So, zeig mal her, was du da hast.
Jetzt geht's los. Wir haben die Schlägerei, eine ganz hervorragende Karte. Im Moment eine Staple in den Ruby-Decks, klärt ganz viele Probleme, kann man nicht oft genug haben. Dann, die kennen wir schon von gerade, die armen Seelen in Not, Ursulas kleine Freunde. Und direkt eine weitere Staple, wahrscheinlich eine der besten Karten aus unserer Sicht, Pegasus 1 Evasive. Davor muss man Angst haben, wenn die gespielt wird.
Wie süß ist Pegasus eigentlich? Also ich meine, das ist auch so eine von diesen Karten, wieder eins meiner Lieblingsartworks aus dem aktuellen Set, muss ich wirklich sagen.
Vielleicht auch für die neueren Zuschauer, die dabei sind. Das Besondere bei Lorcana ist ja auch, dass diese Artworks, die sind nicht irgendwo rauskopiert aus irgendwelchen Filmen, sondern die sind speziell für Lorcana in Abstimmung mit dem Lead-Design entwickelte Kunstwerke. Und das zeigt sich auch in jeder einzelnen Karte.
Ja, wirklich besonders. Also man hat auch wirklich immer das Gefühl, dass
Hello everybody and welcome back to Bochum. As you can see here, Bochum, Germany. I've heard it's the home of the Curryverse.
Oh, very. Have you had one?
Not in Bochum. I have had one before and it is delightful. So I think that's what I'm looking out for tonight.
Yep. Sounds
I'm
good.
still here, Joe Curley, and I'm joined by Baker, a real-life Lorcana villain.
Oh, you know it. Welcome back. Well, I welcome myself back. It was me that was on break, but I was watching that game that you were casting with our friend Ross. Looked really good. Any insights that you'd like to share with me from that?
Yeah, it was a really, really fun game. I have to be honest, today's been such a blur, I almost can't even remember what the game was.
So many games going on. Yeah, I think you had...
Tamatoa, that's what it was.
It's always Tamatoa on the line.
The Ruby Sapphire up against Emerald Steel matchup. It was really interesting to see how each side of the coin, with the player going first, they were able to take it down. But it looked like for a long time that Ruby Sapphire was going to absolutely walk it. But then the Emerald Steel player managed to really claw their way back into it. So it was really fun. I have to say I'm hoping to see some unorthodox decks so far. Today I think we've seen pretty much every deck has been kind of a...
pretty meta, pretty standard, what we would expect to see.
But there's got to be out there. There's got to be some spicy decks.
Absolutely. Well, while I was having my break, I did the same as you. I was having a little roam around the top tables, and unsurprisingly, a lot of Ruby Amethyst, a lot of Ruby Sapphire, and a lot of Emerald Steel. But I did see, I think it was table 6 and table 12, some Emerald Amethyst Tempo actually performing quite well so far, so that's really nice to see. And one thing I definitely want to highlight, another Steel Song player, a few Steel Song players up there as well. It's quite popular today, but one of them playing the new Philatites, Trainer of Heroes. I'm hoping they keep winning, because if they do, then I would absolutely love for us to feature that if we get a chance to. But Philatites, really interesting card. When he's on the field, whenever you play a hero, just gain a lore. So that's really interesting with the Steel Song deck, where you can obviously replenish your resources of a whole new world or Rapunzel, and then just play all these heroes, and it gives you a real amount of reach, which isn't normally available in those colours. So that's certainly interesting. I'm certainly looking forward to seeing how well they do today.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that card has a lot of potential. As you say, gaining lore while you don't even have to exert it is very powerful potentially in Disney Lorcana. The Steel Amber Songs deck already has a lot of heroes it wants to play. I think Robin Hood, for example, is a hero. So I can definitely see that card popping off in a big way. Our players are sat down as well, Baker, so we're not too far away from starting. I think round 4 now. Time is flying by.
It always does when we're having fun with Lorcana. We've got 9 rounds to get through today, and then the whole thing again tomorrow. It's exciting in the world of Lorcana.
And yeah, and here you can see the players are sat down. They still have their headphones off. These headphones, they're wearing a soundproof headphones, so we're going to make sure we don't talk too loudly about any cards we see when they're shuffling, but you might just be having a little peek to see what kind of cards are available. Of course, this wonderful Rapunzel backdrop.
Ross was commenting on that before. Beautiful, so well decorated. And of course, these players, if they make the top 32 of this event, they'll get to take home a Rapunzel promo in that same art style. If they make top 16, have it on a full playmat as well.
Yeah, the playmat is absolutely glorious. And a good time to mention as well, Baker, for those of you watching at home, don't forget, July is the month of the set championships for Ursula's return. So it's this time working a little bit differently in the sense that it's all month long. Every weekend this month, there's going to be Lorcana set championships. So make sure you check out your local game store for those. We've got Andy here, who is the player on the left of our screen with some pink shirt and pink deck sleeves.
Yeah, matching. I like it. We certainly won't lose Andy. And our opponent here, and the headset's going on. Yeah, just to repeat what my colleague Joe just said, that's just making sure that they can't hear anything else that's going on, such as our commentary or anything like that. So certainly looking forward to seeing what these players have brought to the table. This is going into round 4. The players just had a short lunch break. Obviously, it's a long day of Lorcana here, so making sure everyone gets a chance to get something to eat, get some fresh air before some more glorious card games. If we go into the dice roll, I'd love to be able to see these numbers.
Yes. So the player that wins the die roll gets to decide if they go first or second in the first game. But remember, in this 2-game format, each player gets to go first once and each player gets to go second once. So there's certainly not a huge advantage in the die roll. Looks like we're up on Sapphire Steel here.
And we do see that Fishbone Quill in the opening hand, which you can immediately imagine might be something they'll want to hold. That's quite often a very good... Oh!
And it is exactly what you were talking about, Baker.
There is the Philatites. I certainly hope that it can put in some work in this game. And he looks like he's going to hold it as well. Likes it early. He's got the Beast Tragic Hero. Again, he may change his mind here. Oh, is he going all 7 in? Was that all 7? There might be some on the table that he's put to the side that I've missed. That may be the case. But nonetheless, we are all mulliganed up. Andy and Jan going to do a little shuffle, and we will get underway with round 4 of Disney Lorcana Challenge Bochum. So we've got Sapphire Steel here against some Steel Song. So do you have any ideas on who you think is favoured in this particular matchup?
Very good question. I mean, first and foremost, both players on 21 points, Baker. That is a flawless record so far. So each player has played 6 games to this point and won all 6 of them. They have not dropped a single game. We did see in the game which you and Ross cast earlier, Zoe was the Amber Steel Songs player against Sapphire Steel, and she was victorious 2-0 in that one. So definitely the Sleepy's Flutes put in a lot of work for her, and I haven't yet seen one for Jan as of yet. We see Flavisham getting inked in the Photosphere coming through. Another Fishbone Quill available.
And we see that Rise of the Titans in Andy's hand, really good for cards like, especially the Queen's Castle if you were playing against Amethyst. But in Jan's deck, maybe he's running the Pride lands that we saw from the round not too long ago, which put in a lot of work. So that can be an answer to that. Or just to item cards if Jan is running any of those. Or just ink. We love an inkable.
Yeah, the Piglet now down on the board. We saw the Piglet Pooh Pirate Captain putting in the work for Frank Carsten in Lille. They were also playing Amber Steel songs and kind of surprised to see the Piglet Pooh Pirate Captain in Lille. But it gives this Amber Steel deck a little bit more of an aggressive questing curve.
Yeah, for sure. That Pooh Pirate Captain, if there are 3 characters on the board, then he quests for 3, which is a lot of lore, very cheap character. So hopefully that's going to put in some work for Jan. As you say, Frank winning DLC in Lille. That was obviously a prior format, but we know Piglet can be good, so maybe it'll put in some work here. We see the Stout-Hearted Cinderella in Jan's hand, which is a really nice option. You always would play this Ballroom Sensation Cinderella because it's so versatile for singing these 3 or less cost songs, but the Stout-Hearted can be really difficult to remove. But in this instance, Inked, we're going to play down the Ballroom Sensation Cinderella, and then we're going to be questing for a total of 4, courtesy of Piglet and Robin. So Jan already at 5 Ink.
Yeah, jumping up very, very quickly. That's what Piglet Pooh Pirate Captain's there for. For Andy, not contesting the board at all at this moment with another item, this time the Fishbone Quill. But of course, that is allowing Andy to jump ahead in ink. Andy's going to now be threatening the Grab Your Swords on turn 4. So Jan's going to be a little bit scared of that because it could wipe out the board. They ink the Cinderella Stout-Hearted, they shift in the Robin Hood, and everything quests. But I don't think Andy has access to that Grab Your Swords, but Jan's definitely going to be scared of it. Look at this aggro game plan. 11 lore already.
That's amazing. 6 lore in 1 turn, and he's got a lot of catching up to do. Of course, these Sapphire decks want to take a little bit longer to get their ink nice and ramped up. Just one more time, if you're a newer player, if we say ramp, we're referring to the idea that you get more, accelerate your ink well faster through things like Fishbone Quill and 1 jump ahead. So Andy wants to ramp as much as he can and then get these big, powerful, high-cost cards online. But Jan already 11, he might not leave him time.
No, absolutely. It's really time for Andy to start contesting the ball, but it does have to Grab Your Swords. I couldn't see it, Baker.
That's nice. That's very nice.
And that is so huge. That is exactly what Andy's game plan is here, to accelerate. Playing that Grab Your Swords on turn 4, thanks to the Fishbone Quill jumping ahead in ink.
Yeah, he's already at 6 ink. That's the versatility of Fishbone Quill. You play it on 3 so that you can ink to 4, and then on turn 4 you ink for turn, and then with Quill. So it's already at 6 ink. So a lot of those cards are going to be online. Potentially something like a Tinkerbell could already be played. But yeah, that Robin Hood is the only survivor of the Grab Your Swords. 2 damage on top of it, but everything else being removed. But I think Piglet put in the work it needed to do, to be honest.
No, absolutely. What a great start. And we saw those Sleepy's Flutes in the previous game where we saw Amber Steel closing out the late game. So if Jan's got access to Sleepy's Flutes, they could be a real problem for Andy to deal with potentially. We see Flaversham come through and a Fortisfit. Goes for the foil Fortisfit. I don't know if that one to the left is a foil, Baker. Personally, I would always get rid of the non-foil before the foil.
You like a blinged out deck, don't you, Joe?
Absolutely.
But in Jan's hand, we have a Along Came Zeus and a couple of Let the Storm Rage On. Just our casting view, we can see their hands a little better at times. So we do see those cards. So potentially the Robin Hood could sing the Along Came Zeus, and then we could just pay for Let the Storm Rage On to remove the Flaversham, if that's what Jan wants to do. Because that Flaversham, if it sits there, it's going to keep removing these items and draw even more resources. So I think Jan would be pretty interested in removing that Flaversham.
The Cogsworth goes down into the Inkwell face down, and in comes the Rapunzel. That is going to be a great option.
That's 2 healing immediately from that Robin Hood who took the Grab Your Swords damage, so that's really nice, drawing another additional 2 cards.
Both players now with a Whole New World in their hand, so it's going to be advantageous to not be the player to play a Whole New World if you can at all help here. And Jan could have sung a Whole New World with Robin Hood, but with that Fishbone Quill down for Andy, they have a lot more ink, and the Whole New World's more likely to benefit Andy.
For sure.
Jan just wanting to quest for 2 instead of singing that Whole New World. Every law matters at this point. Jan with that aggressive Piglet, looking to wrap this game up as quickly as possible.
Yeah, Jan's had a fantastic start. He's already at 15 lore, so Andy's going to have to do a lot of catching up. Maybe can find more Grab Your Swords and play those, but he hasn't got a singer on the board either, so I definitely think he's interested in getting something out that could sing these songs. We see a Tinkerbell in hand, another Flaversham, a Tamatoa, a Bell, and I think another Tinkerbell in the middle, a couple of foil Tinkerbells. I know Joe's happy to see that.
Yeah, absolutely. I do love a foil. Bell hits the board. Of course, Bell, strange but special, can quest for a whole bunch of lore if Andy has 10 or ink more in their inkwell. And with that Fishbone Quill, that should be pretty easily done. So Jan's going to be wanting to remove this Bell, or alternatively, just finish the game and get to 20 before Andy can really start getting close. Andy's still only on 1 lore, But the longer this one goes on, you've got to favour Andy as that whole new world goes down into the inkwell. But Jan not able to see that, of course. Fishbone Quill, one of the few ways of putting an uninkable card into your inkwell.
Yeah, I mean, Andy is so far behind, but Jan's got to identify that if there is a way to catch up, Bell is definitely a very important piece of that puzzle. When you're at 10 ink, you'll be able to quest for 5, and if Andy can get a lucky dime down, then he could catch up and even win the game in a couple of turns. So, Jan, a decision to be made here. Does he just continue to race? He could go to 19 lore next turn if his board is uninterrupted.
Imagine the Philatites
The
to close it out.
Philatites! Oh, I would mark out so much.
Yeah, so Andy's able, there's a bit of confusion there. Andy's able to ink an extra card from their hand this turn due to Bell's secondary ability. You don't see it as often, but it does allow you to add an extra card into the inkwell. So Andy essentially put 3 cards in, well, not essentially, they did put 3 cards into the inkwell.
Literally what they did.
They put 2 in from Bell, 1 in from the Fishbone Quill, and that means that Andy has an abundance of ink available. You can see why Jan took the aggressive game plan in this matchup here.
Yeah, for sure. I think the longer the game goes on, Andy is definitely, although the Sapphire player can be favoured because of that lucky dime, but Jan so far ahead. He's going to play a Long Came Zeus to remove a character, quest all the way up to 19, and now the pressure is absolutely on. Andy needs to answer this board and then be able to consistently answer the board.
Yeah, and the concern for Andy is going to be those Sleepy's Flutes as well. So if they were to sing a whole new world, they're going to give Jan a whole bunch of cards in hand, and all Jan would need is a single Sleepy's Flute and a single song, or of course a Philatites and a single hero. That would be a great way to close it out.
Yeah, some style points if that happens for sure.
Yeah, so Andy's now in a position where they cannot let Jan gain a single bit of lore, so every character has to be removed the turn it is played. Inkabell. Quite fitting.
So we ink for turn. We're going to tap the exert the Fishbone Quill to do a secret ink, and then we are singing a whole new world for 7 fresh cards. Andy needs to find an answer to this board. Can he get it?
I'm also eyeing up Jan's hand to see if there is any way of gaining an instant lore. There is no sign of the lantern. Is there a Philatites in there? I don't think there is just yet. In fact, Andy just calls it as it is.
Just shaking the hand, saying, nope, you're at 19. There's nothing I'm going to be able to do to catch up with you, so I'm happy to just go to game 2. But yeah, you see the power of Pooh Pirate Captain quested 2 or 3 times for 3 lore apiece, and we're at 15 lore by turn 3. That is the way you want to perform against Sapphire decks.
Oh, it was so impressive. I think there was no possibility to remove both of Jan's questers, which is why they decided after that whole new world to just call it a game. But what a performance from Jan. We've seen Amber Steel so far on the mainstream. 3 wins, 0 losses against Sapphire Steel. But of course, Jan here with that Piglet Pooh Pirate Captain, they went aggressive, but they were the player which went first. And that was pretty important because Piglet gained that extra 3 lore before the Grab Your Swords could come through. So while Jan's now going second in game number 2, it's going to be really interesting to see how they adapt to their game plan with that in mind. They're not going to be able to go quite as aggressive, but you never know. They could just try it again, Baker.
They could just say, do you know what, I'm a game up. If you don't have the Grab Your Swords, then I'm just going to do the exact same thing here. But you're absolutely right. The fact that he will now be on the draw, going second, means that those same lines may not be as optimal as they were before. But we'll see. You never know what your opening hand's going to do for you, which our Sapphire Steel players seem to have a really optimal start. The turn 3 Quill, we managed to ink to 6 by turn 4, but Steel Song aggro just proving a little bit too much. But we're moving into game 2. Drawing our 7 cards. Have we done the mulligan? I'm not sure if we've got through that stage. We're doing the mulligan now. We see a couple of Cinderella Stout-Hearteds in the Steel Song deck. I'm wondering if our Sapphire Steel player is playing anything like Let It Go.
Yeah.
Because the Sapphire Steel deck can really struggle with the Stout-Hearted because of the Resist 2. Obviously, the removal options for Sapphire Steel are like Grab Your Swords, does nothing to Stout-Hearted. Along Came Zeus, does 3 damage to the Stout-Hearted. So that could put in some work if we do see it.
Beast hard-headed an option for Andy as well. That could be huge to remove Sleepy's Flutes, but I still have not seen a single copy of Sleepy's Flute.
Yeah, I was going to say, have you actually seen one, or are you just speculating that that might be the case?
Just speculating.
That they might be running? I mean, yeah, of course, by all means.
We see a lot of Amber Steel players. We saw in the Chicago event, we saw Zach Bivens come top on day 1 with an Amber Steel Songs deck, which played both Pride Lands and Sleepy's Flute. We saw Zoe with that earlier as well. Those Sleepy's Flutes are so powerful against Ruby Sapphire in particular. And Ruby Sapphire is historically Amber Steel Song's worst matchup. But it's really interesting, instead maybe that Philatites being the option to gain passive lore. And Ruby Sapphire, a month ago, right at the start of the step, was everywhere. But honestly, it doesn't seem like, it seems maybe like the third most popular deck, well behind the popularity in terms of Emerald, Steel, and Ruby Amethyst. I'm speculating there, but that from my small sample size of doing the rounds, that Benja is such an exciting option. That is a very, very aggressive card to have in an Amber Steel Songs deck, questing for 2, as well as dealing with those items. I'm a huge fan of Benja.
And what's interesting is Benja is one card specifically against Sapphire Steel, where you are kind of favoured going second, because the Sapphire Steel player will optimally try and play the Fishbone Quill. They'll link themselves up to 4, but then if we can immediately pop that Fishbone Quill, then at least that slows them down a little bit more. So that's one card that kind of does favour going second, specifically against the Sapphire Steel deck.
Absolutely. Andy booming the Queen, denying that threat of the turn 2 shift, singing Whole New World. That could have discarded Andy's Fishbone Quill, so they don't want to let that happen.
And Flavisham and a couple of Whole New Worlds. Yeah, Ross made the very good point of, if you see a Whole New World that early, you've just mulliganed for what you would assume is your perfect, or as perfect as you can get, 7 cards. Early Whole New World, just have a random 7. See if that completely upsets your game plan. We do see the Fishbone Quill coming down, so I would guess that Jan is going to go for the Benja play this turn. I could be wrong. He could have his eye on a different line. He's drawn that Aerial, which may be something that he's tempted to do, but we'll see what he wants to go with.
It's got to be the Benja, and this is what I'm talking about. Beast Hard-Headed is a card we do see sometimes as Piglet Quest for 1, only 2 characters on the board. But Benja being able to come down on turn 3, deal with the Fishbone Quill, really disrupting Andy's game plan. Andy is wanting to sing a Whole New World, dump their hand into the Inkwell, and then refill with a Whole New World. So Jan being able to deal with the Fishbone Quill is really helping them stay in this game for a longer time. 5 ink spent on a Whole New World. No singing done by Andy. Both players drawing 7 new cards.
So that can't feel great if you're in Andy's position. You always want to be singing this with a character so you still have ink, or at least be ramped up to, say, 10 ink so you can play Whole New World and then play some more. But in this instance, Andy has to just end his turn, and we go into Jan's turn, who's got the Benja that's going to quest for 2, the Piglet's going to quest for 3. This is assuming a 3rd character comes down. So that's a lot of pressure on the board. And then I think at most, Andy on turn 6, maybe a Tinkerbell, or he could go Fishbone again. Look at that. Mr. Smee, I know you like the bumbling mate, Joe. Yeah,
that is just pure aggression. Rather than just playing a single 4-cost character, which could maybe quest for 2, Jan spends 4 ink, but can quest with those characters for 7. However, a Grab Your Swords would clear both Piglets, but the Smee and Benja would remain with their 3 willpower. I love the way Jan's playing this.
I agree, because even if Andy does play, even if Grab Your Swords did take them out, that's pretty much all Andy can do, and then he has to end. But as you say, Smee and Benja are going to sit there most likely. Taking a look at the discard pile, which I think is a really important. If you're a newer player, get used to looking through the discard pile, especially to the mid to late part of the game. Just remind yourself of how many resources they've gone through, and maybe even if you've got another game to play, maybe if this was game 1, just a quick reminder, right? Just remind myself what you're playing. But yeah, nice, just refreshing of memory. We are going to see that Tinkerbell coming down, paying 6 ink. That's going to do 1 damage to all characters on Jan's side of the field.
Yeah, the good news for Jan is there's no Grab Your Swords just yet. This Tinkerbell is a threat, but Jan's questing for 10 lore this turn. Piglet for 3 each, Benja for 2, and the Mr. Smee bumbling mate for 2 as well. Let's not forget as well, Baker, this Mr. Smee usually damages itself, but there are 2 captains on the board, because Piglet, Pooh, Pirate, Captain, the hint's in the name, it's a captain.
Yep, he is the hero of Mr. Smee, making it so he doesn't take that 1 damage. I think, yes, the Aerial Sonic Warrior in Jan's hand as well. Really interesting card. It hates to see Medusa in the Ruby decks because obviously that 3 strength, but really bulky with that 8 willpower, and if you play a song, then you can pay 2 to do 3 damage. So that might come up, but at the same time, it might not need to, because we have just jumped to 16 lore, courtesy of 2 Pirate Captains, Benja and Smee. How is Andy feeling right now? He can take out at least 2 of these characters. He could challenge into either the Piglet, the Smee, or the Benja, and then put 2 damage on something. But Jan is so far ahead. Down comes the Flavisham.
I think Andy's digging for the Grab Your Swords. Was hoping to find it off the popsicle, but didn't manage to do so. Still not available, I don't believe, either. And that is it. Jan just puts on an absolute masterpiece on how to aggressively beat the Sapphire Steel deck either side of going first or second. When they went first, it was that Piglet Poo Pirate Captain, but the Benger was just humongous, disrupting the ramp game plan and questing for a total of 4 without being removed.
Yeah, that was incredible. I've got to ask the question: Are we underrating Steel Song a little
think
bit?
so. I think it's a dark horse.
Like, is it the big 5 really? And we're just not respecting it because we've seen it do very well twice on stream. When I was having a look around the top tables, I saw a couple of bits. This wasn't even the person I was talking about playing Philatites.
Oh, wow,
There's someone else in the room doing this. But yeah, incredible game, and just the Poo Pirate Captain able to storm away against this Sapphire Steel deck. I think they played it perfectly.
No, it was really, really interesting to see, and that means a flawless record so far for Jan of 4 games total and 8 wins, 2-0 every single time. So they're getting really close to securing their place in the main event on Sunday. Remember, the top 32 players from today make it through to the main event, and then we're going again tomorrow with another 1,000 players, and the top 32 from tomorrow then also make up the top 64 for Sunday. Bit of a unique tournament here in Bochum to get as many players in the building as possible. 2,000 players over the weekend. Again, you can't play on both Friday and Saturday.
No, it's one or the other. But hey, good for we get more Lorcana to get to watch and enjoy. But incredible matchup. We didn't see the Sleepy's Flute coming down in the end. Maybe it wasn't the deck, but just unnecessary. But yeah, still, so I'm not completely surprised. Like we mentioned, Zach Bivens making top seed at Chicago, clearly a good deck. But then it didn't he got on knocked out on top 32, and no more Steel Songs. But seems to be doing really well today. And here's a question for you: if you're playing tomorrow and you're watching the stream, does this change what you might want to bring into the tournament, or just a game plan?
That is an amazing question. I am not sure on the rulings on when deck lists had to be submitted.
That's true.
It's a really good question. I actually have no idea. So maybe we could find that out afterwards, and we can talk about that a bit more.
We'll get that confirmed for you.
That's a really, really good, interesting question, because, yeah, it would be great information. If I was sat at home, I would definitely be watching the stream and seeing what people are playing. And similarly, I think whatever performs very well this weekend is absolutely what you need to be preparing yourself to see at the set championships that are taking place this month.
Yeah, let's take a moment again to talk about set championships. It can't be understated, happening throughout the entirety of July, every weekend. They're so much fun. I remember the last season, it was the Rockstar Stitch, an incredible artwork that the whole community was so excited for. And these set championships were so fun. Well, obviously, we had the pleasure of doing one at the Disney store for media, but then we both did a couple of public ones as well, and they were so much fun. And I recommend anyone at home, if you're interested in Lorcana, go along to the set championships. Even if you don't think that you are a good enough player yet, go along, have some fun, and you get better by just playing the game constantly. And even when you're losing, why did I lose? What could I have done differently? So set championships are so much fun. The top 4 of every set championship will receive the Ursa Sea Witch Queen. We both managed to get one of those, and I'm a big fan of it. And of course, the play mats. My man Joe here was the winner, so he got the nice champion one. I know you said you really like the font on the champion.
It's nice.
Even I was perfectly happy with second place. It's just such a beautiful mat, and yeah, I can't say enough. Please go along to your set championships and have some fun. And hey, if you don't believe in yourself, you may do better than you think, and you may end up making top 4 and taking home some fantastic prizes. I've gotten all tongue-tied, Joe. I'm too excited for Lorcana.
Yeah, I think the other really nice thing about the set championships is an opportunity to maybe go to a store you've not been to before.
Yeah.
I went to quite a few over in London for the first time, and I was like, oh, I'm going to come back here. The people were really nice. Everyone was very welcoming, every single store I went to. So you can use on the Disney Lorcana website, there's a store locator.
Yep.
So you can go and check out which stores are near you, and then you can just inquire to see if they are holding a set championship. It's the whole month of July, on the weekends exclusively this time. So if you're really wanting to, you can have a whole month of Lorcana tournaments every single weekend.
I would be doing that, I'm not going to lie. Right, Joe, while I was away, you opened 2 packs, didn't you?
I actually only opened 1, so I'm only
Did you
one ahead
only
of you.
open 1? Okay, all right, so I'm going to catch up.
Some restraint and let Ross catch up.
I'm going to catch up, and let's see if we can find a card in here that's interesting to talk about from a competitive perspective. So let's get. I'm not going to make the puzzle this time. That caused me so much stress at the first one. Okay, well, this is a really interesting card straight away. This was your card reveal.
It was, yeah.
We've got. Would you like to talk about Ursula Vanessa a little bit?
Ursula Vanessa hasn't seen that much play. Quite comparable to Cinderella, the 1-cost card.
Yep.
I think that if there is some opportunities to shift Ursula's on, so for example in an amber Amethyst deck, where you could shift the 7-cost Ursula Sea Witch Queen, it could become a little bit better. It can sing cards like Zeus. It can sing cards as well like Be King Undisputed, potentially. Haven't quite seen it making a cut in Amber Steel Songs. We did say, in fact, we did see Zach Bivens playing it.
Yep, he's playing it.
But so far, I would agree with the players' decisions. It does seem to be one of those cards which doesn't quite make the cut.
Yeah, yeah.
I think the 1-cost Cinderella is a little bit more
I would
strong.
say so, being able to like just turn 1, Storm Rage on, Raging Fire, Bare Necessities, but certainly an interesting card, and who knows, maybe we'll get a Floodborn specifically of the Vanessa Ursa that can go on top of this.
Oh,
And
that'll
4
be a
willpower is pretty good as well, so good card. Brawl, you've seen this come up a lot today. This is the card, any Ruby player just feels like you have to play 4 of these because the Diablo is such a hard card to answer, and also Flavisham, which normally is really hard to remove. 6 willpower is an awful lot, and there's not many cards that can get rid of that, but something like this is really good for being able to immediately remove those targets. So definitely a big fan of Brawl in the metagame. We've got TikTok, not quite seeing deck lists yet.
It's in the starter deck. It's quite good in the starter deck.
Yeah, that's true.
About it.
We're doing
it's
well.
also good in draft, actually.
We're doing well here for meta cards, Joe. We've got the Hidden Cove here, which is seeing an awful lot of play in Bucky decks. Now, for a long time, the only location you'd really see in decks was Queen's Castle, maybe McDuck Manor occasionally. But this Hidden Cove, really interesting. It's 1-cost inkable, 1 to move there, 6 willpower, and any character there gets +1 strength and +1 willpower. So when you play this in your Emerald decks along the lines of Diablo or just any of these low-cost characters, suddenly Diablo isn't being removed by Let the Storm Rage On. Suddenly Bucky isn't being removed by Tinkerbell coming onto the field. So this is a really interesting one that could definitely help a lot of meta decks, so I would recommend it. I can't even see this one well enough. That's a tuck-tuck.
I don't know what it does. Not much.
Not much. It's not as good as the it's not as good as the Ruby one. We've got an Aladdin 1/3, nice and simple. Julieta could be interesting in Mufasa decks potentially.
Definitely, I think it's a good card.
Yeah, I think you were talking.
It's not spectacular. It's also in the starter decks as well, but with Ruby, healing something up, drawing a card.
I was going to say, you mentioned, I was listening to you talk to Ross about the self-damaging cards that Ruby has. So this is certainly something that you could play alongside that for some fun. There's one of those self-damaging cards that we were talking about, Mulan.
This one's the 2-cost, so not the one that damages.
Oh, is it? I apologise.
The 1-cost damages, and then this one is whenever you play an action. But we haven't really seen the 6-cost Shift Mulan make the splash we maybe expected it to.
That was another card that I think a lot of people were really hyping up as we come into the set, because it seems so powerful. When you shift, you become 5 strength, and then you do whatever damage you do to a character, you do it to 2 more. So potentially being able to hit for 5 and then ping 2 more characters for 5. So it seemed really good. Hasn't found its footing quite yet, but I do believe that eventually we could see it in some meta decks.
I think so too.
We can only hope. We've got Olaf, which is another one of the... We were talking about Ursa's Return, bringing us new Floodborns that you don't pay ink. So Diablo, you have to discard an action. This Olaf, you have to discard an item card. Not something that's seeing play at the moment, but you've got to imagine we'll get more cut Floodborns like that make you discard specific cards. So one for the future. We've got Aurora.
Oh, there we go. Hello.
Say his name and he appears. Or she, I should say, really. Yeah, there you go. That's my second legendary from 2 packs.
That's not bad.
I'm not mad
Don't
at
tell
all.
Ross.
Oh, and a full magic broom. There you go, mate.
Oh, I do love
there
a magic
you go, mate.
broom. This is one of my favourite cards.
You can foil it out now.
That is one of my favourite cards.
My gift to you.
Thank you. I would rather that than the Mulan, honestly. I need to get foil magic brooms all over.
That's fair enough. So I'm one Mulan, one Sin. I was going to do it for you in the last one.
He's got the magic touch.
He's got the magic touch. Just opened too many packs in his lifetime.
Thank you so much.
But yeah, I think it's nice to go through these Ursa's Return. Obviously, it's always nice to open packs and just see what we get. But just for newer players, maybe talk through some of the cards that might have a little bit more utility in the metagame.
Right, Mirabelle Madrigal. We keep seeing this card at the start of packs.
Yeah, she's very popular. This is a good one for the meta, I think. Some decks playing it at tech.
I don't know what this card's called. Swing into action.
Swing into action.
Chosen characters gain rush this turn. With a card like this, if it said chosen character gains rush this turn and draw a card, it would see probably quite a lot of play. But the fact that it's a 1-cost action, which then doesn't replace itself, is why we don't really see this one in many competitive decks.
Love the song, though. I just made something unexpected.
Chosen character gains Ward and Evasive until the start of your next turn. This, again, if it drew a card, I think we would see it being played more often.
Interesting.
We've got Aurora.
Another Aurora. She's popping up a lot. Chen Pao is quite interesting. Bodyguard, and that stat line stays out of Long Came Zeus range and stays out of Madame Medusa range. So certainly an interesting one.
We saw a lot of players using it at the start of the set. I've never been a huge believer personally. It just, for 5 cost in steel, you have cards like the Beast Tragic Hero.
Or
often people play it in
with
Sapphire.
Things like that. Yeah, it's an interesting one.
It's definitely not bad. We've got a Mulan.
Another Mulan.
This is a vanilla card, not doing too much. Ooh,
the Daring Visitor.
Sisu.
So this is one that at the beginning of format, I think... Is it the Inkable? No, the Uninkable one. Yeah, so the Daring Visitor. This was one I think a lot of people were interested in because there are more characters with 1 strength in format than you might think. There's Flavisham. You used to see a lot of Stylish Surfer Mini, but she has fallen off slightly. But some decks still play it along with Ice Block to be able to lower the strength to get into range. And, of course, it's a shift target for the Floodborn. So
I like this card. I think that there is an argument to play it more in Ruby Sapphire.
Please, talk to me.
It gives you, similar to Queen of Hearts in previous metas, that early game board control. If your opponent plays Flynn Rider on 2, often as a Ruby Sapphire player, you're not able to contest that Flynn Rider. But if you have this Sisu which comes through with an ice block, suddenly you can answer things like Diablo, Flynn Rider very early on. And then you can also shift the Sisu for 6, getting that through early. The big issue is it's uninkable.
Yeah, that's
Ruby
the
Sapphire
problem.
wants to play so many uninkables. We saw earlier on a 3-cost inkable Sisu in Ruby Sapphire because of the fact that it is an inkable option. But we've got quite a few more cards to get through here still. I have no idea who that is. It's Iduna, who I don't even know how to pronounce. She's Milan's mother.
You notice that all the Disney parents all become ink when they're back, which I think is a really nice touch, to be honest.
I'd not even noticed that before. We've got a Mirabelle Madrigal. This one's the super rare with support, also in the starter deck. I think you get a foil version of this in the starter deck, but yet to see a Madrigal deck pop off in a big way.
One day.
Few of the cards are good, but not as a whole set.
But the tutor's really interesting, so once it gets more support, we'll see. Oh, my man, tell the people about Belle and how it won you a set champion, or at least helped you win a set championship.
So Belle, she's a shift card. I've never used her shift ability. But when she enters play, she can move a damage counter from one character to another.
Is it up
to 3 damage?
Yeah.
So if there's a character, for example, with 2 damage, Mr. Smee is the main target in the deck I've been playing. On turn 5, it's quested twice and it's damaged itself twice. You can move those 2 counters, damage counters from Mr. Smee onto something like a Diablo. That's the dream. That's the dream.
No, very good. I think you've done a good job of showing the potential that this card could have. So keep your eye on
and I want
Belle.
to shout out Bjorn, who mentioned this card to me.
Nice.
So I can't take too much credit.
Yeah, but he gave you the idea. You played it to success. Love it. That's good enough.
The other nice thing about this card, it's just got a good stat line: 4 strength, 4 willpower, quest for 2. I like cards which have an impact when you play them. So as soon as you play it, it does something, and then even if it's removed instantly, it's still done its job.
And maybe great at the moment while people aren't really playing it, because that's
Surprise.
I imagine. I know I was surprised when I saw that. You didn't even play it. I think you discarded it or inked it, and I was like, oh, the spice. So I imagine some players were like completely caught off guard by that.
All right, and here is the Enchanted Diablo. No, it's a foil training ground.
That's a training. We get a lot of Mulan. Be a man, you must be swift. If I start, I will never stop. Do you want to? So I know that later on they're planning on doing some special guess that flavor text, where we're going to guess along with you guys at home. I think the idea is it's going to come up on screen, and we'll try and guess, and you can play as well. But for this second pack, I'm going to open. So we have one of our personal games of guess that flavor text, which I think is good fun. Hold on, let me show the cards very quickly. Just speed round. We've got Brawl.
I'm not looking.
Oh yeah, okay. I won't say them.
them.
I'll just say them to the. I'll just show them to the audience. I nearly completely ruined my own plan there. Okay, I'm nearly there, Joe. You can do it, buddy. You can do it. I believe in you. That's a good card. That's a very good card. Okay. Did we get any? No, that's a puzzle piece. I definitely thought it was enchanted for a moment.
Can I look?
Okay.
Can I look?
Yes, you can look now. Okay. Let's find an interesting one. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Making sure you
show the camera
making
again
sure I'm not showing the camera.
Well, I mean, also chat can give it a go as well, I suppose.
Yeah. So we'll do it for chat as well. So it's you. So in chat, let me know if you think you know this. But Joe, let me know. So the flavor text is Tia Bruno. What's happening to him? We have to help.
Okay.
Said by Mirabelle.
Yeah. Okay. I was going to say it definitely sounds like a Madrigal. So Encanto's the film. Sounds like some. What was it again?
So Tia Bruno. What's happening to him? We have to help.
Okay, so Bruno has like the vision slab, for example, so maybe it could be something like that. I don't think it's the vision slab specifically. It's got to be something about Bruno. I don't think it's We Don't Talk About Bruno. I'm going to go ahead and say it's Bruno Madrigal, 4-cost Inkable in Amethyst.
That's a fantastic guess. You should have gone with your first
one. Okay.
You said it nearly straight away. I was like, oh, my man came prepared.
No,
all right,
okay.
let's do one more before we move on. That's going to be too... okay. I got you. There are 2 ways to leave the snuggly duckling, the door or the window.
Okay, so the obvious answer is Snuggly Duckling, but I'm not going to go for that because
I'll tell you for free it's not that.
Yeah,
I'll eliminate that. So one more time, there are 2 ways to leave the Snuggly Duckling, the door or the window.
Okay, confession time. While I have been doing a lot of homework, watching lots of Disney films recently,
You can't do them
I
all.
don't know what the Snuggly Duckling's from, so I'm going to struggle with this one.
So I'll tell.
It came out-
It won't help. It's from Tangled. But
Oh, I've definitely seen. I've seen Tangled like 100 times.
Yeah,
It's my little sister's favourite one.
it's
okay.
a good film. It's a good film.
That does help.
I'll give you a clue. It's a meta card.
Okay.
It is in
Tangled.
It is in Dex.
Meta card. It's obviously from Ursula's Return.
Yes.
So it could be. There's not a Flynn Rider which comes to mind that came out in this set. There's not a Rapunzel which came out. Maybe it's not. It can't be a Pascal either.
I'll give you one more clue. It's not a character.
Okay.
It is an
And
action.
It's
It's a meta action. It is played.
Is it Brawl?
Hey,
Okay.
my man, well
Okay,
done.
we got there.
We got there.
I didn't know Brawl was from Tangled, actually, I have to say.
Yeah.
I suppose the Snuggly Duckling.
The Snuggly
Okay.
Duckling, all the villains singing their song about how they want to be heroes. I love it. Great
Brilliant.
film. What's your favourite Disney film?
Favourite Disney film? Good question. I've been watching so many recently.
Yeah, you're doing your homework.
Embarrassingly, Tangled was possibly going to be my answer, but I don't think I can say it after that. But that's the one I've watched the most of.
It's a great film.
As I mentioned, my little sister used to watch it all the time on repeat when she was young. One I enjoyed, which I watched very recently, in fact, a couple of weeks ago, I watched Atlantis, which I've certainly watched before.
I did the same thing.
but
I
it was
saw it when
so
I was a
good.
kid, and I remember not liking it. I remember being really bored by it, and then about a week or two ago, I was like, let's give this another go, and it was a lot better as an adult, I think.
really enjoyed it. Also, I have to say, Emperor's New Groove, I really enjoyed recently.
Shout out to Breezy.
Yeah, it was such a good film. I really enjoyed that. So there's so many good ones.
Oh,
aren't
there's so many. Have you seen Basil the Great Mouse Detective yet?
Not yet.
Homework, my
Okay.
friend. But if you haven't seen it by our next DLC,
Okay.
I'm not threatening. I'm going to be disappointed.
Okay. I think
That's
it was also the
Disappointment.
anniversary, wasn't it, for that film?
It
recently?
was very recently, so yeah, that is my favourite. So that is Joe's homework, to watch Basil the Great Mouse Detective, and when we come back, we'll find out from Ross. In fact, we can see Ross is in the background. What's your favourite Disney film, Ross? Oh, he's done his top three. Oh, you said it was Moana because of the crab. Remind me of the others. Wreck-It Ralph. Oh, you did this with Joe, so I don't
Wreck-It
know.
Ralph.
And what? Zootopolis. Oh, yeah, you
I've
like.
never seen that one,
I haven't
actually.
seen Zootopolis either. It's Judy Hopps and it's Porpsicle. He
It's
is
not
giving
happy.
us the most evil look at the moment. That's our homework, apparently, to watch
Absolutely.
Zootopolis.
Okay, well, we're going to go over onto a break.
Oh.
And then I think when we're back, it's going to be the time for the 5th round of Disney
5.
Lorcana Challenge.
So
Day
over
number
the
1.
halfway point, you love it.
See you very soon.
Nice.
Hello and welcome back to DLC Bochum, Germany. Once again, you've got myself, Baker, and I'm joined by my co-host, Ross. What a fantastic day of Lorcana we've had so far. We're about to go into round 5, so we're just over the halfway point for today's 9 rounds of Swiss. And of course, the top 32 players from today will qualify for day 2, which is on Sunday, to go into a top 64 cut along with tomorrow's top 32. How are you enjoying the day so far, Ross?
I was enjoying it great until I found out neither of my co-casters have watched Zootropolis. What is going on here?
Zootropolis? I thought it was Zootopia.
It's Zootropolis in Europe, Zootopia
Okay, I was so ready
US.
to shark you there.
No, believe me, I have looked into this. In the UK, at least, it is definitely Zootropolis, but in North America, it is Zootopia.
You learn something every day, don't you? All right, but if you're going to judge me, have you seen Basil?
I mean, when I was a kid, yeah.
I don't know if that's good enough for me, personally. I feel like a rewatch is necessary. I'm going to give you the same homework that I gave Joe. By the next DLC, whether we're here or not, I expect you to have watched Basil again.
Okay,
all right.
I will watch it with my children. I shall give you the honest review from both me and from them.
Perfect, as long as the honest review is nothing but compliments.
We're still waiting. We're still waiting today to see something truly spicy. We've seen some, we've seen a bit of Piglet coming around.
We have.
We saw Minnie Mouse. So we've seen some lesser played cards coming around. We're still waiting for the first truly spicy deck that we're going to be seeing this weekend. So hopefully one of these two players is going to be able to tell us. And actually, since we got headsets on, I'm not giving the game away yet. I can tell you one of these decks is a little spicier.
Yeah.
We got the spiciest thing we've had on stream so far.
Yeah, for sure. Things have been pretty meta so far. We've seen pretty standard versions of Ruby Amethyst, Ruby Sapphire, a lot of Sapphire Steel, and a lot of Emerald Steel, as was expected. But yeah, this next matchup, we're not going to tell you straight out what the decks are, but one of these decks in particular is a deck which is played a lot less in this format so far, a star of set 3, and in that list there is one particular very spicy tech card. I'm not going to say what it is because again it might not get played, and then obviously we want that player to have that element of surprise for the rest of their day, but if it does come down we will absolutely jump on it. So I'm really looking forward to going into this 5th round. These players I believe are both undefeated at 28 points apiece. I believe we'll get that confirmed in a moment on the screen, but
28 points is what I'm being told. 28 points means we have got 4 2-0 victories so far.
Not a bad way to start a DLC, huh?
No, not a bad way to start at all. And this is how you end up getting yourself into that top 32.
Yeah.
It's lots of 2-0s. When you start getting some 1-1s, it gets a bit awkward. And look, the cut is harsh.
Yeah.
We got 1,000 players. We got so many players here. We've had to do main event Friday and main event Saturday just to make sure we can have 2,000 people competing because the hall is literally not big enough.
Yeah, and huge shout out to Ravensburger for organising that.
Oh, yeah, I mean, splitting it into 2 days so we can have double the number of players, absolutely pro move. We absolutely love it. But it means that we've got 1,000 players and we're cutting to a top 32. Now, there's an awesome rule whereby if you've got enough points for top 32, you do get your top 32 prizing.
Which has got to feel pretty good. If you didn't make the cut, that feels bad, but at least you get that Let It Go promo or the Cinderella promo, so that's great. But yeah, let's jump into the match. We just saw on the right-hand side, we have some EA tempo, which wants to just win the game, is kind of the way that deck sort of works. So yeah, a star of set 3, Emerald Amethyst, playing things like Cursed Merfolk and Flynn Rider. So hasn't been doing as well in set 4 recently, but here we have an undefeated player who is saying, nope, this deck is still really good. We've got the Diablo in hand there, the Sea Witch Queen. I'm already seeing that Cursed Merfolk, which is going to make a really nice turn 1 drop, just questing for 2 and forcing the opponent to discard if they challenge it. So that should put in some work, Ross.
Yeah, it's a card I did not like playing against, and there's, there's always a downside. We're generally used to seeing things like Bucky doing the bulk of the discarding in Emerald nowadays, but like you say, set 3, this was one of the cards you hated seeing, and it is back here. One of these players is going to have to, at least one of them is going to have to give up their undefeated record, but for now, we got ourselves some ink, and we got ourselves a Robin Hood.
Bennett with the first turn, really nice standard play, just inking and playing that Robin Hood, which can, of course, give a nice early shift line from turn 3 to be able to sing some big, powerful songs. But we move over to the EA Tempo player who's going to ink Dolores Madrigal, another interesting card that we don't see all that much. If there is an exerted character in play, you get to draw a card, but this time just hitting the ink well, and we're going to see the Cursed Merfolk hit the board.
As predicted, that Cursed Merfolk, phenomenal turn 1 play. If you're playing it, it's one of the cards you most want to see. So now we're thinking about inking for Bennett. It does seem to be eyeing up that sudden chill, but it looks like we are, of course, inking that one for now.
I believe it's going to be the Squirrel Ross. Yep, here he is. The Squeak Squirrel Tutor, Bucky. If you're newer to the game, Bucky is kind of public enemy #1 to the Lorcana community at the moment, with that ward keyword making it so difficult to remove, and every time you play a Floodborn, you force your opponent to discard a card. So that's going to get a lot of value, especially if we can get multiple Buckies on the field. But yeah, the Squirrel coming down, Robin Hood going to quest for 1, and we pass over.
Yeah, top deck in that evasive Pegasus, that little 1-drop, the nice little inkable one. And we have got that Shift Diablo in hand. We know that one's going to be coming out, and you can see the usual bouncing. We've got Madam Mim Fox, we've got Merlin Rabbit there visible in hand. The whole Amethyst thing they like to do, bouncing those. Well, basically, Madam Mim forcing you to pick up characters, but of course, you're picking up all your Merlin, the Rabbit that gives you cards, and the Goat that gives you lore, maybe even a Crab that gives you Challenger +3.
Absolutely, that bounce package really, really powerful. We've had it since Rise of the Floodborn, and it's just been setting the standard for the Amethyst decks. It's so powerful. We're going to ink a Pegasus, and down comes another aggressive quester in the Flynn Rider. Very similar to the Cursed Merfolk. We call them Flynn Folk as a pair. It's got a 1/2 stat line, quest for 2. It's a 2-cost inkable. So the Cursed Merfolk doesn't have any strength, but being able to play it on turn 1 is really good. We're going to see that Merfolk quest, and a lot of quest pressure already being applied on the EA Tempo side of the field.
Yeah, you've got the smaller and the larger version of it. Cards that quest for 2 and force you to discard a card when you challenge them. Makes you want to try and take them out in other ways, but you don't always have those ways. Big question for Bennett here. Are we going to keep the woodland theme going for this turn?
Well,
we've got a fox and a squirrel.
Well, we've got a Diablo in hand here, and the Aladdin. So multiple routes to play a 3-drop Floodborn and force some discard from our EA Tempo player.
Yeah, you got to think it's going to be one of those two coming down. They are the 2 free cost you've been usually eyeing up here. Either one would make Matthias actually discard a card from hand by virtue of that Bucky being on the board. And obviously Diablo, very nice draw engine. And then you got Aladdin, good at taking out items, maybe less relevant in this matchup most of the time.
Yeah, for sure. And he up against Emerald Amethyst, which he is aware of. We've inked some Amethyst cards, so Bennett knows what is on the opposing side. So that Diablo has got to feel like a fairly safe drop, because Emerald Amethyst doesn't really have access to anything that can immediately remove it. The same cannot be said on the other side of the field. Our EA Tempo player could play Diablo, but we see Bennett with Let the Storm Rage On in his hand.
Yeah, that is always something nice to hold there. So if you key that Diablo, it goes down. It is the Aladdin. It's got a little bit more bulk than Diablo. But either way, we see a discard, and it is the Ursula hitting the discard there. It's a nice card, but it's better against decks that really rely on singing, and also it's a 7 cost, and we're not there yet.
That's true, that's true. One nice bit of utility from that Sea Witch Queen is obviously, I would assume that our EA Tempo player is playing the Ursa Deceiver, maybe also the Ursa Deceiver of all. So these can be really nice shift targets for the Sea Witch Queen, but not necessarily right now, but a really strong card that might come up later in the game. We pass back over to our EA Tempo player, who's going to play Friends on. I was going to discard the Friends on the other side as an action to play down that Diablo. And it's interesting that Bennett...
He's actually inking it.
Oh, is he inking it?
He's inking it.
There I was thinking he was shifting, but that's not even available. What is wrong with me? So yeah, just a straight play of Diablo. Bennett, we know, can answer it because we've seen the Let the Storm Rage On in his hand.
But Matthias has not had a look at his hand yet. Oftentimes you'll play the 1-drop Diablo, get a cheeky look at your opponent's hand, you'll know this stuff's coming. That is not where we are here. But we do see a double quest with Merfolk and Flynn Rider putting up to 6 lore straight away, I believe. Or was there a challenge somewhere?
I think it should be 6. We'll find out in a moment. I'm sure we'll get that called up. But down comes that Let the Storm Rage On. Going to remove the bird and draw ourselves an additional card.
Always nice getting rid of a character and drawing a card.
And we got to sing it with Aladdin, which is nice, so that we can still utilise the ink that we've got if Bennett wants to.
And we do get confirmation there. It is 6 Law there for Matthias there, which is a very nice start. Those the 2 Law characters, they build up so quickly here.
And if Bennett wants to challenge into them, he will be forced to discard. So down comes the Diablo on Bennett's side of the field. Going to force the discard, and we're going to see a Merlin Crab hit the discard.
Okay, so we do have that Diablo down there. Or has that just been inked? The Diablo's just been inked, hasn't it?
Yeah, we inked the baby Diablo vendor. We've
go.
played the big one. So Robin Hood is going to take that challenge into Flynn Rider, discarding another Aladdin from the hand. And I think that leaves just 1 card in Bennett's hand as he passes over.
And that is going to be something. It is awkward. But, of course, without someone like Bucky, there's fewer ways to aggressively go after that final card in hand. We know, of course, when there's a Bucky down, you play one of those Floodborn characters, and we've seen some harsh discards already on the stream this weekend.
Yeah, for sure.
But as it is, you know, you're kind of relying on your opponent attacking into you, at least at this point in the game, into the Cursed Merfolk, into the Flynn Rider, and basically saying, look, you can either take them down, or I'm just going to keep questing.
There is a chance that there's sudden chills in the EA Tempo player's deck. That could be something that could come out of nowhere and discard some more cards. Diablo going to come down on the right-hand side of the field as well. And, of course, this just generates so much card draw. If it's exerted, every time your opponent draws, you draw. That has to be during their turn, though.
Yes, of course it does. But it's kind of mean, right? When you're just matching your opponent's draws, not having to do very much. We saw earlier with 2 Diablo down, the opponent was drawing 1 card to start their turn, and then you're drawing 2 to start your... That's just mean. But it's the reason Diablo is one of the best cards in the game right now. Diablo and Bucky, they are a very good combination. So back over to Bennett here, and it looks like... we are going straight away inking the smaller Robin Hood, and we've got a different Flynn Rider, and I like this. You're trying to rely on your opponent having few cards in hand. You quest for 4, reduced by 1 for each card in your opponent's hand. So if you can get them to a 0-card hand, which Emerald decks generally want to do anyway.
For sure.
Oh, look, I'm questing for 4.
Yeah, really powerful if you're able to force your opponent to discard a bunch of cards. And interesting that on the right-hand side, they didn't quest with the Cursed Merfolk, maybe because they're hoping to find a way of bouncing. They want to quest with the Merfolk and then bounce it and then play it again, as opposed to just let it be removed immediately. But Bennett building quite a formidable board, and that Bucky still sitting there that will force discard from our right-hand side player. We draw a goat. We've got 2 Merlins in hand.
Always quite nice. We've got the goat, we got the rabbit. Do you want law, or do you want to draw cards when you get? And, of course, it's not just when you play, it's also when they leave play for whatever reason, whether they're bounced to hand, whether they're banished. In whatever way they leave, you get that nice little bonus. I've got to say, Bennett's board right now, it's looking pretty nice. It's not just a Bucky and Diablo, so this is where Matthias needs to go after it, and we do see that coming down. We got a draw with the rabbit, but not much else there.
Yeah, I mean, it's a sad situation because, yeah, the Diablo going into the other one, just trading, makes all the sense. But playing the rabbit draws 1 card, but it's going to immediately be discarded now. And there is the tech. And you see, there we go. The moral victory for our right-hand side player as Bennett picks up the card. What on earth does this do? Let me tell you at home, if you are unsure, we've got the Queen of Hearts. She's a 2-cost uninkable, and when you play here, you do 1 damage to a chosen damaged character. There has to already be damage on that character. So yeah, nice bit of spice, and again, just a bit of a laugh every time you can make your opponent go, oh, what's this? That always must feel pretty good.
Yeah, Mathis gets a victory there for just making your opponent have to read the card. Look, I started the stream saying I wanted to see a card I've forgotten about.
There we go.
And I'll tell you, that is a card I had absolutely forgotten about at this point.
No, totally understandable. She doesn't see a lot of play, bless her heart. But
that is an understatement.
That is an understatement. Bless her Queen of Hearts, should I say, pun intended. But again, we've got 28 points for both of these players. They are undefeated. So I imagine this Queen of Hearts has put in at some work at some point over this run so far. So who knows? Maybe we'll see. I don't know if they're running any more or if we'll see it in game 2, but I love the spice. nice. Down comes another Flynn Rider, a Flynn Rider, should I say, but not the first one we've seen this game.
No, not the first Flynn Rider we've seen. Both players playing Flynn Rider, but they're playing different versions. Flynn's one of those Disney characters that's had a bunch of very good cards. I'm not even looking at the Ruby one here, and it seems like we might already be going, and I believe Mathis there wait, was that a victory for Mathis there? A lot of... He's on 10 lore, and he had a bunch of ones questing for 2. But then Bennett had a very nice board set up there.
Yeah, he did. For sure.
Just need to get confirmation there of exactly what went down at the end of that game. That game ended out of nowhere. Both players seem to be in a decent position. So we do have confirmation it was player 2 that took the victory. So it was, as I suggested, those 2 lore characters, the ones that are questing for 2 lore. There were a bunch of them on the field. It's Flynn, it's Merfolk, and actually Queen of Hearts is another low-cost character that quests for 2.
Does she quest for 2, does she?
I believe... Oh,
is that right? I thought it was 1, but I'm happy to be educated 100% of the time.
I'm just going to double-check
Yeah, just double-check that so we confirm.
Sure I'm not being a silly boy here.
But you are right, there was a lot of quest pressure on that board.
No, it is a quest for 2.
It is a quest for 2, there you go. So something to look out for the next game.
It fits that theme, and we've seen this throughout the day so far. If you can get 2 or 3 characters, you know, we saw it in the previous game where I wasn't there, but we had the combination of Piglet, which actually went up to 3, and Smee, and there wasn't much else going on, but because you've got your Piglet and your Smee, just a couple of characters, 2 or 3 characters, questing for 2 or 3 each, that builds up to 20 a lot faster than you might imagine.
Sure does.
And that's what Mathis had in that last game.
Yeah.
Keeping those 2 lore characters on the board for a lot of the game to the point where the opponent just went, I cannot remove them fast enough, let's go to game 2.
Yep, let's just save some time. If you can already see the writing is on the wall, then absolutely just move on to game 2. Nice to see the hydration there. If you're new to card games and you're considering coming to a DLC or a set championship or something like that, along with getting in some practice, important to keep hydrated. These are long days, lots of card games going on, so you'll love to see that. We're going to be moving into game 2. Some nice tattoos for our player on the left. So we see the opening hand for our EA Tempo player. Got a couple of Snakes, a couple of Ursula Deceivers, a Merfolk, and the Floodborn Ursula, which I don't know if they'll hold it because there's a shift line here. Yeah, they are going to throw it away. So we're just going to keep the Merfolk, which is a great turn 1, and then we can play those Ursulas to start looking at our opponent's hand and hopefully discard some songs, especially against the Bucky deck. If you can make them remove those Storm Rage on, which is obviously a great card, or even just remove the action so that Diablo can't shift.
Yes.
That's a pretty good line to take.
No, that would help you out massively. And I think in this deck, when I'm looking at my mulligan, I want a Merfolk. Yeah. I want a turn 1 Merfolk. If I can get a turn 2 Flynn Rider, that makes me happy as well. But turn 1 Merfolk is my absolute goal here. And, you know, things like the 7-cost Ursula, it's lovely, but I don't need them on turn 1 or turn 2.
No. Much for definitely more useful later on in the game, and you can exert characters when she quests, and she stops characters from being able to sing. So if you come up against Steel Song decks or Sapphire Steel decks that want to sing Whole New World, that's going to put in an awful lot of work.
It absolutely is. But remember how Mathis won game 1. It was lots of low-cost characters that quest for 2, while doing a few other Emerald little things and playing around with Diablo and all of that, of course. But having those characters early and often was what really made the difference in jumping ahead in lore. And we saw a pretty aggressive mulligan there. Yeah. Only really keeping the Merfolk and 1 other card. There might be a case of just going, it worked game 1. Let's just keep doing this. What have you seen?
Oh, Bennett has hit an incredible hand here. We've got the 1-drop Diablo. We're going to ink the Robin Hood. I imagine this is going to be 1-drop Diablo that's going to come down here. It's going to take a little scout of Mathis' hand and take a look. We've got a Diablo, a couple of Ursulas, the Queen, and the Dolores Madrigal. But yeah, the line, we've got a really nice line here from Bennett, who's on turn 2, will be able to play Bucky. And then I'm pretty sure they're holding an action card, so they'll be able to immediately shift that Diablo, quest with it or sing a song with it, and then we're making our opponent discard, and then we're drawing straight away. Such an incredibly strong start for the for the Bucky player.
It's a perfect start. You want turn 2 Bucky and Diablo. That is always your goal here. We do see that Diablo getting shifted.
We're doing it straight away. Turn 1.
Yeah, why wait for turn 2? You don't need any more ink. Let's just do it right now.
Yeah, no, again, in my head, I was just thinking, well, you would play the Bucky on 2 and then force a discard, but Bennett, gas on. Let's get our Diablo on the field straight away.
Yeah, of course, you come in here undefeated, then you lose game 1, you take your first loss, and you're like, right, Time to show everyone how good I am at this game. Going nice and fast. So you got the Merfolk down for Mathis there. That was turn 1. It was just Ink, Merfolk, pass. Very quick turn 1. I don't know what the players are talking about, but they are clearly having a good time.
Okay, I think I've worked it out. So if that was the only action that Bennett was holding in his hand, or song, should I say, then because he got to see Mathis's hand with the Diablo, he knows that he's holding the Ursa Deceiver. So if Bennett isn't holding any other actions, then that may be why he's decided to hit the gas already as opposed to waiting for the turn 2 Bucky. That would make sense to me.
Because you wouldn't be able to keep it because Ursula is going to get rid of it nice and early on.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, you could still have gone Bucky on turn 2 and then turn 3 just play the Diablo by paying, but this way a little bit quicker. Again, like, he lost to gas on the previous game just from Mathis just having too much lore on the board early. So this is a line that could benefit.
I agree with you on that one. So we are inking a Dolores again. Poor Dolores keeps getting put in the ink in this match.
I'm sure she'll find her time. She's always listening as Dolores. She hears everything.
She does. I've heard the rumors. So now we've got 2 ink available. We've got Pegasus, a 1-drop coming down with Evasive, and then just questing with Merfolk. And Merfolk's one of the meanest cards in the game. It quests for 2. It's a 1-drop. I mean, at least it's not inkable.
Yeah, that's true. And the confirmation there was no other action in the hand, so that is why Bennett decided to take that particular line, which makes sense. We're going to ink the Tinkerbell, the Evasive Tinkerbell, which is really nice, not only as an aggressive quester, but when she's played, you give Evasive to another one of your characters. Yes. That's a nice way to deal with opposing Evasive. So, nice inclusion, I like it, but just hitting the inkwell this time. The Diablo is going to go into the Cursed Merfolk and remove it, which is going to force Bennett to discard a card. He's just weighing up his options, which way he wants to go. Down goes the Aladdin.
It's not ideal, but at least you get rid of that Merfolk. It is pesky, and that's the thing. You've got to discard a card to challenge it, but you cannot leave it sitting there questing for 2 lore every turn. It doesn't work.
No, sir. So we move back over to Mathis. They're going to play their Ursa Deceiver, and there are no you see that little smile from Bennett? No songs for me. That's got to feel quite nice. But at least Mathis gets some information, which is also very important and can help you.
And a real tangible reason here, we can see, that's one of the reasons why that Diablo would be played as a 1-drop inkable Diablo. You'd play it if it didn't look at your opponent's hand.
Yeah.
But it's still lovely that it lets you do that.
Absolutely. Just having that shift line available, turn 2 Bucky, and then immediately shift is so very strong. See a Queen's Castle in Mathis's hand and a Diablo.
We've got 2nd Pegasus down on the board there, so we've got a couple little characters. The only quest for 1, but you do have Evasive. That makes them very annoying to get rid of. 1's across the board, but Evasive makes a big difference there.
Yeah, absolutely right. And Mathis just passing here, which I totally respect because he's holding 2 cards. So if you only had 1, obviously you wouldn't have any choice about what you discard. So you want to maintain some resources so that you're not discarding your really important pieces.
The chances of 2 Floodborn coming down are, I think, 0 here. So you should be able to keep 1 of those cards. Now we see Ink and Ursula here. And, it is another Diablo coming down. So we are losing 1 card. And now, as of next turn, you draw 2 when your opponent draws 1.
Yep.
Assuming they survive.
Yeah, no, that if they survive, that double Diablo is going to put in a lot of work. Mathis getting rid of the Queen's Castle, opting to hold the Diablo that he's holding, because otherwise he has no answer to the opposing Diablos, plus his own Diablo is hopefully going to draw him some more cards. Just a little nod of the head there, and hopefully approval.
We've got a different game to what we saw in game 1 here, Baker. This is not going the same, especially for Mathis here. We've not seen that early tempo of all of those 2 questers or 2 lore questers, or however you want to phrase it. So we're inking a Queen's Castle after discarding 1, and then we have an empty hand, but we do have a Diablo down on the board.
Yep, and Mathis going to be not keen on the idea of questing with these Pegasus, because obviously the Diablo has Evasive, so they would be able to take up both of these Pegasus and survive the hit. So just wanting to hold the board there, I would imagine. Maybe he will. We're going to double into one of the Diablos, so that's going to take a little bit of the pressure off. I quite like that move, actually, because now, assumedly, next turn Bennett will exert, and Mathis will be able to challenge into their Diablo if they want to.
Yeah, that does work. It always feels bad when you've got to trade 2 characters for 1.
For sure.
But when you've got 2 little 1-drops taking out a character which is drawing a bunch of cards, you don't mind it so much. Now we see Ursula hit the field, and we've got ourselves... we're singing. We've got some singing birds.
Yeah, that Diablo singing Let the Storm Rage On, doing 2 damage to the Diablo, which does remove it, and letting Bennett draw a card. And I think that leaves Mathis with nothing except the Ursa Deceiver on board. So game 2 going a lot better for Bennett so far, definitely.
It's not just the board, it's a hand as well. There's one character on board. That's the entire hand. Pascal. Pascal was Mathis' hand. He drew it. He played it. You do have another character in place, so you do at least have evasive.
Yep, that's true. And not to mention, we know that Mathis is playing Merlin Crab. So with the evasive on Pascal, perhaps a Crab boost would allow him to take out the Diablo if he wanted to. It would be a trade, but that seems fair to me. I'd give up a Pascal for a Diablo any day of the week.
We got strength from a Raging Fire here, taking out. And then I think there was a quick attack, a quick challenge there as well.
Yep. So Mathis down to 0 cards. Down comes the Hidden Cove. Going to move. Are they all in there? Was there enough ink to move all in there? It's a 1-cost card. Yeah, that makes sense. It's only a 1-cost card, the Hidden Cove. For those of you at home that might not know, 1-cost inkable, 1 to move there, 6 willpower, no lore gain, and any character there gets +1 strength and +1 willpower. And that's going to mess up a lot of maths that Mathis may want to use, such as Storm Rage On is no longer taking out the Diablo. So yeah, that Hidden Cove proving to be a really popular addition to this deck.
And this game proving to be a very awkward game for Mathis. We drew into the Merlin Rabbit, played it, drew a card from that. But Mathis has nothing here.
Nope.
Almost nothing. One card
rabbit
in hand, 1 rabbit on the board. That is it. There's not much ink. The hand got decimated too early to build up a big store of ink. And I know we might be even on free lore right now, but this is not an even game. Bennett's got 3 characters on the board, including that powerful Diablo and the Bucky. You've got the location down there, bunch of cards in hand, more ink available to be used. This is... and a Bucky hits the board as well. So a Floodborn would actually discard 2 from hand. And then, just questing across the board.
Yeah, and I like this quest from Bucky in this exact situation because Mathis has 1 card. Obviously, Mathis wasn't able to play a Floodborn, which has got to feel pretty good for Bennett. But yeah, we have another Bucky on the board, so I think we can afford to exert one of these Buckies because Mathis has got to assume that Bennett will draw into his second card, ink 1, and play the other. So Bucky's kind of reached that point where it's had its value. You don't necessarily need to lean into it as much, but we've got another one on the board in case Bennett does start to replenish his resources.
Agree with that one, and you see Bennett there, lots of thinking, but it's just awkward. You got 2 cards in hand, so do you ink 1? Have you got 1 you're willing to ink? Have you got a card in hand which is going to make any real difference in this matchup? Because your opponent has got decent hand, decent board, and it's only going to get better from here. And you're supposed to play 1 card to try and get back into this game?
I mean, I was about to say that a Fox would be quite nice, but even then, you're bouncing the Rabbit back, and that Diablo is going to let Mathis draw more cards, as he does there, as the a second Rabbit comes down on Bennett's side of the field. And he's just going to offer the handshake.
Yeah, Bennett there says, I've got nothing. You win this game. And it does seem like we are going to be going to a 1 win for each player here. 1 point, both players going up to 29 in total. And that's still a good total after 5 rounds. Being on 29 is not a bad place to be.
Oh, no shame at all. These guys were undefeated going into that round and then taking a 1-1. Clearly both really skilled players, really skilled, fantastic deck. So I think a 1-1 is still pretty good. Obviously, they'd have liked the bonus point, but they're still well on track to make their day 2.
Yeah, of course. We do see Mathis there. I think the names were the wrong way round.
Yes.
Oh, no, that is Bennett. We swapped again. There we go. That is Bennett.
Apologies for that, you guys at home. But yeah, Bennett here brought it to a 1-1. I like his shirt as well. Oh, we're back to Mathis. There we go. Nonetheless, these players had 1 win each. So taking a 1 win further into their run and hopefully making day 2 of the event. We'll see.
Yeah, and of course, as we were saying at the beginning of this round, we are cutting to a top 32. And although you can get prizes for the same number of points, we are cutting it at top 32, which means you do not want to be on that bubble. There are probably going to be people who get top 32 prizes. That feels good. You get the Cinderella, yay, but you don't actually get to come back on Sunday and compete for the title of, Lorcana Challenge Champion, which is really what we're looking for here. Top 8 serialized Mickey.
Yeah, I was going to ask you if you wanted to talk about the prizing a little bit.
Yeah, I always want to talk about about the prize. The prizing is good, but just be aware that there are going to be people on the bubble. You do not want to be on the bubble. So, outside of the serialized Mickey, what's the best prize on offer?
Outside of the serialized Mickey.
It's too easy.
You're right. You are absolutely right. So for me, it's got to be that Rapunzel playmat, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's between that and the Stout-Hearted Cinderella, because that's my favourite of the four. Well, other than the Dragon's Fire, which is a participation award. Everyone that plays in a DLC, and you at home, if you are looking to play in a DLC one day, you will get yourself a Dragon's Fire. At least this first year.
Yes.
It may change in the future, but as it stands, everyone gets a Dragon's Fire. I'm a big fan of that Dragon's Fire. But the Stout-Hearted promo is absolutely gorgeous, so I was very tempted to say that. But how can you say no to a foil Rapunzel playmat?
Oh, foil Rapunzel playmat is big, and there's only 8 of them being given away at each of these DLCs. So
at 16, top 16 get the
top
playmat.
16.
Yep.
Yes, because
still that's pretty limited, right?
It's very limited. It was going to be top 8 until the tournaments got so big. They started doubling all of the prizes, which is pretty impressive. We had initial caps of these early tournaments of 512.
And look at us now.
And the player base went, look, we're too excited. 512 isn't going to do. So Ravensburger went, okay.
All right, bet.
How about 4 times that number? How about 2,000 plus?
And they came through, and I can't understate the amount of extra work that would have involved to make sure they've got the buildings for extra days. So huge shout out and credits to Ravensburger and Disney Lorcana in general for just doing everything they can to give the players the best experience possible.
Yeah, printing a bunch more extra promo cards. I'm with you. I like that Cinderella promo.
Yeah,
I think the foiled version of that is
beautiful.
Such a ridiculously good card. See, the foiled playmats, here's my theory.
Go on.
It's great. I love it. I definitely want one.
Yeah.
I have so many playmats, and I don't know what to do with them. Now, I'm going to be honest. I'm a big nerd. I have playmats framed in my house.
I want to do that to my Ursula one that I got from the set championship.
There's a limit, though. You can't just fill all your walls. My wife would not be happy. My kids will probably love it. My wife would not be happy.
No, but you just go and you go, wife, it's shiny. You have to let me have this one.
I'm not sure that argument is going to work as well as you think it is.
You know your wife better than me, so I'll completely trust you on that one. But yeah, the prizing's so good. And of course, another thing that we haven't mentioned as much as we probably should, top 16 qualifying for the European Championships, earning their right to take it one step further and say, okay, I wasn't just one of the best players at DLC, Bochum or wherever, I was one of the best players in Europe. I'm really excited to learn more about that event.
Yeah, we've got 2 continentals coming up, one in Europe, one in North America. It's kind of like these DLCs, these are the first big tournaments we've had. We've had a couple in the US. This is our second one that we've got here in Europe after Lille 6 weeks ago. But Continentals are just going to be something else. But they're not open.
No.
You don't just get to go and play in Continentals. We are cherry-picking the best players, except we're not doing any of the work. We're just saying,
they got to earn it.
Yeah,
they got
top 16.
They got to fight for their right to play card games. Those are the words. But yeah, it's so much going on here, and I've said this a couple of times, but for the people that haven't been to a DLC and are maybe considering it, I really want to emphasize it as much as I can. The room is beautiful, the vibes are immaculate, so please try and find the opportunity, if you can, to come to a DLC. And of course, we've got the set championships happening all the way through July, every weekend. Go along, see if you can win yourself a Ursula promo or even an Ursula playmat. It is a good time to be into the Lorcana card game.
Yeah, I missed that set championship you and Specky got to go and have a play with, so I'm going to have to try and find one myself, but I do believe
we're going to go over to a break. We're going to have a couple of moments, but we will see you very soon.
I know that I'm confident enough to have like the ball control, and I can go with the Diablo, and that's basically, he knows that his deck, GP, has struggles to take back control of the board, so once I have it, he knows it will be quite difficult.
So as soon as you've got that board set up and you're getting that hand control there, you're feeling pretty confident. Is that how your games have been going so far today?
I went this way, yeah, because I was lucky on my matchups, and that's the way majors go. That's my second one, and Lille was a bit different, but basically I got decent matchups, for example red purple, purple steel and stuff like this, and my game plan was always to try to attack the hand of my opponent, so I can limit their options. And I got lucky enough to have like Buckies and stuff like this, you know.
I mean, early Bucky Diablo combination is one we've seen a lot, and it seems to be working for you. But like, this is a deck that's had a target on its back. Everyone knows it's the best deck in the meta. How do you approach that? Do you just go, it's the best deck, I think I'm a good enough player? Or are you really conscious of the fact, I need to be aware everybody's gunning for this deck?
That's actually a great question, because I'm part of a French team of Lorcana players, and this is the discussions we sort of have. One of them was actually to make what we call a meta call, so basically to understand what the field of the players will be playing and try to adapt to that. And we knew that Bucky was present a lot, especially with the results of the championships in the States. Right. But we felt that the field will be kind of even with decks like blue steel, red blue, and especially red purple. So it's basically a decision you make. It's not that I think I'm the best player. I think I'm decent with my deck, but I'm trying to basically accept that some matchups will be tough and that I will struggle. For example, red blue. I know that when I sit myself at the table, I know that I have 20%, maybe 40%, depending if I'm on the play or on the draw, to win this game. So I'm just trying to do my best, and I got just one red blue, and I got very lucky on him. So
I mean, you say you're not the best player out there, but right now you're one of the top seeds in the field. You're sitting at 35 points. How does your mindset from here change? Because obviously, I mean, you said before we kind of went live here, you think if you won the rest of your games, you're in top 32. Does that change your mindset and how you play, or are you going for a clean 9-0?
I mean, the fan of mangas and you know, like epic stories will love to go 9-0, but I know the reality of the math that says it's difficult. But honestly, my mindset from the moment I entered Bochum wasn't to win my games, if it makes sense. I was just trying to not do any mistakes on my play. I'm just playing my game, trying to do the best. I know a lot of things are out of my control, so I just try to not do any mistakes and do the best, and that's basically how I approach the game and my games.
Seems to be working. Don't make any mistakes, and the wins just follow on naturally from there. Well, congratulations. You're sitting there at 35 points. You're clean 5-0 2-0 victories. Good luck for the rest of your games.
Thank you very much, and have a good day.
We're going to have a quick break here, ladies and gentlemen, but don't go anywhere. There is a lot more wonderful Lorcana action coming very shortly indeed.
Zurück und wir dachten uns, hey, bevor wir den Leuten da draußen nur ein Bildchen zeigen wir noch ein Bildchen mit uns. Ich sagen. Und es geht hier rasant weiter. Absolut richtig, ich habe gehört, wir kriegen jetzt andere Übersetzung gibt. Und dann werden wir schauen, ob es die Karte ist, die es ist. Ihr könnt sehr, sehr gerne mitraten im Chat.
Ja.
Und
Wir fangen mal an.
Sisters, One Mind. Uns wurde gerade gesagt, hey, wir fangen mit einfachen Karten an. Also, zwei Schwestern. Zwei Schwestern,
Ja.
was könnte es sein? Frozen könnte
Frozen ist Eiskönigin, ganz klar. Ich bin mir fast sicher, dass es auch...
Ganz klar, du machst uns hier so.
Ja, nein. Ich bin mir sicher, dass es auf jeden Fall eine Karte aus dem Eiskönigin-Universum ist. Und wenn ich mir jetzt festlegen müsste, würde ich sagen, dass es...
Hello everybody, welcome back. We are going to have a little bit of a flavor text game here in just a moment. We've just seen Ross do the interview there, Baker. You've got some packs at the ready as well.
I have. I want to quickly ask you, though, just based off the back of that match that we just had, EA Tempo putting in some work. A lot of people thought it was written off, but so far they were 4-0.
Yeah.
They took a 1-1 in there, but did really well. And we saw, I don't know if you noticed, the Queen of Hearts, the 2-cost uninkable that does 1 damage to a damaged character.
I didn't see that.
Nice spicy tech. Unfortunately, it didn't see any action. I think it just got discarded from Bucky, but must have put in some work in the first 4 rounds. So it's nice to see even these decks that we think are kind of solved are still finding new ways to innovate and bring new tricks. So that was certainly interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing some more spice. Did you get a chance to walk around the hall, or were you having your food at last?
I did have a bit of munch. What we're going to do is we're just going to pull up here. You can see our German casters here. But on the screen, there's a flavor text game. So you're going to play around in chat as well. Well, they ain't in here, Jasper. What card are we looking for? So this is the flavor text of a card.
I think I know what it is.
I don't have a clue.
I'm not going to say it yet.
Well,
because
they ain't in here, Jasper. Let us know in the Twitch chat if you think you know. No cheating. No one's impressed if you're going to go and do a little search. See if you can just give it your best bet.
Well, they ain't here, Jasper.
That's not helping me. Can you give the chat a bit of a clue, Baker?
All right, so for chat...
that's probably helping someone.
Yeah. So for the sake of the chat and you, Joe, this is a quote from 101 Dalmatians. That's the film.
Okay.
So Jasper is mentioned. Jasper is in the game. Do you remember the Jasper card?
I do, and I'm going to go ahead and guess Horace.
Hey, that's the one. Well done. Did you get it in chat? Let us know. Don't.
That's what I'm going for. But you've helped me
I
out
am.
a lot
Technically,
there.
it hasn't been revealed, but I know that you are right, or I'm going to look an absolute idiot if it now comes up and it's wrong, but I'm pretty sure that is right. But yeah, love a bit of Horace and Jasper, 101 Dalmatians, 99 puppies. If you want, you can play 99 copies of the puppies if you want to in your puppy deck.
I have to say that the Horace and Jasper cards, I know that because I remember them having some synergy in set 1, or being very similar arts, I think it is.
Similar arts,
in the first chapter.
For sure, our 2 crooks.
While we're waiting for the next flavor text, you've opened this pack.
We're moving quicker than they are. Okay, that's our puzzle piece, which we've already decided I'm not going to do that. So we've got Cogsworth here. This is the one that we keep.
Oh, let's see. There it was. It's Horace.
There you go.
Okay.
I'm glad I wasn't completely shown up there.
Yeah.
All right, we've got another TikTok. We seem to be getting that quite a lot. This is Gunter, we're getting the same pack over and over again. We've got another Hans. We've got the Fortisphere. We've got the Hey, a nice interesting ramp card for Emerald. We've got Daisy Duck. I do like this one. Romeo, the Three Musketeers version. We've got the Great Stone Dragon. Let's talk about this one for a moment.
Yeah, we saw it earlier.
This is super interesting. So
we've got another flavor text.
Let's do that first,
as well.
and then we'll talk about the Great Stone Dragon. So I'll read this one out. What I believe you were trying to say is thank you.
All right. I've got a pretty good idea. Let's let chat have a go first.
For sure.
I'm going to be honest.
Yep.
I'm very much struggling to pin it on a specific card. However, I have a certain character in mind from a certain film.
We'll give it a few seconds. Let the chat have their moment to try and guess. But yeah, I know that this is another one that thankfully I know very well. What I believe you were trying to say is thank you.
So I'm going to go ahead and take a guess, Baker. It sounds like a Maui quote. So I'm going to go ahead and say it is the Maui card that when you say Maui you think of. I don't know the card subtext. It's Maui 5-cost Rush Reckless that we see in every single meta deck. That's going to be my guess, but it could equally be some sort of card related to Maui. I know Thank You is a song from Moana. In fact, it's a card which has been revealed to be in the next set, in set 5.
It leads into the card You're Welcome.
You're Welcome, exactly right.
So yeah, I am 99% sure that you are correct, that it is the 5-cost Maui Hero of All. I'm pretty sure. I know that, let's put it this way, I know that this line is a Maui line because it goes directly into I see what's happening here. I'll stop. But it goes into You're Welcome, and so I'm pretty sure that Maui is the one. We'll come back to Great Stone Dragon, we'll talk about that in a moment. We've got the Miracle Candle, we've got Zeus, a nice interesting one, and our foil is Prince Eric. Have they revealed it yet? I need to know.
They have not. I'm keeping my eyes peeled.
I need to know.
I'm going to switch over. I'm going to go ahead and reach for
a pack.
Another pack.
While you're reaching for a pack, Great Stone Dragon, really interesting card. We have the Fishbone Quill, which is obviously a 3-cost inkable item and allows you to exert extra cards from your hand, even if they're uninkable. Great Stone Dragon, very similar. It enters play exerted, so you can almost never get immediate value. There we go, the Maui Hero for All. Chat, did you get it, or were you wrong? Be honest. But yeah, the Great Stone Dragon, really interesting. It enters play exerted, so it's nearly impossible to get immediate value unless you're playing something like Audrey Ramirez, who can re-ready items. But the interesting thing about this is instead of going from your hand, it goes from your discard pile. So it counters the kind of weakness of Fishbone Quill, which depletes your hand. And the other side of it is you have to have a healthy discard pile. But if you have, in that mid to late part of the game, this can be very good.
Yeah, absolutely. While we're waiting for the next flavor text,
let's do it.
I'm going to see if I can speed run a pack. We've got
speed
Vanessa,
run.
Brawl, TikTok, Hidden Cove.
Oh, he's on it. Oh, he's on it.
Louisa Madrigal?
Yeah.
Yes. Yep. Avalanche. Li Shang.
Yeah, nice.
Sisu Tuk Tuk. Is it Hans? It's Prince Philip.
It's Prince Philip.
And there is another flavor text. It was the Mickey Mouse Standard Bearer as the foil. Yeet. Now I'm the bad guy. Okay, well.
Right, so I'm just going to correct, for the sake of people at home, that should be great. Now I'm the bad guy.
Great. That does make more sense.
Just a small error there. So this is definitely great. Now I'm the bad guy. We were actually talking about the film that this is from when we were playing our own Guess That Flavor text. Do you have any ideas?
My guess is going to be that it is from Wreck-It Ralph. Because you know, you're the master of this, I think. It's more of the challenge for me. For Baker, this is easy work. I think I'm going to go ahead and say, based off of the card name that I'm aware of, there is a card who's called the Bad Guy.
Good guess.
Pete Bad Guy is my final answer. I'm locking it in.
He's locked it in. That is a really good guess. You're wrong.
Oh.
I can see why you got there, though. You're absolutely right. Pete the Bad Guy. So that is a good clue to get you there.
Okay, so let me see if I can get there then.
Let's put it this way. This is from a card that doesn't see play, but there is another character of the same name that does see play.
Okay.
So there's your clue.
It's from Wreck-It Ralph.
No, it's not from Wreck-It Ralph.
It's not from Wreck-It Ralph.
That was indeed wrong.
Oh, okay. I'm the bad. So it's not Wreck-It Ralph. It's not Pete Bad Guy.
No.
I mean, that's just misleading.
Yeah, it is misleading. You are all right. You're just being conned at this point. Great. Now I'm the bad guy.
I'm going to need a little bit more to work with.
I can give you a little bit more. So this card, this quote, is from the Emerald version of a character. The playable one is in Ruby, and it's a low-cost character. You would play it more often than not with Rapunzel. That's the biggest clue so far.
So Rapunzel's got to be Mother Gothel.
There you go.
But you're saying it's from a lesser played Mother Gothel?
No, sorry. I mean, this is the one on the screen. I think this is the lesser played one. But I think, obviously, Mother Gothel, the Ruby one that Toss 2 is played. So, but I'm almost positive that this is the Emerald version that was in Chapter 1.
I can't even remember.
Yeah, it's very old school. I think it saw a little bit of play in Chapter 1, but that was about it. The Emerald one, I think she's cost 5 or 6, and when she's exerted, your opponent can't quest.
Yes, I do remember that card.
I could be wrong, and
think
it could be the ruby one.
The one you're talking of is a super rare, like 6 cost.
Yes, correct. I could be wrong, and it could be the one from Ruby, but I'm pretty sure this is the first chapter Emerald one. We're going to find out in a moment. I wonder how our German friends are getting on. Yes, there you go. I'm 3 for 3, baby. I'm 3 for 3.
How are you so good at this?
I watch a lot of Disney films.
That's incredible.
Had a sad childhood.
Well, I think your prize for getting it right is you get to watch me open the next
I
pack.
would love that as a prize, please. Or I can watch you try and open the bag. And to be fair, you got that last one pretty smoothly. I like it.
I don't know what it is. Usually at home, I feel like I'm fine at opening packs, but when I'm on the stage, I've got the jitters.
It's the pressure, man. It's the pressure. It gets to you.
Jitters.
It's all right. I understand. There you go.
I have been doing the rounds as well. Thanks so much.
You're welcome,
Been
brother.
doing the rounds, looking at some of the decks. There's going to be
course.
another flavor text on the screen, I'm sure, in a second as well.
Yeah.
Been doing the rounds, looking at some of the decks, and the next flavor text is available.
Let's do our next flavor text.
You know who you are. You know who you are. What do you think in the chat? Let us know. You know who you are.
I have an idea, but I'm not as certain as I have been for the others.
I would also... I've got a guess. It's definitely... I'm not confident on it.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking of a Sapphire character.
Okay.
Are you thinking of a Sapphire character?
No.
What colour are you thinking?
I'm
What
thinking of an amber action.
Okay.
From Chapter 1, which has been the pattern so far. I think these have all been Chapter 1 cards, I believe. Yes, so I'm not going to say it yet. Give the chat another minute. But my guess is there is a action from Amber in Chapter 1 that I think this is, but it's the one I'm least confident about so far.
My guess. I was gonna. Well, I don't feel so confident anymore. And I wasn't confident to begin with. I was going to go for Grammatala. It just sounds like something she might say.
You know what? I think you might have. I think you might have done me there.
There's a few Grammatala type cards which aren't.
I actually think
exactly
you're right.
Grammatala.
I've changed my mind. I think you. So my guess was You Have Forgotten Me.
Yep. Okay. That's a nice idea.
I wasn't certain, but that was where my mind went. But I actually think you've done me here.
If we think it's Grammatala, which Grammatala card do we think? Because there's quite a few. There's the 2 cost.
I think the 2 cost.
Maybe.
I would imagine, because again it's Chapter 1, and seems to be a bit of a pattern. But I do think that is the right one. Well done there.
Let's not jump the gun
yeah,
just yet.
Yeah, fair. Let's see if it comes up. Would you want to open your pack while they're waiting to reveal it?
Right, speed
Let's see
run.
what you get. Speed run of a
Got
pack.
record player. Who's that? Benja. Not the Benja we used to.
No.
Dolores, we saw her in the last game. Is this Tong? Oh, it's Tor. This card is really good in draft.
Yeah,
it's
I
got
can see that.
4 strength, 7 willpower. It doesn't seem like it does that much. I could not remove this for a whole game of draft. It came down on turn 5 and it never left. Seldom will they seem.
Yep.
Aladdin. This is like I find them, I flatten them.
Yep. Were you seeing some play recently against the Sapphire decks?
Beast, something.
Wounded,
which is fitting because it damages itself by 4. A little bit of Rapunzel synergy there.
For sure.
If I get a chance to play on the main stage, this card's going to be in my deck.
Is it?
Oh, it is.
All right, we'll hold you to that. 100%.
Triton,
the young... not bad.
I love this card.
Yeah?
I absolutely love this card.
Talk to us about
Aerial
it.
Treasure Collector, 3 strength, 4 willpower, and has ward. When the set first came out, Sisu Ruby Sapphire was even more popular than it is right now. And I was looking through all the characters in the game which have a 3 strength or more and ward, because those cards can't be hit by Ice Block Sisu. And Ariel was the one that stood out by a mile because she can quest for so much.
Yep.
Very, very powerful tool, particularly for Sapphire Steel with the Lucky Dime. And let's see. It was Moana.
Oh,
I was kind of close.
Yeah, you were much closer than I was, obviously from the same film. Okay. There we go. We are 3-1.
Okay,
Hey, I'll take that. I haven't seen that card in a long time.
I'm gonna. Is it perhaps Grammatala that said that to Moana, and then that's the quote on Moana's card?
See, that's what I thought
Possible.
it was, but I now actually think that it's what she says to Maui.
Yeah, okay.
I can't remember which part of the film. I'm going to get home and check that on Monday because that's going to drive me mad.
But there's still 2 cards left in this one.
Yeah, that's fine.
So
They're
we've got
Enchanted.
the Enchanted at the back.
Yeah, obviously.
And the Diablo before. We're going to have
Perfect.
Diablo, Enchanted,
And
Diablo.
then Enchanted
Easy.
Diablo.
All right,
Gotcha.
we go.
All right.
Bam. Ursula Sea Witch Queen. If you want to get your hands on an enchanted tournament promo version, don't forget there is the Ursula's Return Set Championships this month in July.
My man with the perfect segue into the Set Championships.
And
I respect it.
Tuk Tuk.
Tuk Tuk. Hey, you got your legendary. Is that not your first legendary?
I got legendary first pack of the day as well. So
You did?
I'm on a hot streak.
So far, Bochum is treating you well. All right?
Absolutely.
I swear you've opened more than me, so I am
I
going to
think
open
you could be
another
right.
one.
I'm keeping my eye to make sure we don't miss any flavor text.
Yeah, for sure. You guys at home, if you're only just joining us, welcome to DLC Bochum. We have just finished round 5 of 9 rounds of Swiss here. The first day we've got just over 1,000 players, and tomorrow we will have 1,000 plus more players. And the top 32 from each day will qualify for Sunday, day 2. To go play for top 64. Right, we got another one. Yes, sir. Right, so, sir. Right away, sir.
I have got exactly 0 clue.
Oh, that one was really quick. I'll be honest, that wasn't going to be my guess. I thought it was the Chapter 1 Mr. Smee. But we got Sergeant Tibbs.
I never would have guessed it. Do you know what? I forgot this card existed.
Yep, to be fair.
I did forget about
It's been
this
a long
one.
time. Right, okay.
But they did very well to get that so quickly. My
They did.
goodness.
They really did. All right, we've got, this is Raya. That's Raya. We've got, he's from Encanto. It's the bird that, the one that talks to animals,
Begins with a
summons him.
P.
Pico.
We've got
Pico.
another flavor
one?
text. They say if you dream a thing more than once, it's sure to come true. They say if you dream a thing more than once, it's sure to come true.
So my mind first of all goes to Sleeping Beauty because the dream she has about dancing with the prince. So maybe there's that. The other thing that comes to mind is Pinocchio.
I was thinking, I watched a new film the other day. I think it's called Wish, but I don't believe we have any Disney Lorcana cards.
Not yet. So I actually watched that recently. It was pretty good. I think this is Blue Fairy. I'm saying it early because I don't know. I'm not convinced. But
is there more than one Blue Fairy card? The only one that comes to mind is the Amethyst 2 cost.
Yeah, I've got a feeling it might be that. I don't know if it's the more than once that's putting me off because Pinocchio is more Wish Upon a Star. So maybe I'm wrong there. Maybe the chat have got it. They say if you dream a thing more than once, it's sure to come true.
I have no idea.
No. But again, my mind went to Sleeping Beauty and Pinocchio, but I'm not sure if that's right. We'll see. I'm waiting for them to get it because I really want to know now. I'm intrigued.
Well, you can keep opening this pack. I'm going to switch back to you.
Let's do it. Let's finish this off while we're another Gunter. We've got all the Gunters that ever did was Transform Chef, the Chen Pao that we talked about earlier. This is Sign the Scroll, the Daring Visitor Sisu that we were talking about earlier as well. The Hades. Oh, I like this. I think this is a sign of things to come for the future of big villains. This is purely speculation, just to confirm. I want another Illumineers quest with Hades as the villain for it. That's what I want to see. We've got another Raya, and...
How have you done this again? Oh, wow.
Oh,
do you want to swap packs?
Yeah, that one. Literally, I got my second, but I got this in Lille as well.
Wow.
Literally, 50% of my Diablos have come for this stream. I will absolutely take that. I'm pocketing that straight away. I'm not having that disappear on me.
pretty good going.
Have they revealed it yet? I need to know what this is.
No, it's still waiting.
Still waiting.
I'm also going to reach over for a pack, but I'm going to pass it over to you to open for me, please.
All right, I'll open it for you. You can head
seem to have the magic touch.
But yeah, hope you guys at home are enjoying the stream. As I said, we've done 5 rounds. We've got 3 more to go, and then of course we're doing the whole thing again tomorrow, and then our top 64 cut on Sunday. Incredible prizes up for grabs. We've got the serialized Mickey Brave Little Tailor cards. There's booster boxes for top 4, qualifying for European Championships. The Rapunzel playmat, the Rapunzel card, the Stout-Hearted promo. So much to play for in this event.
Yeah, absolutely. I've also heard some murmurs just there, Baker, when I've been in the main event hall that Frank Carsten was around.
He was.
Playing some games and is going to be taking part in the main event tomorrow. Remember that players either play on Friday or Saturday. Is this the time for the card reveal? I'm still waiting.
I think it's coming.
I'm going to just quickly go to my pack while we're waiting.
Yeah, go to your pack. Let's keep the entertainment.
We've got a Madrigal whose first name is... I have no idea. Augustine. I thought it began with an A. Alma was coming off the tip of my tongue, but I knew it was not her. The Plank.
The Plank.
Magic Broom. What a card.
Loves a bit of room.
This is the Fates.
The Fates, yeah. I'm
which
a big
looks
fan
at the top card of your opponent's
I love the art of that.
deck. This is Ice Block, Fortosphere,
Oh, some meta stuff in here.
Megara,
That's a
Hades
Hades
again. Is this Qin Fu? It is Qin Fu.
Chenfu.
Lumiere. Did I say that right? Lumiere. I did not say it right, as it turns out. A Raya card. Yep.
Yep.
And the Enchanted Diablo.
One day actually will be
Casa Madrigal.
an Enchanted Diablo. But yeah, we're having an incredible day of Lorcana here at Bochum. We've seen we started off with some Ruby Amethyst versus Emerald Steel Bucky. We've seen, I don't know how much Ruby Sapphire we've seen actually.
Yeah, Ruby Sapphire's honestly been struggling. Just talking with a lot of the players in the hall that have been playing it. There's quite a few aggro decks that did well. And I think the other thing is, if you're playing Ruby Sapphire and you don't get off to a really strong start, there's quite a lot of these aggro players that kind of end up around the middle tables, and you can get completely beaten before you even play a single one of your cards by a deck aggressive enough. Amber Amethyst is pretty well represented this weekend.
No, I'd love to see it make top card. That would definitely put a spanner in the works. It's Aurora. Okay, I was right. Sleeping Beauty.
Yeah, okay.
There you go. I'll absolutely take that. I will take that. And there's been a lot of Steel Song as well, like we were saying before. Maybe the Dark Horse that a lot of people weren't respecting as very much has been doing really, really well. And then Emerald Amethyst in the last round, which a lot of people thought was wrote off, still doing very well. So I'm very excited to see what else makes top cut. And you talk about Ruby Sapphire maybe having these slow starts. My issue with Ruby Sapphire is, as strong as it is, your only draw is Flaversham. There might be like a couple, like obviously you've got the Porpsicles and stuff like that, but your only real consistent draw is Flaversham. If you miss that mouse, how well does the deck? How well does the deck work? So I guess we'll see before the end of the event. Are we doing another?
Yeah, I think so.
All right.
I did also see Steel Amethyst deck in the sort of top 40 tables or so, which I was pretty excited about. And unfortunately, I saw on the other side of the board, not one, not two, not three, 4 Diablos, all on the board at once, which is a first for me.
Oh, that sounds disgusting.
Yeah, that was draw 1, opponent draws 4. We've got a quick flavor text.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that first, 100%. I never knew what I was capable of. Oh, super interesting. So
they seem to know. I don't know.
Everything has been first chapter so far, so that's, I think, a bit of a clue. Elsa. I'll tell you, I would have never I think our German friends felt very passionately about that one. Interesting. No, I definitely wouldn't have got that one, I'm not going to lie.
Onto the pack.
Not a clue. Onto the pack. Augustine.
Easy.
We've got we just keep getting the same pack. Did you not just open this exact pack?
This is... I don't know what's happening.
This is spooky. What on earth? Are they all the same?
Ice block.
Okay, I know I'm being a bit dramatic, but I think I have every right.
Okay, that one's different.
Marshmallow. Very nice. We've got the Vision Slab. This is Ling. It's from Mulan. What's his name? Xingyu. Li Shang. I got it around the wrong way. My apologies. The Mystic Rose. Tuk, I think is that the foil.
That card,
One more. And a foil Chen Pao.
Okay.
I did just open the Diablo, to be fair.
I
really can't complain at all.
Think you're due some bad luck.
I am. You definitely need some more legendaries.
And I definitely need to improve my... It's unbelievable how bad I am at opening packs.
I can't wait for the day when you do that. And here's the Enchanted Diablo, and it actually is. I believe it's going to happen for you. I really do. I believe it. I believe it.
Law of averages, at some point, it's got to happen. This is just painful.
There we go.
I actually just don't understand why I can't open the packs. It's just
to be fair, like it's your first physical card game, isn't it? You've done a lot of online card games in the past, right? So you're maybe not as accustomed to it as us.
We've got a First Aid. We've got a Farzo.
Yep, Mulan's father.
Louisa Madrigal. Pegasus. Olaf.
Nock is it's Olaf. Nock is third.
Beast.
Yeah.
Camillo Madrigal.
Nice.
I have assigned one of these from Emily Ampedira.
Oh,
shout out.
Shout out to Emily.
I have the Mob Song.
We're not safe until he's dead.
Medallion Weights. Spoiler alert. Ursula's Lair. Ursula's Garden.
Ursula's Garden.
Full of the Unfortunate.
I love the art on that one.
Philatites.
Oh, there's the card that we were talking about
earlier. Whose name I could not pronounce until this morning, but Baker taught me how to do it. And Make the Potion.
Make the Potion. What sort of potion would you make, Joe?
I don't even know how I would answer that. I would make a potion which allows me to always draw Merfolk on turn 1.
Perfect.
Easy.
That's all I wanted from you. I love to see it. So yeah, it's been a fantastic day. Obviously, towards the end of the month in America, Fort Worth, I believe, is the next Disney Lorcana Challenge happening in a couple of weeks. So I think this is going to be one of the biggest pools of data that a lot of players will draw from to inspire what they want to play. And yeah, with the way Steel Song's been doing, I think that needs to come onto a few more players' radar and definitely something to respect going into Fort Worth. But of course, we'll see what actually ends up making the top cut. But
we're going to speed run this pack, and then we're going to head to a short pack.
All right,
short break.
A pack followed by a pack.
The game's going to be starting in the not too distant future.
All right, we've got Dolores, we've got Seldom What They Seem, we've got The Beast, we've got The Wardrobe, is this? No, Magical Maids, right film. We've got Ursa's Trickery, we've got Ling, that gives extra strength to your heroes. We don't talk about Bruno, is a pretty nice hit. This is Hercules. And
that's a nice
is that Foil Under the Sea? That's pretty good.
Is really
do you want
nice. That? Yeah, please. I really do, actually. Thank you.
Yeah, you can have that, absolutely.
Very short break, and the players are seated, and we're getting ready for the next game. So, Baker, you're going to go on your break, and we're going to be joined by Ross as well.
Excited.
Hello, welcome back, everybody. Just seen Ross there. The trailer for Shimmering Skies, the 5th set coming out in just over a month's time.
It's a Wreck-It Ralph set. What more do you want to know? I've been pretty clear about this, right? 3 best Disney films, in my eyes: Wreck-It Ralph, Zootropolis, or Zootopia, depending on where you're from, and Moana. They are the 3 top films. So if you're telling me there's going to be a set where one of the main themes is going to be Wreck-It Ralph, and we've already seen a lot of the racers from Sugar Rush are making an appearance. You know, we've got Taffeta Mutton Fudge, you know, we've got Vanellope Von Schweetz, but then we've got the ones nobody ever remembers the names of. All of those are getting featured as well. So I'm a little bit excited. I want Wreck-It Ralph to be good.
Yeah, well, there is actually one Wreck-It Ralph card which has been announced so far, at least.
Oh,
from the upcoming set.
There has.
And I think it's for every damage counter this card has on it, it quests for that amount of extra lore, so which could be a really interesting card.
It's start of your turn, you gain a lore for each damage on it.
That sounds right.
Not start of your turn, when it is readied.
Yes,
so
when
start
readied.
of your turn or any other time, it gets ready. But we are looking like we got Stefan here, we got Stefan Dietz, and I missed the first name. We'll get to that one in a second. Looks like it is Marco Caputo is going to be the other player we've got here. We can't give away everything about their decks, but I can tell you that we've got a Ruby Sapphire and we've got an Amethyst Ruby. So we've got a lot of Ruby. That's going to be coming out here.
Yeah, definitely a pretty interesting matchup. Queen's Castle can be a real menace for Ruby Sapphire to deal with. Maui has that 6 strength rush. But a lot of players in Ruby Sapphire might be teching for this matchup a little bit. I've seen some Scars around. I've seen a few Vitalispheres as well, which can allow you to get a little bit of extra rush. So Queen's Castle definitely going to be an important card as we see the mulligans. Be prepared, of course, being mulliganed away as an uninkable card.
Yeah, but we do have Develop Your Brain and Brawl, and we got Havisham there as well. So we do have some decent options there from that opening hand, but a pretty aggressive mulligan. Keep free, get rid of the rest. And then Marco here having a look, and we do have confirmation there of Ruby with that Amethyst, a classic pairing at this point. And that's an awkward hand to mulligan, because you kind of, there's no real low cost, there's no one cost there, but there's a lot of cards you kind of want to see fairly early on in the game.
Yeah, Snake getting mulliganed away. Usually a card you want to play around turn 5 or 6, especially if you don't have a 1-drop. You're not going to want to play that on turn 1. And you can see both players on 31 points, which is a very strong record at this stage. See who can do the maths quickest. I think, what is it, 3 wins and a draw? Or 3 2-0s and 1-1-1, I should say.
Yes, I believe that is the case here. So that will be, yeah, so you'd be 28 points from the 4 2-0s and then 3 points from the 1-1 afterwards.
Yep.
So sitting there at 31 points in a decent position. Top cut, top 32, far from guaranteed at this point, but certainly both players putting themselves in a good position. And well, the way the best of 2 format works, or the 2 games, it's not really a best of 2, it's a 2-game format.
Yeah.
Well, the way that works, you don't see many players going 2-0, 2-0, 2-0 that deep into the tournament. People start taking losses. And I think that is the post-mulligan hand there we've got from Stefan. So we see a Maui going down, but of course that is getting inked. Great card, but it is way too early for that. Develop your brain, look at the top 2 cards of your deck. 1 goes into your hand, 1 goes to the bottom of your deck. Good draw power early on in the game.
Yeah, so Stefan going to be going first. As the Ruby Sapphire player, the later game is going to be where they are shining. A little bit slower to start, though, so Marco might try to take advantage of that. But, of course, as the player going second, Marco can't go too aggressive because Stefan's always kind of that 1 ink ahead each turn. Flynn Rider could put in some serious work potentially for Marco, though, if Stefan can't answer it early on.
Now that Flynn Rider is a great card, gets you free lore at the start of your turn if you've got the most powerful character on the board, and that is not the kind of thing that these, Sapphire decks tend to do too easily, so that could be a fun one. We see Porpsicle coming down here, drawing a card, getting an item on the board. Of course, we already know that the Flavisham is in the hand there, so that is going to give a nice option for drawing as we go through a little bit later on in the game. But as it stands, we're going to ink a Sisu, and are we going to see, yes, we got a second Porpsicle.
Double Popsicle, double the fun. Sisu in the inkwell. I love when players, Ross, leave that card up in their inkwell. And look at that as well from Stefan, marking their hand with the number 6 to tell their opponent. I think that there's 6 cards in there. Very good etiquette to see. We see the Teeth and Ambitions inked. Not going to be particularly useful in this matchup. Marco probably including that for the Diablo to try and remove that. But Flynn Rider on the board, the Flynn Rider frenemy.
I love that card.
It is very strong if left unchecked.
Yeah, it is a card I'm a very big fan of. It's one that's really seeing a lot of play in Ruby right now. It is, if it's unchecked, it is very cheeky, getting you extra lore. We see a second Maui hero to all going into the ink there, and a Sisu being played, which that's the one that gets an extra strength for every card in your opponent's hand. And Marco's got a decent-sized hand, so that is really checking Flynn Rider right now. It is the most powerful thing by a long shot.
Absolutely. Second time today I've been casting with you, Ross, and it's the second time we've seen a Ruby Sapphire player using this 3-cost Sisu, and it's the first time, it's only the second time I've ever seen it, so it's really interesting to see these players utilizing this inkable Sisu. We saw earlier it opening up the shift line, but here it gives Stefan a nice, big, strong card, which is going to stop that Flynn Rider gaining the early lore.
And, Flynn Rider's got such a good ability there, getting that free lore at the start of your turn. That outside of that, it's not a very good card. 2 cost, 2 strength, 2 willpower, quest for 1. It's not a good card, but it's got a great ability. But if you keep it in check by putting a stronger character on the board, then you kind of undo all the good work it's doing. And then what's Marco going to do? Joke's on you, I'll just play cards I don't want to play to try and stop your Sisu. No! That's not the way we're going to try and do it. So really keeping it in check as we see a Grammatala, I believe, hitting the board. does the same thing as Develop Your Brain.
Yep, it certainly does. And Stefan could have used the Brawl there instead to remove the Flynn Rider, but because of that extra strength Sisu has, just doesn't even need to respect that Flynn Rider. Inks the Brawl instead and develops the board with a Grammar Tala. 4-cost character does mean that she's able to sing How Far I'll Go, which is a very powerful tool we do see a lot of the time. The players are just making sure that no extra lore is given by Flynn when it shouldn't be. I think Stefan pointing out that with the cards that they have in hand, the Flynn does not trigger its ability there.
Well, there's a really funny thing going on. Both players have got Sisu down now. So whoever's got more cards in hand is going to have the weaker Sisu.
Yep.
So Stefan needs to make sure he's got fewer cards in hand, so his Sisu, so his opponent's Sisu is weaker and doesn't activate Flynn. That's an awkward thing to keep track of.
Absolutely, especially when cards are being inked each turn, and also Marco, of course, drawing a card. I think that was the discussion that they were just having there on exactly when the trigger of Flynn comes through. And I do believe it's before you draw a card, because it's at the start of your turn. That's honestly an interaction I've never seen being quite so important, but here it really made a huge difference.
I love it. Sisu on each side of the board, but one player's got a Flynn is something I was not expecting to be talking about, but it is actually a really fun interaction because of Sisu's thing where it gets a whole, one extra strength for every card in your opponent's hand. So Stefan needs to be tied or lower on hand size at all time, or you're going to be giving up an extra free lore that you do not want to do. But it's interesting here. This game, we've had a couple of turns already, Joe, right? No lore.
Yep.
And this is interesting to me because the Ruby decks can get very big as they go along, but these Sapphire decks can get these very nice big lore swings as they go along. So if we see a slow KG opening, we could see some explosive turns as we get further on in this game.
Develop Your Brain is played. The options are another Develop Your Brain or a Lucky Dime. Would imagine it's the Lucky Dime which goes into hand. I didn't quite catch that. Of course, one goes to the bottom. Not really where you want to be placing your Lucky Dime, but of course the Develop Your Brain is inkable. Does seem like it was the Lucky Dime picked, so Develop Your Brain onto the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, when we don't have enough search in Lorcana. When cards go to the bottom of your deck, we don't really shuffle the deck very much either. So when a card goes to the bottom of your deck, it's generally out of play.
Yep.
Unless something strange happens, the game goes really long. So if you see a card like Lucky Dime that you're going to want from a card like Develop Your Brain, you kind of have to take it for fear of not having access to it later on. That wasn't the third Maui inked, was it?
It's really interesting from Stefan there. Played the one ink of Develop Your Brain. I think it was a Maui which got inked. And
that's 3 Maui
played.
been inked now.
Wow.
Which is very important, because as we get later in the game, those Maui become very, very good characters. And if 3 of them have already been inked, you're not going to have access to those cards as you get later in the game. That is not where you want to be.
Seems like Flynn Rider still no lore gained. The Sisu from Stefan hasn't done any questing, but it has denied so much lore already from Flynn Rider. 3 lore a turn.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Marco would be halfway to winning the game by now if it hadn't been kept in check by Sisu. Has Stefan even got any cards in hand right now?
They're on 5. You see, they put their hand down on the table.
Okay, so that we can track it nice and easy. That makes perfect sense. That's really nice.
It is very nice of them. I'm a big fan of that.
And very relevant for the Sisu on Sisu matchup here. So we're paying 4 ink. What are we getting? We are getting a rabbit, Merlin rabbit. My daughter will be proud. She loves rabbits.
Amazing.
Rabbits are her thing right now. She is big into. I had to buy some rabbit sweets at the supermarket just so I can take them home, because there are some very nice rabbit sweets you can pick up in Germany.
Okay.
But I've not seen them anywhere else. So a rabbit's hit the board. There's actually another one in the hand for Marco here. So it's not going to come down this turn, but it's giving access to a sizable amount of draw.
Yeah, Marco does quest with both the rabbit and the Sisu, so for 3 lore.
3 lore.
And it does seem like Flynn Rider did actually... Oh, no, we're back down to 3. Apologies for that. So Flynn Rider not gaining any lore just yet for Marco. They're at 3 lore.
I'm so glad I'm not table judging this game.
Yes.
It's such an awkward interaction to have to try and keep track of. There is a Merlin goat, but that one is hitting the inkwell. That is just providing an extra ink for, well, maybe for this turn if there's any 1-cost cards, but probably next turn as we see it moving over to Stefan here. And we've not done, there's no Hiram Flavisham there to start drawing. You know, we got a couple of Porpsicle down, so we've got some good options. Sorry.
I can see the hand. I'm just taking a little peek. There's a Be Prepared, a Flavisham, Fishbone Quill, Medusa, and one other card in there. There's a couple of Medusas for Stefan, and definitely starting to get to that stage in the game, Ross, where they're going to be playing lots of big cards every turn. Sisu and Sisu. Okay, thank goodness for that. We don't have to track that anymore.
Yeah, but now we still have to track what the most powerful character on board is. Is it the
It's the Tala for now with 3 strength.
It is the Grandma Tala. Okay. That's a bit risky if we see something bigger coming down in a moment. But we do finally see Hiram Flavisham coming down. And, of course, getting rid of the Porpsicle to go and draw a couple of cards. And Fishbone Quill getting inked.
Yeah, Fishbone Quill into the Inkwell. Definitely a card you want to play on turn 3 rather than later on.
Yep.
And that extra ink is going to allow Stefan to play 1 jump ahead, adding the top card from the deck into the Inkwell.
So extra ink gets extra ink.
Absolutely. And I think if you're Stefan, you're pretty happy with the board state at this stage in the game because you've just denied all that early lore from Flynn Rider. We see the Tala removing the Rabbit. That is going to be another card drawn, though, for Marco.
Yeah, Rabbit does draw when it enters and when it leaves. However it leaves, whether banished, whether bounced to the Madam Mim, which, of course, we see with this bounce engine all the time. But we do go back over to Marco here, and we're still no drawing with the Flynn Rider. That Flynn Rider came down on turn 2 exactly as the script says. Turn 2, get your second ink in the Inkwell, play Flynn Rider. That's what you're supposed to do. And yet, unfortunately, it is not working right now. Stefan is denying it beautifully. And it's been sitting there for like 5, 6 turns, and it's done nothing. And you can't even quest with it, because if you quest with it, you're going to lose it. It's going to get challenged and banished.
Yeah, absolutely. To be at 0 lore at this stage in the game, to be only at 3, cannot be a great feeling for Marco. They've got a bit of a balancing act with their Queen's Castle as well, because they want to obviously get that Queen's Castle down. But if you play too heavily into a Maui and it gets removed instantly, it's going to gain you no lore at all. The Rabbit does quest for 1. Will Flynn Rider quest, or are they going to remain readied?
I think at this point, you've got to just leave it ready. You've got to hope it's going to be coming out later. But what you really want to do, you know, you need to get to that point where you've got the most powerful character on the board, whether that's taking out the Grammatala, you know, trying to, you know, trade with another character or play something bigger like Madam Mim Fox, which is 4 strength.
Yep.
Is that going to be above it?
Certainly is for now.
Oh, love it. And it's got Rush, of course, which means you can challenge the turn it gets played. This is another one of those cards which you would put in a real top tier of every card available. It is a phenomenal card. And, yeah, you bounce those Merlins to get your reuse your skills. It's got Rush. It's got 4 strength. It is a phenomenal card. And I think we saw Brawl there take down Hiram Flavisham.
Yeah, Flavisham was a bit of an immovable object at times in previous sets with that 6 willpower, but with just 1 strength, it is a great option to remove it with Brawl. We do see Flynn Rider exerting to sing Teeth and Ambitions, which is not something I've ever seen before. 2 damage goes on to the Madam Mim Fox, and goodbye, Grandma Tala.
Oh, I love this. Of course, that Madam Mim Fox can be bounced with another Madam Mim in a moment. So that damage might be irrelevant, but we've seen a board wipe here from Marco. Every character of Stefan's has left the board. There is nothing there, and now Flynn Rider is poised to finally get some lore, unless Stefan can thwart it, which, let's face it, has been doing. But we're eyeing up a Madam Medusa, or maybe a pet. There's a 2 in hand. Looks like one of them's being eyed up right now.
Let's see, Stefan looks like they're exerting 6. It's a Madam Medusa, of course. Flynn Rider finally being removed. It didn't do too much. However, it did make Stefan maybe play some cards they otherwise wouldn't have.
Yeah, sometimes it's not what a card does, it's what a card makes your opponent do to play around it, which can actually be the more important thing in the end. So, looks like we're deciding what to ink here. Although, I think we're going to play that bunny first. Merlin Rabbit comes down, draws an extra card. It's a cheeky little draw engine. It can get you so many extra cards. Just one of those little 4 costs. Play it, get a card. Bounce it back, get a card. Play it, get a card. And all of a sudden, you've drawn a decent amount.
Yeah, and I think the Rabbit being a 4-strength character as well, being able to sing some of these 4-cost songs you see, and then along came Zeus in Steel, but in Marco's deck, they most likely play B King Undisputed. Often if you're singing a song, while it can be a great impact, you're running out of cards in hand, but of course with the Rabbit, you have an abundance of card draw, you can gain so much tempo spending 0 ink to play a very powerful card. So B King Undisputed and Merlin Rabbit, a great combo to potentially look out for later on in this match.
Yeah, we ink Chernobog's followers there, and we play Madam Mim Snake, which bounces a rabbit back and draws another card. Unfortunately, not enough ink to replay it, but that's not too bad. We drew some cards. Madam Mim Snake, another card with decent stats for a 2-cost, and of course you've got to bounce a character to your hand or banish it on play. That's a downside because it's got 2 good stats for a 2-cost, but of course there are ways to turn it into an upside.
I want to talk about a very subtle decision which Marco made in the previous round, in the previous turn, which was that they used their Fox before drawing off the top, and they actually drew with the Snake bouncing back the Rabbit. They drew a Friends, which could potentially have been sung by the Madam Mim Fox. They did decide to quest instead, though, and I just saw Marco's facial expression when he saw that Friends on the other side maybe be like, I'm not sure. It's subtle little things like that. It's quite possible that Marco would have decided to quest with the Madam Mim Fox anyway, but had they drawn with the Rabbit first, they would have had the choice to either quest for 1 or sing the Friends.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there. We see the Rabbit come back down again, draw a card. We see Merlin Goat, very much like the Rabbit, but you gain a Law on play. And when it leaves, we also saw Madame Medusa. We saw 1 played, we saw 1 trading, really taking down Marco's board. So Marco actually started this turn, no characters on the board, and had to play both the Goat and the Rabbit versions of Merlin just to start establishing some board presence again. So Stefan did a good job on his turn, really using those Madame Medusa, and now Marco's had to rebuild.
Yeah, Rabbit with just 2 strength is a potential target for that 8-cost Sisu. However, the Goat with 4 strength is going to be pretty difficult for Stefan to remove in the same turn. There would be 2 ice blocks. So I think Marco doing a very good job here of trying to mitigate the potential value of a Sisu, not wanting to play too heavily into that.
No, I like that. Here, Flavisham comes back, gets rid of Portugal, draws 2 cards. It is, of course, a play skill and a quest skill. Discard or banish an item that you've got and then draw yourself 2 cards. And we see Madame Medusa here actually singing How Far I'll Go. You get a card and you get an extra ink.
Yeah, really, really powerful card. We do see it a lot in the Ruby Sapphire decks, not so much in Sapphire Steel. In Ruby Sapphire, you have a lot of characters like Madame Medusa, which only quest for 1 and can sing this. Grandma Tala as well, Flavisham, Maui is a great card to sing this with. Cards in hand and card into your ink. And we see another How Far I'll Go, this one.
Okay, I thought I was getting deja vu then, yeah. But no, we are just seeing another one come down. We've got Let It Go and Grandma Tala, it looks like. So we're inking Let It Go, and Grandma Tala goes to hand. We've seen that character actually be pretty good so far in this matchup. So Stefan's got a lot of ink on the board. Is that, I want to say 10 ink at this stage? So that's access to a lot of cards. And now we're getting to that stage. Maybe something like Lucky Dime, maybe something like Tamatoa, assuming they're in the deck. We could start seeing them coming out here.
Marco does have that very famous 7-cost uninkable song, Be Prepared. And that, as well as Sisu, are definitely having a huge impact in terms of the mind games here. It's a real, against Ruby, it's a real balancing act at this stage in the game. You want to commit and develop on the board, but equally you don't want to overcommit and give your opponent too much value on a board clear.
No, Be Prepared. It can be a really annoying card, or it can be a game-ending card.
Yeah.
Here, it's not, you don't really need it right now. The Goat is going to trade with Madame Medusa. There is a Hero Flavisham on the board, which is obviously annoying, but playing a 7-cost song just to get rid of that is probably a little bit too much. So we save that for future turns, and we can start developing our own board first as we sing Friends on the Other Side.
Yeah, this is the Friends I mentioned previously, which came off the top from a Rabbit, and another Friends has been found from it as well. I do wonder if we might see the Lady Tremaine here. The Goat removing the Medusa was not what I was expecting, but it does enable the Lady Tremaine to remove the Flavisham, denying potential card draw here.
I like this very much. We've actually had a lot of board wiping in this matchup. Both players doing a very good job of responding. And we've seen, you know, several turns in a row of I'm going to get rid of all your characters and play a couple of my own. And that's where we are here. Marco has gotten rid of all Stefan's characters. And now we've got your Merlin Rabbit. We've got Lady Tremaine. We see Madam Mim Snake, which is bouncing the Tremaine back to hand. You say, wow, Joe. Why are you saying wow?
Yeah, I mean, look, you've got a rabbit on the board. And you think, oh, I'll just draw some cards. But Marco knows the value of that Tremaine. And I think even Stefan had a little reaction of, uh-oh, that Lady Tremaine's ready to go again. It's not a card you often see that many copies of in Ruby Amethyst, Ross. Some players just using one. But if you can bounce it back multiple times...
Yeah, most of the lists I've been looking at play it as a one-off, but of course, if you can keep bouncing it back with Madam Mim Snake and Madam Mim Fox, you can get multiple uses despite only playing one copy in your deck, and that is exactly what Marco is looking to do here. So very well played. And, you know, we're 20 minutes into this game, 25 minutes into this game, and we've got 7 lore in total. Stefan not off the board yet, not off started yet, no lore. Marco's only on 7, so we've had a very back and forth game. Both players are controlling the board more than they are getting lore to try and win the game. I'm waiting for one of these players to really have a turn where their deck pops off, so to speak.
Yeah, Stefan has used Madame Medusa here, but hasn't decided the target, wanting to just evaluate the board state. Having a look through at Marco's discard pile, and does decide to go for the snake.
Yeah, of course, getting rid of the rabbit would then give an extra card to Marco. That's always something to consider.
Yeah, I think what Stefan was looking through there in the discard was if there was many rabbits in the discard already. If it's the only rabbit Marco has available, it could be a better option to just put that in the discard. But Stefan predicts that there's maybe another rabbit in Marco's hand.
There is.
And there certainly is. So decides to get rid of the biggest stats of the Madam Mim Snake. I think the other big thing there, Ross, is Stefan has that Sisu in hand that's kind of been burning a bit of a hole in their pocket. And the Madam Mim has 3 strength, whereas the rabbit just 2.
Yeah, that can always make a difference. We see the rabbit having a little bit of a sing-song here. Friends on the other side. Just drawing a couple of extra cards there.
Another rabbit and another Be Prepared.
Oh, we're not, you know, we're not seeing cards like Whole New World here, so that hand is probably going to stay how it is for the time being. It's an Emerald deck doing a lot of discard. Marco is going to be able to keep that Be Prepared, save it in hand for the perfect time. But we see another rabbit coming down here, and we see a goat as well.
I'm really impressed by the game plan here from Marco. I thought with this start that they had where Stefan was able to stop the Flynn Rider really getting any lore at all, I thought they were going to really struggle in the late game, but they have got so much card draw going on, and so far Stefan has not got a single point on the board. But that can all change very quickly.
Yeah, you've got enough ink there that we could start seeing stuff like Lucky Dime, like Tamatoa, like I said a minute ago. These are the cards that could find their way down. There is an 8-cost Sisu in hand, but there's no real good targets. We've got the slightly larger Amethyst characters on Marco's side of the board. So we see Grammatala, there's 2 of them on the board now. It's a nice little bit of extra draw, but it's not really doing that thing where it's getting you really close to winning the game. Bit of extra draw, decent character, but it's not doing loads to get you over the line.
Yeah, it's definitely not doing much right now, but that's almost a good thing for Stefan. Like I said, you don't want to overcommit into that Be Prepared. And Marco, even though they have a bunch of characters of their own right here, they're all Merlin, so you're kind of getting a benefit from wiping them. You would get an extra lore, you would get some card draw as well. So Stefan's sort of playing the slow game. There's the Sisu!
Oh, it would actually do enough. It would get both of the rabbits. You're not getting full value, but you're getting decent value out of the Sisu there. Getting rid of both of those rabbits. Does, of course, give Marco 2 cards, but it does weaken the board position. But maybe that's just going to hasten Be Prepared, because it's now going to be a lot worse for Stefan than it is going to be for Marco.
Yeah, and that's why I actually really like the play from Stefan to go for these Grammartalas. As you mentioned, they're not doing that much on the board, but in terms of the cards in hand, they're giving you a lot of consistency. We see the Goat Quest. Will we see it bounce back before the Be Prepared? Or is Marco. Look, Stefan already knows what's coming.
There's the Be Prepared. We didn't even see the card. You see 7. You see a Ruby player put 7 ink aside. And when you've got a decent board of characters, you know what is coming. One of the biggest, most swingiest cards in the game. It gets rid of every character on both sides of the board. Oh, and a nice little Flynn Rider played down there saying, if you don't play a bigger character, I'm going to get some extra lore coming in here as well. It's a slow game plan from Marco, but this absolutely seems to be working here.
Yep, the Flaversham found off the top for Stefan is going to be a nice option. I was just going to say, Stefan struggling a little bit for card draw. We did see that Tremaine removing Flaversham earlier on, and Stefan knows as well that that Tremaine is very much still in Marco's hand. It's the only bit of information I think they have in terms of what's in Marco's hand.
Oh, we've got something big coming down here. It looks like it is that Sisu again getting rid of Flynn Rider, so you don't need a more powerful character. Flynn, or you do have one now, but Flynn is off the board. That Sisu's doing a lot of work here for Stefan. It's the third one we've seen.
Yeah, there's been a whole bunch, but as good as Sisu is on the board, it's the only character. And I think for Marco, they're going to be licking their lips with that Lady Tremaine, feeling very, very glad that they decided to bounce it back with a snake earlier on.
Or you could play another Be Prepared. Yeah, I mean, you shouldn't, but you could play another Be Prepared.
There's also the Bee King Undisputed, this 4-cost song, which is doing the same thing as Tremaine. The nice thing about Tremaine, of course, is you get a body down on the board, which can quest for 2.
Yeah, I like that a lot. I think if Tremaine is there, that's definitely got to be the better option, at least as far as I'm concerned. But the point is, there's only one character down for Stefan, and there's multiple options Marco's got. Oh, we see Queen's Castle Mirror Chamber coming down, and it is the Bee King Undisputed. It forces your opponent to banish a character of their choice, but it's best played when your opponent's got one character you want to deal with.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look here at the hand, and there is a snake in hand for Marco, which was inkable. So they could have inked the snake to play the Tremaine instead of the Bee King Undisputed, but clearly Marco values that snake more in their hand than they do in the inkwell.
Yeah, I don't mind that at all. Hiram Flaversham does come down, gets rid of a Porpsicle, draws another couple of cards. Ink is not a problem for Stefan here, but lore is becoming a problem. You've only got 2, your opponent's got 10. Are we going to... Okay, it's Tamatoa. That would have been weird if it was another Sisu. There's so many. Now, we do see Porpsicle being bounced back as well. Of course, when you play and when you quest for Tamatoa, you do get to get an item card back. And it does look like there is that Porpsicle playing that. Nothing else can be done yet, but is there a possibility that next turn we see, say, a Lucky Diamond, a big swing for Stefan? You need to get rid of that Tamatoa. Of course, we've got Lady Tremaine. We have got Be Prepared.
Yeah, and it clears all the characters, but it doesn't remove locations, which means the Queen's Castle can stay on the board. Stefan with the Tamatoa and Flaversham being removed.
It's a good, I mean, you're getting good value. Getting rid of both of those characters, that is big. And that was really the big way back for Stefan there. Using that Tamatoa, combining it with a Lucky Dime, maybe getting another 1 or 2 items down and having a gigantic turn. But you've got to have Tamatoa down for a turn, and this is what happens. It's such a good card, your opponent will go out of their way to make sure it leaves the board.
Stefan, I think, just going to take another look here at Marco's discard pile. Definitely a wise thing to do in a game which has gone on this long.
Yeah, just really, and it's not just information for now, it's information for the inevitable game 2 coming up later.
That's very true.
Try and figure out what counts your opponent's playing so you can adjust your play next game for what you know your opponent is playing. Hopefully you get some nice information for this game, but it's always, if at the end of a long game, nice tip from your old pal Wassy here, even if you know you're losing, check your opponent's discard pile at the end of game 1, get the most information for game 2.
I like that idea as well. I really do. I'm going to have to use that myself. Vitalisphere is giving the Sisu rush and some extra strength, which means Queen's Castle gets removed. Marco's like, excuse me, I need to read that card. It's always a good feeling, Ross.
It's always a good feeling. Usually this is just a generic 1 cost, could be anything, and it's either bumping up the lore with your Tamatoa or draw with Havisham, but it does actually do something It gives Rush and a little bit of a bump, and Sisu there comes down, takes out that Queen's Castle Mirror Chamber. And look, this game is not over. Marco is only on 12 lore with nothing on the board whatsoever.
Well, now there's a Lady Tremaine. Stefan knew it was there, and it has finally come back down. We did see Marco hold on to that snake earlier on. Are they ever going to bounce it back immediately? Looks like they exerted 4 ink here, and it is for a rabbit, and draws a Maui from that.
Yeah, just inked the Maui and then immediately drew into another one. I love Maui. It's such a good card, but the fact that it's inkable means in the early turns where you can't make use of it, it actually works in your ink well. It's a nice, handy bonus. Speaking of hands, we've got Porpsicle coming down, drawing an extra card.
Stefan doing a good job. Both players doing a good job of keeping the table nice and tidy with all that ink.
Yeah, this is one of the, I think this might be the longest individual game we've had on the stream so far. And we're still not that close to an end point here. Marco's going to be a couple of turns minimum before we can start seeing an end to this game. Stefan, after 35 minutes, I want to say, we're still stuck on 2 lore. Now, we do see Madame Medusa taking out Lady Tremaine, but there's still no lore pressure being put on. That we need to start seeing some of these Sapphire tricks. Tamatoa, Lucky Dime, Ariel. We need to start seeing some of these cards hit the board, because that's the only way Stefan is going to get over the line here. Questing with a bunch of 1 lore characters is not going to do it.
Yeah, and of course Marco playing Amethyst is going to have access to some goats. So the closer they can creep up towards 20, the more the possibility of goat bounce goat becomes a reality. To gain 3 lore out of nowhere. Marco, with an abundance of ink, does still have a Madam Mim Fox and a Madam Mim Snake in hand, I do believe, as well.
Yeah, we see a 1 jump ahead there, getting an extra ink into the ink. Well, ink is not the problem right now. Lore pressure is the problem. You need to start getting some more down. You're stuck on 2. We're back to Marco. Looks like we do see I want to say a quest with the rabbit to get yourself from 12 lore to 13. And then we're going to be playing a Madam Mim Snake. You get an extra card from the rabbit. Do we have enough to... Right, why are everyone just inking Maui? That is at least 5 Maui inked between the 2 players this game. I always thought it was a pretty good character. Big stats, rush. I always thought that was pretty good. But apparently it's just generic ink in this matchup. But we do see the rabbit being played down, getting another card.
It's another Tremaine. I love to see it. I really love it, Ross. So many players just with 1 Tremaine. But I think this card is so strong in the current metagame. I'm so excited to see more than 1 Tremaine. You have to sacrifice some other cards elsewhere. But we've seen the impact Tremaine had already.
2 Tremaine is unusual, but you're right. It can give you those big removals of characters of your opponents that you're otherwise struggling to deal with. So we're ending the turn on 13 lore, 2 characters down, each questing for 1. Back over to Stefan. We need to start seeing some lore swings here.
Oh, there we go.
That will help.
The Lucky Dime enters the board. 7 cost item. You can exert it and spend 2 ink to gain lore for 1 character. Only 1 on Madame Medusa. But if you can start playing cards like Sisu, you can get 3 lore out of nowhere, and Tamatoa. Lucky Dime is your favorite combination.
Yeah, we've not seen any Ariel yet here. That is sometimes a card we see, but I'm starting to think Ariel might not be there. But we did... Was that a be prepared from Stefan?
Was.
Basically going, look, none of my characters are that good, and I've got items down, and they're safe from be prepared. I'm just going to play this instead.
Marco is 7 lore away, and a rabbit to play, which draws them a card. Maleficent drawn. It's going to draw them another card. Looking for those goats, I would wager.
Yeah, goats and bouncing goats would be good right now. There's Flynn Rider. Hasn't worked at all this game yet.
No.
But you never know, Joe. This could finally be the time where Flynn Rider starts really getting to work. He's been pretty lazy up to now. Classic Flynn Rider sitting on the ground, resting up against a tree. No, we need to get him up and running.
Looks like it's a lot of ink being exerted, and it's a Tamatoa.
Love it, because Tamatoa is currently questing for free. Lucky Dime will get you the free, but of course it's not going to be free. It's going to be at least 4. Tamatoa on play gets an item back from your discard pile. That is going to be the Popsicle. So Tamatoa is going to be questing for 5, and it's not going to actually be questing this turn, but Lucky Dime will get you the 5 as if you were, and Marco has got to get rid of Tamatoa next turn. It's not quite going to end the game, but he'd actually be... If you could play if you could play one item, you could actually win the game next turn with Tamatoa, even though you're only on 3 now.
Yeah, and it's a really interesting decision. Stefan actually doesn't exert the Lucky Diamond. It costs you 2 ink to do it, but instead plays a Maui, which is a really big deal because this Lady Tremaine, which Marco drew, would otherwise have removed that Tamatoa very, very easily. I think Stefan probably not playing around the second Lady Tremaine so much, rather the Bee King Undisputed, which has that same ability.
Yeah, they both force your opponent to banish one of their characters, but that Tamatoa has got to stick. You're no longer winning the game next turn, but what you could do is get yourself pretty close.
Is it a B-Prep? It is!
Oh, it's a B-Prepared! Oh, you've got to think that is probably the straw that broke the camel's back now. Marco playing that one down, getting rid of the second Tamatoa, as well as getting rid of the Maui. We finally had the Lucky Dime Tamatoa combination, but it never got to work. Stefan playing cautiously there, making sure I'm not going to fall for a Bee King Undisputed. I'm not going to fall for a second Lady Tremaine if one comes down. I'm not going to get a bit of help this turn. I'm going to get a lot of help next turn, but not good enough. And now he's got a Kuzco and a Sisu down. Marco is gearing up for the end game here.
Yeah,
not game on board, though.
Let's not forget either, Ross, that Stefan went first in this game. So this is Marco putting on a real good showing of how to play this matchup, even when going second, just racking up that lore. And at this point, it's only going to be a goat or 2, and they're going to hit that 20 lore mark. And Marco has also got to be thinking, they're going first in game 2. They can go very, very aggressive. They're still wanting that bonus point. They're not only thinking about this game, but they're going to want to wrap it up as quickly as possible to try and ensure they can finish game 2.
Yeah, one of the big advantages of a best-of-2 series over, say, a best-of-3, we see in some forms of see in set championships, for instance, is you are not incentivized to win 1-0.
Yes.
1-0 gets you 1 point, 2-0 gets you 3 points, 2-0 gets you 7 points.
Yeah.
So you don't want to win 1-0, you want to win 2-0. It's a huge difference. Be Prepared did come down from Stefan here, but wasn't able to get the Tamatoa down as well. There is a Tamatoa in hand. But now we see Maleficent comes down, draws a card. You've just seen your opponent play Be Prepared. You only need 4 lore to win. Do you go super wide here and just play all your characters? You know your opponent's played at least 2 Be Prepared. You've not got game on board right now, but you do if you've got a goat in hand.
Marco is hoping there's no Sisu, no Be Prepared, but it's a Tamatoa, which is going to leave these cards on the board. However, if there's another Popsicle in the discard pile for Stefan, they can add it back into their hand and replay it. There certainly is. We're about to see 4 Popsicles on the board at once.
Yeah, and you're going to see Tamatoa questing for 6. Yeah, and this will win the game next turn. All you need to do here is use Lucky Dime this turn, and then next turn you Tamatoa Lucky Dime, you win the game. But the problem is a single goat for Marco will win the game. You quest for free. Go to 19. If Marco's got goat, that is going to be, I'm going to say it, Joe, it's going to be the goat, and it's going to win. Now here comes Sisu, but you need to take out one of those characters. Something needs to leave the board.
Okay, all eyes on the top deck here.
There's no goat in hand. Is it a goat? It's not a goat.
But there's more draw available with these Chernobog's followers. Marco could decide to draw with them.
Yeah.
Decides to banish both to draw twice. So I think if they had a little bit more time here, Ross, they might have quested with 1 and then drawn with that. Still no goat. They could bounce back Maleficent to draw with that. That's an option.
And you still have the ink available to play the goat. And that is basically it. Next turn, Tamatoa Lucky Dime's going to win the game.
Yep.
You're going to go ahead here. Bee King Undisputed is fine. You get rid of your Sisu. Nobody cares. You don't need that. That is not... That was just there for that purpose. No one cares about that.
But there's the Tremaine as well. And suddenly that Bee King Undisputed is
Yeah, now we care.
Yeah.
Now we care, Joe. The combination of the two, and it's so harsh. Stefan has been trying to get this combo of Tamatoa and Lucky Dime off. He's tried so hard and gone so close, but it's not working right now. And from this stage, you've got to think like this was the turn. There is another Be Prepared in hand for what it's worth. Which actually I don't mind, but you need Tamatoa. Even Aerial at this point is not good enough.
Yeah.
Now, Aerial's not good enough because that would give you 15 over 2 turns. That is not enough. You need 16. Oh, no, you only need 11. Okay, Aerial is good enough. I lied to you. But I'm not sure it's there at this point. So, Goat wins the game again for Marco. He's on 19 lore. 1 Goat, well, friends on the other side. That'll draw you 2. There's not many cards left in deck. Marco seems to think there is a Goat.
Marco could have spent 3 for the friends here, but decides instead to just prioritize getting that Queen's Castle down. It's going to be very difficult to remove. Medusa played on an empty board because all Marco needs is that 1 lore from Medusa to cross the line. So Stefan has to remove Medusa and the Queen's Castle, and it doesn't look like they're going to be able to do that, Ross.
Just top deck Tamatoa, 1 turn too late. Having a Tamatoa last turn on the board could have made a huge difference if he had the ink to play it and Lucky Dime and Be Prepared, which I'm not 100% sure he did, unfortunately. But either way, it seems like it's a turn too late. You've got to get rid of the Madame Medusa. You've got to get rid of the Queen's Castle Mirror Chamber. Either of those cards on the board at the start of Marco's turn will be game. But we've got less than 5 minutes, Joe Curley. And that means that game 2 is going to be rough.
Yes. And Stefan is just ensuring there's nothing else they can do. They have a Popsicle on the board, which they could use to put into the discard, play Tamatoa and draw. That's the only real thing they can do to try and find a miracle. But I don't think there's any card available to them that would possibly be able to do it from here.
No, having a location and the character Be Prepared wouldn't do it because it wouldn't get rid of the location. So it really does seem like having a location and a character there has really checkmated for Marco, unless Stefan's seeing something we're not seeing here. And time is a factor. Stefan can still salvage a point from this. Marco can still go and get the bonus point from this. It is absolutely in both players' best interest to try and make sure game 2 happens.
Yeah, it's definitely in both players' interest to make sure game 2 happens. And Stefan does decide there to call it. Marco, despite going second, putting on a real show with Ruby Amethyst. I loved this Lady Tremaine and Snake play in particular. I think it was really impressive.
It worked beautifully. Lady Tremaine absolutely put in a shift in that previous game. It's unfortunate. Stefan's so close with that Tamatoa. Turn after turn after turn. And all you needed was 2 turns. 1 turn to play it and Lucky Dime, and then the second turn you Lucky Dime and Quest. Boom, that's it. That would have got, from free, at one point you would have got from free to 21.
Yes.
In the space of 2 turns with just Lucky Dime and Tamatoa. But the problem is these Ruby decks do not let you breathe. They get rid of everything. Lady Tremaine, Be King Undisputed, Be Prepared. These cards are coming down turn after turn after turn. And even with Flynn Rider trying so hard and doing nothing, that was a pretty comprehensive victory from Marco. It was slow, but it was comprehensive in the end.
Yeah, and I think the other thing Marco did really well was just removing those Flavershams so early on every time. Of course, Flaversham drawing 2 when it enters play, but every time it quests, it's also drawing. And Marco is just able to consistently shut those Flavershams down using cards like Brawl, using the Lady Tremaines and Be King Undisputed. And that just really did suffocate Ruby Sapphire a little bit because they just didn't have as many cards in hand as they would usually like.
No, it was a little bit harsh, and it was one of those, and you see from Stefan's point, you didn't want to concede that game earlier because you kept thinking, look, I'm 2 turns away from winning. For so long there, when you built up that store of items, which Marco couldn't really deal with, those items were just left to sit there. You built up that store of items, it was the perfect time for Tamatoa, having 5 or 6 items down, one of them being Lucky Dime. If you could just get Tamatoa, it would have been so different. but Marco absolutely on it. And resource management from Marco, really good. Keeping cards for when they're needed, playing the right cards so you can keep other cards in hand so that they can come down a little bit later. We saw good plays from Stefan with things like leaving a second character to play around B-King Undisputed. But of course, Marco had B-King Undisputed and Lady Tremaine, so it all came to nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to explain to everybody how things will work in the case that the timer does run out here, Marco has secured 3 points already. If this game was to go to time and no winner was found after the end of turns, nobody gets a point or anything like that for the final game. It basically counts as a loss for both players, essentially. So as Ross has mentioned, it's very much in the interest of both players to finish out this game and try and get a winner.
And the thing is, you're not losing anything here.
Yep.
So there's no doubt. If you play super fast and lose, you don't lose anything. It's not like a best of 3 where, oh, you can turn a win into a tie or a tie into a loss. There's this 2-game format.
Yep.
So the best thing to do is play super turbo speed, and you never know, you might eke out a cheeky victory.
Yeah, and it seems like we've got a game of speed Lorcana incoming with Marco questing for 1. Stefan with the 1 jump ahead, going to be putting the top card from the deck into the Inkwell, and it's back on over to Marco, but the timer is ticking.
We see a Maui getting inked, because that's apparently all Maui's good for. We see Sisu coming down onto the bench. Of course, that's just a joke. Maui gets inked so much in this game, it is weird. I love that card so much. We do seem like we've got a Develop Your Brain, which is going to be coming down, giving a bit of extra draw. But it does look like time has been called. We see both players pausing for a second there, presumably as the judge is explaining to them. And it does look like we are going to have a time out here. Now, we do get a couple extra turns.
Yep.
Is there any way either player can get to 20 lore in the couple turns available?
Certainly not Stefan with the Ruby Sapphire. I think it's going to be a little bit too soon for Marco as well, in truth.
I think another couple of turns for either player could have got them over the line. But even if Marco just plays characters and quests aggressively here, and nothing happens to them, I don't think you're going to get to 20 in the number of turns that are allotted, which that would give Marco a 1-0 victory. Marco gets 3 points, Stefan gets no points. That's not a great... I mean, you know, it's better for Marco than it is for Stefan, but you win game 1, you don't lose a game, you play very well, and then you come out with 3 points. That's the same as a 1-1 finish.
Yeah.
You don't want to play that well in a game you won that nicely and finish with 3 points. You want to finish with 7.
No, absolutely. I think Marco's going to be, especially as Marco won that going second as well. When they're going first, they're going to be feeling like they've got a bit of an advantage. Just the players having a little discussion here. Not sure exactly what's going on, but players having a bit of a discussion over exactly what's going on.
At some point, we are going to get the discussion of, hang on a second, do we need to play out this game any further? Is there any scenario in which one of us actually gets to 20 and wins? It's a discussion we've all had a lot when time gets called, and it looks like that discussion has finished with, nah, mate, you know what? Neither of us are getting to 20. So Marco takes a 1-0 victory here, but in this 2-game format, that is not what you're looking for.
Yeah, I do wonder. We'll see if we can get an update if there was maybe some sort of discussion from the players where Stefan almost seemed to say, well, I think you're winning. And I don't know. I'm not certain, but it's possible that that Marco's been given the win here by the opponent because, I mean, they were in a dominant position.
Oh, Marco was having a great game too. It was going beautifully.
We'll have to see exactly what the ruling is on that one and how things. It's basically a decision between the players of what's happened there. Of course, the judge will be privy to that, and we'll try and update you as soon as we're in the loop. But I have to say, Ross, probably my favourite game of the day.
Oh, that game 1 was absolutely beautiful. We saw some really high-level play. I like it when we see players basically future-proofing themselves, kind of playing the game you don't see. Doing things which aren't actually reacting to what is happening, but you're trying to protect yourself against what could be happening in the future. That kind of cagey play, it's only really possible from really high-level players who know the decks, who know the meta, who know their own deck well enough to prepare for it. You know, they do want to be prepared.
Okay.
But it was a fun game. We saw a lot of back and forth. We saw somebody kind of finish low on ink, but actually really close to getting over the line and winning anyway. And we just saw really high-level play from both players. My only regret is I kind of wanted to see more of game 2.
Yeah, me too. But it is what it is. Obviously, both players were really considering their options in that very tense and long game 1. So it is a shame. Worth mentioning on day 3, I think it's when it's top 8 or top 16. I believe it's top 8 is untimed rounds. So in the best of 3s in the top 8, in that situation, if the game goes on long enough, the players would just play it out for however long it takes.
Yeah, the final, I know for a fact the final is untimed. I can't remember exactly where it kicks in.
I think it's top 8.
Top 8 does make a lot of sense. That's when you've got your serial Mickey confirmed. It's where you've got your Continentals invite confirmed. And it's really trying to decide, right, who is going to be the champion? Because the big prize most players are after, you've got obviously got with the promos, but you've got top 16 is your Continentals invite. And if you're a top level player, you do not want to be left out of that tournament.
No, not
that is huge. And then you've got your serial Mickey, which is the biggest kind of, in terms of your prize cards, which are the coolest prizes around, right? That is the end point. Top 8 is where you lock in your serial Mickey, and at that point you've got all the promos, you've got your Rapunzel playmat, you've got your serial Mickey. From top 8 onwards, it really turns into, I want to be the champion. Got my Continentals invite, I've got the set of promo cards, now let's actually go ahead, because top 8 is where you get your Rapunzel, no, that's the Mickey, from the top 16. But that's the point where it's like, right, what really matters now is I want to be the champion.
Definitely. And also, we did see Frank Carlston with that big folder of enchanted cards from... I want one of those. In fact, over in the main hall, there's like a little show area where you can see some of the prize cards. You can see a serialized Mickey, as well as some of the other promos. And there's also that folder of enchanted cards, and I really, really wouldn't mind one of those.
Yeah, that's where you be the champion, get all those enchanted. That's quite nice, but... I don't know, the title, that's a thing for me. I kind of like that we get the serial Mickey at top 8, and then it's like, right, let's go and get that title. And it's a big deal. We remember who wins these tournaments.
We certainly do. And just speaking of that, not only do we remember, but all the players, when I've been over in the main hall, there's a real buzz that, oh, Frank Carlston's here. They're playing this deck, but I don't think they're going to play it tomorrow. I think they're trying to trick people and all this. All these people are talking about Frank Carlston, and that's so much because of their performance they had in Lille.
Yeah, you want to be that person who goes down. There's only 4 of these in Europe this season. We've had Lille, and obviously we're in Bochum this weekend. We've got 2 more coming up, I believe, in Bologna and in Birmingham.
That's
Apparently, cities beginning with B are where we want to hold these challenges. And that doesn't give you many options. There's only going to be 4 people to take home that title, maybe fewer, if somebody can repeat. In Europe, of course, yes. So getting onto that small list, and obviously, let's face it, there is an element of going into Continentals, having that, I won a Lorcana challenge, that can give you a little advantage sometimes, because players sit down being like, oh, I've got to play against a dude that won Lille, I've got to play against a dude that won Bochum. That can make a difference.
And that's also what you get, I think, for the top 16, you get that lovely Rapunzel playmat. And I played against a week ago, I played against Reese, who finished 2nd in Lille. They're also going to be playing tomorrow, by the way. And I was sat down with my Ursula champion playmat thinking that I was the man, and then he just comes through with his top 16 Rapunzel. Okay, you win this one.
Oh, I mean, I will say there's more people with Rapunzel playmats out there right now than Ursula playmats.
Yeah, not for long, though.
No, as of this weekend, your Club of One is a lot less exclusive, unfortunately. A lot of them are going to start being given out. So
absolutely.
Enjoy it while you can.
Yeah, well, I think in a moment we're going to go to a short break, but I know that you really wanted to open some packs, so I think you need to quickly open a pack before we go to the break.
I went to do one interview, right? And then I had a lovely interview, Mavs had a lovely chat, lots of good chat, and he gave really good answers. And then I turn around and you're both sitting, you've nicked my seat.
I nicked your seat and
you're both
opening
packs. And I'm like, hang on a second.
I saw my opportunity and I took it.
I've had to put a box over to one side just for Wassy, because you guys are opening all the Enchanted, and I don't like it. Okay, so we've got a Mirabelle Madrigal there, your protagonist. We've got a Vitalisphere. That's a nice one. Sees a lot of play. There's like your swinging into action. Oh, we got Bounce. He doesn't have a bit of Donald. I have no idea what that is.
Aurora.
Oh, it's Aurora. I like that card.
That was in the starter deck as well,
that was indeed. Oh, we've got ourselves, not the Vitalisphere.
Fortisphere.
Thank you. To go along with it, they make a nice little pair. That's a good card, isn't it? Oh, it's Vision Slab. No, it's not so good.
No, it's not so good.
Oh,
it could
sorry.
be one day.
Hey, one day I got a little bit. So we got Sign to Skull. I'm doing terribly at naming these. Is that Scuttle?
It is.
Oh, that's a good card.
Controversial. I've been known as like a little bit of anti-Scuttle. A lot of players are using Scuttle, and I was not a believer. I have seen some Scuttles on the top table, though.
There's Scuttle's doing all right.
Yeah,
it's out
that's
there.
absolutely true.
We got Hercules.
Also in the starter deck.
Whoa,
Oh,
it's our Flynn Rider. We like this
We
one.
really
Lovely
do.
super rare. Gets you free extra cheeky lore and swing into action again. It's all right. There's going to be something good in this box. I'm going to be behind all weekend, and then right before the final tomorrow, I'm going to pull an Enchanted Diablo, and I'm going to feel very good about myself.
It's all you need. Well, that round lasted quite a long time, so I think that the players are going to be getting ready for the next round pretty soon. So we're going to go ahead and go to a short break, and when we're back, Baker's going to join me back on the casting desk. So see you all very, very soon. Hello everybody and welcome back to Bochum. You can see some lovely shots of the city, the home of the Curryverse. Still haven't had one of those, but I'm joined here by Baker and we're ready for... What round are we on?
Oh, we're into round 7 now.
Round
it's getting.
7.
It's been it was the same in Lille, where we thought it had been 1 hour and it was round 9. Time flies when you're having fun. It's good to be back. How was the last game?
It was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
It really was an impressive performance from Ruby Amethyst, going second in a very long, drawn-out game, but able to take down Ruby Sapphire while going second, I think is really impressive. And Baker, the players are already sat down.
Ooh.
They're already starting to shuffle.
Love it.
So we're not far away at all from the 7th round starting.
Love that. No, I'm glad to hear that. Ruby Amethyst, Ruby Sapphire is often a very interesting match, and winning on the draw for the RA player, very impressive. I was having a look around the halls again and the top tables, and taking a chance to, go look at some of the vendor stalls and finally say hello to some people that I haven't had a chance to see yet. So lovely little break, but I am ready to jump straight back in to some Lorcana.
Yeah, seeing some nice shuffling skills on display from the players.
You like a good shuffler, don't you? It impresses you.
It does. I think I'm easily impressed, unfortunately. My shuffling skills, not so much up to
They have
scratch.
improved. I'm going to give you credit.
Thanks.
The first time I saw this man shuffle, he might as well have just thrown them in the air and gone, well,
yeah,
they're mixed up. But you have done a lot better. I will give you that.
I'm getting there, slowly but surely. I've learned the key thing is to put the bottom corners in first and then push through.
Yeah.
That's what I've learned.
Push through. I love it. By the end of the year, you're going to be Dr. Facilier.
I don't know about that.
We'll see.
I've also learned that you're not supposed to look at your hand while you're shuffling in case you're doing anything dodgy. I don't have that in my locker, but it's definitely
we don't want any of this going on.
No.
Like, oh, there's me bucky. There we go. Don't cut it, mate. You can trust me. Love it.
No, absolutely. I'm hoping to see, looking through the top tables, there was a lot of Ruby Amethyst.
Yep.
There was a lot of Emerald Steel. But there was one player playing an Amethyst Steel deck, and I really hope that they can continue. That was my prediction at the start of the tournament, Baker, of what I want to... It was more what I want to win rather than what I think will win.
You kind of committed to it and then kind of stepped back already, but I think you're right.
I can take all the credit if I'm correct, and if I'm wrong, I can say, well,
I changed my mind at the last minute. It's fine. No, I actually think you're onto something again. Like, I think you did a really great job in that set championship that we played of showing the strength of that Amethyst Steel deck. I mean, you went completely undefeated, didn't even drop a game during that day. So I would love to see someone here do the same, if nothing else, but for you.
Ruben here, I think it's Ruby Amethyst.
Oh.
Again, very, very popular deck this weekend. I've seen, I can see a Maui. That's some nice shuffling. See, look at that. That is a thick deck as well.
That's some triple sleeving going on there. Goodness me.
Or is it an 80-card deck, Baker?
Oh, you never know. It's 99 puppies. Are we finally going to see our 99 puppies? I doubt it, but I'm here to be proved wrong. But do we know what our right-hand player's playing? Did you notice anything there?
I didn't quite catch that one just yet.
Okie dokie.
But we'll be having a little look. Of course, 2-game format, so... Oh, look at that. That is something. I've never seen that one before.
We're making pictures. I love it.
I love it too.
What an artist. So Ruby Amethyst on the left-hand side. I'm very keen to say... We haven't seen a Be Prepared... Or I haven't seen a Be Prepared be played today. I'm waiting for the chance.
Really?
I'm waiting for the chance to burst it out, but they haven't given it to me.
Okay.
Oh, so we see some Sapphire Steel. Okay.
Yeah, so this is a very interesting matchup.
Yeah.
It's actually one I've had a lot of experience recently.
Go on.
Trying to help a friend out sort of when they've been preparing for this event. This is a very tricky matchup for Sapphire Steel on paper.
Yeah.
Now, it's definitely very winnable. But amongst the most popular decks, Sapphire Steel, for example, a great matchup into these Emerald Steel Diablo decks, but it can struggle a little bit against Ruby Amethyst. The main reason is the Queen's Castle. So Sapphire Steel, a lot of the time, I would expect to see at least 2 copies of either Rise of the Titans or Avalanche to deal with Queen's Castle.
For sure.
But if I was playing Sapphire Steel this weekend, Baker, I would have actually played 4. I would have played 2 copies of Rise and 2 Avalanche. So it's going to be really interesting to see. And that is a lot. I don't think that's going to help your other matchups at all.
No, but at least the Rise of the Titans is inkable.
Yep.
And again, you can find other uses from the Avalanche. We've seen things like Pride Lands and just the spread one. Yeah, I like the way you think, but we move into the first turn, courtesy of Ruben, who's going to ink a Brawl and no one-drop. A lot of these Ruby Amethyst decks moving to a lower count of one-drop, sometimes just Chernobog, sometimes Brooms as well, but nothing from Ruben there, who passes over to Morales. Who's going to play the Fortisphere and pass back to our Ruby Amethyst player. Oh, the Flynn Rider going to be inked straight away. Oh, because we've got another one. So this is what... You were just talking about the Queen's Castle, which is such a good card against Sapphire Steel. If the Ruby Amethyst player can go Flynn Rider into Sisu is quite often the regular turn 3.
Absolutely.
And then into Castle. That is such a difficult line for the Sapphire Steel player to answer. And I'll be honest, when I'm playing Ruby Amethyst, I quite like my chances into Sapphire Steel, just because if you're running a lot of cards like Tremaine and Be King Undisputed, you get around these characters like Ariel and Tamatoa. But we'll see what Morales... I'm sure Morales has maybe come up against Ruby Amethyst, so I'm sure he's got some tricks up his sleeve.
Bit of dice spillage on the table. They're in the middle of the table. I've not seen that one before, but I like that. Community dice available for both players.
Love it.
Fishbone Quill is going to put a card face down into the inkwell, but Morale's not going to make use of that ink. And the Sisu is going to be the highest strength card on the board, which does mean that this Flynn Rider should be gaining 3 lore to start the turn without even needing to quest.
Yep.
The Smee is currently at 3 strength. So I do believe that Sisu is more than 3 strength right now.
Yeah, I think with the amount of cards Morales has got in his hand, if he's got at least 3 cards in his hand, then the Sisu will have the highest strength. So that would prompt that 3 lore bump, and it's going to be maybe a couple of turns before Morales can even answer it. Maybe he's got a Storm Rage on he can find that would help.
Rabbit is down on the board. I think the player's just discussing this as well with the Flynn Rider.
Yes, I imagine that's the case.
Yeah, that is what's going on. I'm not certain, but I do believe that with the Flynn Rider that it's not a May. I think that it is. So I imagine because that's... We'll see what happens. Yep. We won't speculate. We'll just wait and see what the judge call is.
Yep, that makes sense.
For Morales, we did see that Rise of the Titans available in their hand, and it does seem like the lore for the Flynn is going through for Ruben, which I think makes a lot of sense to me, because both players just... I think there's also maybe using the iPads with some translations. That's the beautiful thing about being here over in Europe. You've got players speaking different languages potentially. And of course, you can use the Disney Lorcana app to easily access those cards in different languages to help translate. And that's jump up to 5 lore. So Flynn gaining 3, Sisu questing for 2. And yeah, as you mentioned, the Sisu Flynn combo, really difficult. Morales, I would maybe have expected to see Fire the Cannons, Baboom in their opening hand. Often this Flynn Rider can be more easily removed, but Queen's Castle's one threat, but so is Flynn Rider.
Yeah, that Queen's Castle, just so powerful. I think our best location, bar none. 7 willpower, 1 to move there, 4 cost inkable, 2 passive lore gain, and drawing extra cards each time. When you start your turn for each character at the castle, you draw extra cards. And we are seeing an Along Came Zeus in the hand, so we could answer this Flynn Rider if we want, but we don't have a way of singing it. We would have to just play 4, but maybe it's worth it because this Flynn Rider just puts so much pressure onto the board. Instead, we're going to see Tinkerbell come down, put 1 spread damage on all the opposing characters. So maybe looking next turn to challenge into the Sisu or the Rabbit and then put the 2 damage on the Flynn Rider. But to be fair, this Tinkerbell with 4 strength, I think that levels it out. It depends how many cards Morales is holding.
It looks like 2 to me. It is 2. And what was interesting is the Rise of the Titans Baker going into the Inkwell. While it's obviously great, that's an inkable card, you're also giving a lot of information to Ruben there that this Queen's Castle might be quite safe in a turn or 2. Ruben doesn't currently have access to it. Friends on the other side being sung by the Rabbit is going to be drawing 2 cards, which can certainly help.
And this Tinkerbell looking to apply some pressure next turn. And with this, Mr. Smee, of course, all goods are going to quest for 2 each time. But yeah, we see a Lady Tremaine in Ruben's hand right there, which, as I was saying, is such a powerful card in this matchup for big threats like Tamatoa, and maybe we see the Ariel in here as well. And yeah, that's just really going to help Ruben control the board. But with these this Mr. Smee on the board, that does protect a Tremaine play at the moment. I don't think there's enough ink for it at the moment, but Morale's definitely going to want to play some extra smaller characters to keep himself safe from things like that. But Ruben extending a second Sisu onto the board, so that's a lot of quest pressure already. Maybe we need to see a Grab Your Swords from Morale's side of the field.
Yeah, the snake came through here, bouncing back Flynn Rider. from the hand straight into the Inkwell. And I love Ruben putting that Flynn Rider face up into the Inkwell. This is something I really like to do. It was a rule change about a month or two ago. You're allowed to do this. Often, Baker, after a long turn, I'm like, wait, did I ink yet this turn?
Absolutely.
And by leaving that card face up, you can remember that I did, in fact. There's been a couple of times where I've actually wanted to ink, but I've not been sure if I've already done it.
Yeah,
and
for sure.
It's definitely easily done. So I think also from a spectator point of view, it's just nice to see that card in the Inkwell for a while. The Fishbone Quill exerted. And more ink for Morales.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that's a really nice implementation from Ravensburger, recognising that it doesn't change anything about the game. It just makes everything a little bit more understandable for both a player and a viewer perspective.
There was the grab your sword you mentioned, Baker, as well. 2 damage to all the characters on the board. And then the Tinkerbell going to challenge Sisu. And Tinkerbell then, of course, can deal 2 more damage to the other Sisu. Huge power from this steel deck. That is what Sapphire Steel likes to do. Tinkerbell and Grab Your Swords combining. No be prepared necessary.
And that has kind of changed the whole dynamic of this game so far. Just Ruben had such a dominant field, but now Morales with the power, and he's got a couple of items on board, which is going to help him fuel Flavisham and Tamatoa later in the game. So Ruben looking to catch up. There's that castle that would have been probably pretty nice a couple of turns ago. We're going to trade the snake into the Tinkerbell, which must feel pretty good. And is this potentially maybe a Queen's Castle turn, just because the Smee isn't going to be able to answer it straight away? Or we maybe see this Maui as being eyed up. A few options in the hand there. We see a Madame Medusa and a Lady Tremaine, so both of our ladies in red, or ladies in chairs. I know some viewers prefer to call them both. We're going to Inga Maleficent, a card that I'm a fan of. I know you're not as big as a fan, but I like the consistency. And down comes that Lady Tremaine, going to remove that Smee.
Yeah, Tremaine's starting to get a little bit of board presence for Ruben back. Did a good job to sort of even the board up a little bit there. Morales drawing 1. Still got a whole bunch of ink remaining. And going to be spending 5 of it for a whole new world. Both players discarding their hands and 7 drawn. And that's cards for Ruben discarded, which were pretty powerful.
Yeah, they were pretty good. I was just thinking how mad I am about that. I mean, the Medusa and the castle, it's not great to lose, but no be prepared. So we expect maybe 3 or 4 to still be in the deck. So that's going to be nice for him to have later on in the game. But yeah, fresh 7 for both of our players. And Morale still with some ink to use, I believe. He's going to exert that. Oh, maybe not. Not exerting the Fishbone Quill. The Chernobog's followers at the top, I believe, there. What have we got in this fresh hand? A couple of Chernobogs, a Fox. And does Morales have an extension he can make? Another Porpsicle comes down, so this is going to fuel that Tamatoa later in the game. Oh, and the Lucky Dime's on the board. I actually missed that completely.
Now the Fishbone Quill's going to come through. And it is now going to start getting Morales some value. They took that card draw there off of the Porpsicle first. I think the Lucky Dime Baker is actually the discard part.
You might be right.
I think it was in the hand from Morales before.
Yep, well noted.
And then it's just been discarded. And this is definitely a game plan for Morales. Now that they've got the Fishbone Quill, the whole new world, drawing both players' cards, but that Fishbone Quill can continue to gain Morales some more some more ink every turn. And they can get in a position where Ruben might have 7 or 8 ink, but Morales could have potentially double that amount thanks to the Fishbone Quill.
Yeah, that's exactly what this Sapphire deck wants to do. Just ramp nice and high. And one more time, just for newer viewers at home, whenever we refer to ramp, we're talking about the accelerated process of raising your Inkwell, playing cards like One Jump Ahead, Fishbone Quill. So, yeah, the Sapphire player, I apologize, wants to ramp up nice and high so he can make these big plays. The Lucky Dime that you mentioned in the discard isn't the end of the world either, because Tamatoa obviously could recycle those items. So that could still be online later on in the game. Little discussion going on here with the Tremaine.
Ruben on 10. Law for now, halfway there. On the other side, just 2 Law. Fishbone Quill back into the Inkwell.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is that 10 ink? Yep, so nice healthy pool.
And this Queen's Castle Baker, we mentioned it at the start of the game, is going to be a problem for Justin unless they can find something like an Avalanche or another copy of Rise of the Titans. Grab your swords and fire. The cannons comes through. Fantastic option for just 1 ink, dealing 2 damage. Cogsworth now standing alone for Justin, but the Queen's Castle gaining 2 lore. And whenever you've only got one character on the board, Baker, against Ruby Amethyst.
Doesn't feel great. Oh, look at this Bee King Undisputed, which can come down and just remove this Cogsworth. I feel like this castle may start to run away. Of course, Justin might have another Rise of the Titans that he may be able to find. But yeah, this castle is definitely putting in some work. We see another Lady Tremaine come down, so that's going to be what gets rid of this Cogsworth, which can't be great for Justin. You want those 5-cost cards that you can sing Whole New World and grab your swords without using all your ink. Little flick through the discard just to remind what resources we've gone through. I see 2 grab your swords have already been used on Justin's side.
Yeah, I think particularly important in a Whole New World game where those extra cards being discarded. And the Queen's Castle is definitely causing a problem here for Justin. Of course, Steel having access to lots of cards which can damage multiple characters at once. We saw that Tinkerbell grab your swords. But the Queen's Castle being a location is not impacted by those. 1 ink spent to move Lady Tremaine into the Queen. Lady Tremaine is the queen of the castle for right now.
She is sitting in that royal throne, and she's going to hope to draw some additional cards every turn, of course, along with the 2 lore provided. We're going to ink a Brawl. Down comes the Chernobog's Followers. Really nice, cheap character that is guaranteed, nearly guaranteed a quest and a draw, unless, of course, it's removed by a grab swords or something. But yeah, a nice character to throw down, and maybe we move that into the castle next turn. Maybe not. Maybe we just fire the cannons on it.
Fire the cannons, and another Whole New World played by Justin.
Oh, that's a hit. That is a hit that I know feels bad. A couple of Bee Kings and a Be Prepared. Those are really important pieces, but there's still more in the deck, so we'll see.
7 cards drawn for each player. Another Whole New World available for Justin. And this Fishbone Quill is putting in work. And look at that. The Whole New World has found the Rise of the Titans.
Excellent.
An efficient answer to that Queen's Castle. This is the second time, or the second copy of Rise of the Titans we've seen in Justin's deck. And it's absolutely aimed at this matchup. It's not doing much elsewhere. I think that's a Lumiere in Ruben's hand.
Lumiere?
Yeah, Lumiere.
Oh, I love it. The Lumiere, 2-cost inkable character, 2/2 stat line, and provides every one of your characters a +1 strength. Now, this has tons of utility. Of course, it just fixes math, so certain characters can now take out opposing ones, but it also keeps your certain characters out of range of things like Madame Medusa. Not relevant from Justin, but just expressing Lumiere has a really nice niche use in this meta, and we don't see it a lot, but I love it.
We do see the Rise of the Titans being played by Justin to remove that Queen's Castle, denying 2 lore from Ruben, as well as that card drawn by Lady Tremaine being in the castle. Lady Tremaine, of course, can quest for 2. The Goat as well puts Ruben up to 13, and Goats are the last thing you want to see if your name is Justin.
Yeah, 100%. This Goat, the Goat, you would say. 4-cost inkable, 4/3. When he enters play, gain a lore. When he leaves play, gain another lore, and of course that bounce package with things like Madam Mim Fox and Madam Mim Snake, allowing us to bounce these cards. So this goat could certainly get us to the finish line. Tremaine questing for 2 as well.
Ruben just 5 lore away. I believe they still have an abundance of ink available to them as well. No characters on Justin's side of the board, so that Bee King Undisputed is not going to be of interest. But what might be of interest, it's a Sisu. I was thinking it might be the Snake to come through here and bounce the Goat back, but Lumiere unfortunately make it into the Inkwell.
Devastated.
Goat back into the hand, and that means Ruben is now even closer to that 20 lore mark with a Goat and a Madam Mim Fox in hand.
And this is check. That is game on board. The Tremaine and the Sisu can quest next turn to get to 20. So Justin is going to have to answer one of these characters to prevent Ruben from running away with the game. And of course, the Goat in hand, as you say, is certainly going to help get over the finish line. And Justin has a lot of lore to catch up on. But if there's any deck that can make those big jumps towards the end of the game, it's Sapphire.
Yeah, it certainly is. And of course, with the Steel cards, you can definitely try to remove an abundance of cards in a single turn here. Justin, definitely up against it, but has an abundance of ink to work with.
I'd like to see something like an Along Came Zeus here to get rid of the Sisu or the Lady Tremaine. It wouldn't buy a lot of time, to be honest, because they're still, if you take out one of those, then they can still quest for 3, take them to 19, and Justin knows that Ruben is holding a Goat, so he has to answer 2 of these characters right now.
Yeah, and there is a Tinkerbell, there is a Whole New World. Of course, that's going to cost you 11 ink, though. You're not able to sing the whole new world with Tinkerbell while she's still drying. Going to have to wait a turn.
Yeah, Justin just fumbling through his options here. I'm not sure what he can do to combat this. I think the only chance he's got really is to play that whole new world and try and dig for more, but would then maybe be able to play one more Grab Your Swords, which isn't going to be enough. Like I said, if we find a Zeus, we answer one character, but that's not going to be enough. So I don't know what Justin could do here, but I'm ready and willing for him to show me a line that can get him out of this.
Ruben feeling pretty confident, you would imagine, at this stage.
Are we going to see that hard pay 5 for a whole new world? Because as you say, if we Tinkerbell, then I'm not sure we have enough ink to do anything. We can play the whole new world, obviously, but then that's it.
Definitely a tricky position. If Justin could stay in this game, though, for another turn or two, they really can start controlling this board very, very comfortably. And then with that lucky dime cards like Ariel, they can jump from 2 to 20 in just a couple of turns. Justin still considering their options.
And that Ariel may feel a little safer as well. We've gone through 2 Lady Tremaines, 2 B King Undisputed. I think there's another B King in Ruben's hand, but maybe Justin is thinking, well, there's less odds for you to have it, so... But we may not even get there. We're going to ink a Mr. Smee. We're going to pay 5 there, as I thought. We're just going to play the whole new world, and that's going to get rid of the Goat and the B King Undisputed, and some more cards, but those are very good ones. And Justin is going to fish for 7 new cards and see if he can find an answer to these characters. A double Along Came Zeus would buy another turn, if we can find that.
There's another Tinkerbell in there. There's an Enchanted of some sort in the mixer as well. I think it's an Enchanted Bell Baker.
Oh, wow. The flex.
That is pretty cool to see.
I'm not brave enough to play my Enchanted. I know you are. You've been flexing your Tinkerbell that you got from Tim.
Yeah, Tim, who's a game designer, said, well, they're there to be played. That's what they're there for, right?
Yeah, I respect it. I totally respect it. You're a braver man than me. But no, I don't think there's an answer here that's going to be able to combat this. The Goat's gone, but Ruben could have drawn another one. I'm pretty sure that was the first Goat we've seen this game, unless one hit the inkwell, but we'll see. Justin may prove me wrong, and he may have a line to be able to deal with this board. And as you say, if he is able to drag the game out a little bit more, all it's going to take is some Aerial / Lucky Dime plays to make big catch-up.
Ross was mentioning in our last round as well, in a position where you know you're losing, it's also just worth playing it out and trying to get as much information about your opponent's deck as you possibly can. But Justin's still very much considering their options here, seeing if there's a way that they can do this. It's always more tricky with this amount of ink. You have more decisions to make. And, of course, a fresh 7 cards in hand to work with as well. Looks like 5 ink being exerted. Justin changing their mind, though. 1 ink being exerted, or not.
Or not. He's got clearly a couple of lines he's considering in his head. So what we're going to go with. Yeah, I did think there was 1 Grab Your Swords. Okay, so that's
2 damage to everything is a good start.
I think we've gone through 3 Grab Your Swords now by my count. So not sure if Justin is running the full 4. I think that's there's that Enchanted Bell that you were talking about.
Now, Bell's ability, she can quest for 5, of course, but also she's able to put an extra card into the inkwell each turn. And looks like Scuttle is going to be the card selected. And a Baboom comes through on the Tremaine. Look at all that time taken by Justin, realizing they could develop the Bell. I think they took the extra ink from Bell's ability, inking 2 cards from hand, plus Fishbone Quill that turn. And the Enchanted is lighting up the board, Baker.
It is gleaming, but I think I just saw the Goat in Ruben's hand. Down comes a Castle. We have 1 character on the board. Is it a Snake? No, we've got the Snake and the Castle.
So the Goat's going to come through, putting Ruben up to 17, the double quest. And that's
I thought that was I thought that was game. So Ruben not really necessarily needing to play that castle there, but maybe he just felt like it. And was like, here's a castle. I like it.
Absolutely.
Very nice. So our Ruby Amethyst player coming out on top in game 1. As I said, I do think this is such a difficult matchup for the Sapphire Steel player. Like, again, you have these things like Tink Swords, which can deal with wide boards, but yeah, you just really struggle to keep up with the pressure that the bounce package offers, and then they can play Be Prepared, Lady Tremaine, Madame Medusa's hits things like the Beast Tragic Hero. So yeah, it's definitely an uphill battle, but 2 very good players. I'm sure that our Sapphire player can do it.
Yep. We saw they've got the tools to do it. We saw a couple of Fire the Cannons, which can deal with the Flynn. At least a couple Rise of the Titans, which can remove the Queen's Castle. I think the thing is, really, if you're Sapphire Steel in this matchup, if you let the Ruby Amethyst player gain any early lore, either with Flynn or with the Queen's Castle, it's pretty difficult to regain control of the board again before they can get to 20 because of those pesky goats. I think if this game went on for 5-6 more turns, the Sapphire Steel player would be so far ahead in terms of ink, and they could really push on. If you were playing to 40 lore, I think Sapphire Steel would have no problem. But it's that early lore game, that early lore gain Ruby Amethyst has. In this case, it was the Flynn Rider, and it's in other times it can be the Queen's Castle.
Yeah, just like Ursula's Lumineer's quest rules, questing to 40 would be very interesting, and I would definitely favour the Sapphire player if that was going on. But nope, just 20 in these games, and Sapphire player just couldn't get there quick enough. And as you say, this Flynn Rider at the beginning of the game just put on so much pressure. The Sisu having 4 or 5 strength, and just the Sapphire deck doesn't really have a lot of characters that can match that. The Tinkerbell is one, but really it takes a while to get there, especially if you miss the Fishbone Quill. So that Flynn Rider Frenemy putting in an awful lot of work. But as you say, we saw a couple of Fire the Cannons. We saw one Baboom at least, I think. So the answers are in his deck. He just needs to find them on the mulligan. Let's see if he does so.
The backdrop of Rapunzel. It's so, I wouldn't mind one of those in my house, if I'm honest, Baker.
I'm not going to lie. I feel the same way. Or the stout-hearted Cinderella, or the Mickey behind us. I need it on my bedroom wall.
I'm looking at the opening hands. Ruby Amethyst, be prepared. Probably not what you're going to want to keep, but Queen's Castle as well as Sisu. A lot of these expensive uninkable cards like Madame Medusa and Be Prepared, you would imagine get mulliganed.
There's a temptation here to keep the Castle and the Sisu, because if you hit the Flynn, then you've got the full line. But if you don't hit the Sisu, then it's not the best line anymore, because Sisu now isn't providing that lore gain working with Flynn. And Castle on 4 is still a good play, but definitely going to want to see the Frenemy in this opening hand. So we hopefully our right-hand player gets those answers he's got, Fire the Cannons, Baboom, etc. We shall see.
I wish I could shuffle like that, Baker. That is so impressive. It's effortless. It's absolutely effortless.
An experienced shuffler in our midst. We'll see if he can get you to give you a lesson.
Yes, please.
Quite a simpler shuffle from our Ruby Amethyst player. I respect it. I totally appreciate that. But yeah, as you say, this Rapunzel, such a beautiful backdrop, as is this entire hall, really well decorated. I highly recommend to anyone at home, if you're thinking about coming to a DLC, think no more, just do it. If you're in a position to, come along, check it out, meet more Lorcana players, and play and maybe win some incredible, incredible prizes.
Okay, Justin going first in this one. Ruben did go first in game 1. So Justin's definitely going to be fancying their chances a little bit more. Certainly a bit of an advantage for the player who goes first. It was Ruben in game 1. And now Justin looking to tie up this series 1-1 with both players getting that win and 3 points on the board. Ruben looking for a dominant 2-0. 2 wins would get them that 7 points, getting 1 bonus point.
And this Mr. Smee coming down for Justin. Again, we've talked about Mr. Smee being such a powerful card so much, and here he is again, turn 2. Going to be probably questing for 2 next turn. It's a shame that Ruben didn't get that 1 drop, which would have checked Mr. Smee from being able to do that, because obviously it does self-damage. And we see the Lumiere hit the field. Oh, I'm excited, Joe. I'm excited.
Yeah, so what's Lumiere doing, Baker?
Nothing.
Nothing right now. That's true.
Yeah, right now it is not doing a whole lot. I will absolutely grant you. I was just excited to see the candlestick on the board, okay? But later on in the game, it could absolutely make a difference, just given that extra strength that he needs to take out some of Justin's characters. But I think at the moment, it is checking this Mr. Smee. He can quest for 2, but would do 1 ping damage, and then the Lumiere could trade into the Mr. Smee, which is fine.
Yep.
It's fine. At least it's something to make sure this Smee isn't just running away with lore.
Yeah, Lumiere down on the board. Not a card I've seen played before. I'm pretty excited to see the impact it might have for Ruben. Can certainly help contribute towards the Flynn Rider Frenemy. Doing the business, of course, in other matchups.
Well spotted.
It might also help play around Brawls and Madame Medusa, but of course, Justin not playing those Ruby cards on Sapphire Steel. Justin has the Smee down on the board, and as you mentioned, decides not to quest there. Perhaps wanting to wait until Cogsworth is down on the board for a bit of protection. And in comes Sisu. Has 1 extra strength for every card in Justin's hand, and 1 extra strength thanks to Lumiere as well. That is a Sisu with a lot of strength.
Yeah, a lot of strength. 4 willpower is very respectable. Stays out a lot of characters' range, and questing for 2 on an inkable card. I'm a big fan of this Sisu in Bolden Warrior. I think she's very, very well statted. But yeah, to your credit, that interaction that you mentioned, I actually missed. Yeah, just boosting your characters a bit more so that Flynn Rider's effect can be online more often than not. But I think this Lumiere, where it has probably gained most of its value throughout this tournament, is against the Ruby decks, helping against Madame Medusa, the Sisu, which gets rid of characters with 2 strength or more. So in this game, yep, helping with the Flynn, but just keeping that Mr. Smee in check. Double
Whole New World in Justin's hand is not what you want to see. Doesn't look like there's any access to Fishbone Quill yet either. Of course, realistically, what Sapphire wants to do is play on turn 3 a Mickey Mouse or a Fishbone Quill, but Mickey Mouse is available. It's going to put the top card from the deck into the Inkwell, face down and exerted, jumping ahead in ink. And of course now, with 6 ink available for Justin, next turn we could see the Whole New World come through. But of course you'd rather be singing a Whole New World, paying 0 ink, than spending 5 for it.
Yeah, you got to think Justin would rather put down something like a Tinkerbell or a Cogsworth so that he can sing it on the following turn and get a lot more value. Just looking at Ruben's hand, we see a Madame Medusa in that. Oh, down comes that Queen's Castle. So there's 4 strength on Justin's side of the board that he could do. The Baboom can also target locations, so that would be 6. Isn't quite enough. We'd need to see an Along Came Zeus on this turn from Justin to prevent this castle from gaining any momentum. And I think Ruben ended his turn there with the 4 dice on top of his hand, just letting his opponent and us at home know that he's holding 4 cards in his hand, which we appreciate him for.
Ruben up to 3 lore. Justin inking. In comes the Tink. 1 damage to both of Ruben's characters, but not the location. Mickey Mouse is going to remove the Lumiere.
Nice.
And Mickey Mouse takes 1 damage back. And Smee trades for Sisu as well, I think. That is exactly what's happened.
Yep, love it.
Queen's Castle still on the board, but now Tinkerbell as a 6-cost character. Justin might be looking to get rid of, sing a Whole New World. They've got 2 available with that Tinkerbell next turn. Queen's Castle gaining Ruben 2 lore at the start of the turn. Ruben might be predicting a play of a Whole New World pretty soon. So the card draw for Ruben on this particular turn would not be very profitable.
No.
Not that many great options outside of the Rabbit, and the Rabbit is what Ruben decided.